15. At Amelia's. At last, it was already dark, late afternoon. Kate had cleared the garden path, piled the snow on both sides of the path and packed it solid, and had now finished the day's work. He stood at the garden gate, the only person anywhere in the vicinity. He had driven the assistant off hours ago, chasing him for some distance. The assistant had then hidden somewhere among the gardens and cottages, was no longer to be found, and had not emerged since. Frida was at home, washing either the clothes already or still Jesus' cat. It had been a sign of great trust on Jesus' part, her giving Frida this job, though it was unsavory and unsuitable work that Kay would certainly not have tolerated her taking on had it not been highly advisable, following various derelictions of duty, to exploit every opportunity of possibly putting Jesus in their debt. A satisfied Jesus had looked on as Kay fetched the little baby bath from the attic, water was heated, and finally the cat was carefully lifted in. At that point, Jesus had even left the cat in Frida's sole charge, because Schwarzer arrived, Kay's acquaintance from the first evening. He greeted Kay with a mixture of timidity, for reason dating from that evening, and the kind of boundless contempt that was a school caretaker's due, then accompanied Jesus into the other classroom. They were in there still. Kate had learned at the Pigeon that Schwarzer, who was after all a governor's son, had for love of Jesus been living in the village for some time now, had contrived through his connections to have the municipality appoint him assistant schoolmaster, but performed that office chiefly by almost never missing a lesson of Jesus, sitting either in a desk amongst the children or, for preference, on the rostrum at Jesus' feet. There was no awkwardness anymore. The children had long since grown accustomed to it, perhaps all the more easily for the fact that Schwarzer neither liked nor understood children, hardly spoke to them, had taken over only the PE lessons from Jesus, and was otherwise content to live in Jesus' vicinity, Jesus' air, and Jesus' warmth. His greatest pleasure was to sit beside Jesus and mark exercise books with her. That was what they were doing today. Schwarzer had brought a huge pile of exercise books with him. The schoolmaster always gave them his too, and as long as it remained light, Kay had seen the two of them working at a table by the window, head to head, motionless. Now all that could be seen there was two flickering candles. It was an earnest, taciturn love that bound them, the tone being set by Jesus, whose ponderous nature did occasionally, going wild, break all bounds, but who would not have tolerated anything of the sort in others, not ever. Consequently even the lively Schwarzer had to submit, walk slowly, talk slowly, be silent a great deal, but he was richly rewarded for everything, that much was clear, simply by Jesus' quiet presence. Yet Jesus may not have loved him at all. Certainly her round gray eyes, which quite literally never blinked, the pupils appearing to revolve instead, gave no reply to such questions. All one saw was that she put up with Schwarzer without protest, but the honor of being loved by a governor's son was something of which she certainly had no appreciation, and she carried her ample, opulent body about in the same steady fashion, whether Schwarzer's eyes were on her or not. Schwarzer, for his part, made her the permanent sacrifice of staying in the village. Messengers from his father who arrived from time to time to fetch him back were dealt with as indignantly as if even the fleeting memory of the castle and of his filial duty that they aroused was a severe and irreparable disturbance of his happiness. Yet he had plenty of free time, in fact, because Jesus generally let him see her only during school time and at marking sessions, not of course in any calculated way but because she loved comfort and therefore solitude above all else and was probably happiest when she could stretch out on the couch at home in complete freedom with the cat beside her, the cat giving no trouble since it could hardly move anymore. As a result, Schwarzer spent much of the day hanging around with nothing to do. But even this he enjoyed because it meant he always had the opportunity, of which he made very frequent use, to go round to Lion Street where Jesus lived, climb the stairs to her little attic room, listen at the invariably locked door, but then in fact go away again, having established that inside the room, every time, there was total, inexplicable silence. Even with him, however, the consequences of this way of life did occasionally manifest themselves, though never in Jesus' presence, taking the form of ludicrous outbursts at moments of reawakened official arrogance, which was quite out of place. Of course, in the light of his present position, things usually turned out rather badly at such times, as K had himself experienced. The only surprising thing was that, at the Pigeon at least, Schwarzer was in fact spoken of with a certain respect, even when matters more ludicrous than estimable were involved, and Jesus was included in that respect. Even so, it was not right that as assistant schoolmaster Schwarzer should believe himself hugely superior to K. No such superiority existed, so far as the teaching staff is concerned, particularly a teacher like Schwarzer. A school caretaker is a very important person who cannot be shown disrespect with impunity, and to whom such disrespect as is unavoidable for ranking purposes should at least be rendered tolerable with a suitable return. Cave meant to bear this in mind. Also, Schwarzer was in his debt, had been since that first evening, nor was that debt any the less for the fact that the next few days had justified Schwarzer's reception. Because there was no forgetting that the reception may possibly have set the course for all that followed. Through Schwarzer, quite unreasonably, the full attention of the authorities had been turned on K from the very beginning when, still a complete stranger to the village, knowing no one, having no refuge, tired out from the walk, utterly helpless as he lay there on the palliasse, he was at the mercy of any and every official action. Just one night later, everything might have passed off differently, smoothly, in semi-obscurity. At any rate, no one would have known anything about him, people would not have been suspicious, would at least not have hesitated to leave a journeyman alone for a day, they would have seen his usefulness and reliability, word would have gone round the neighborhood, he would probably soon have found a position his hand somewhere. He would not have escaped officialdom, of course. But there was a big difference between central office or whoever had been on telephone duty being roused in the middle of the night on his account with a request for an on-the-spot decision, a request made with apparent humility but still with tiresome stubbornness, and by Schwarzer, too, a man who was no doubt unpopular up there, and the alternative, which was K. Knocking on the mayor's door during office hours next day and registering in the proper way as an out-of-town journeyman who already had a bed with such and such a member of the community and would very likely be moving on again tomorrow, except in the highly unlikely event of his finding work here, only for a couple of days, of course, because under no circumstances did he wish to stay longer. That or something like it is how it would have been, but for Schwarzer. The authority would have continued to deal with the matter, but calmly, using official channels, untroubled by what it no doubt particularly disliked, namely impatience in the party. K was of course innocent in all this, the guilt was Schwarzer's, but Schwarzer was a governor's son and on the face of it had acted quite correctly, so K must be made to pay. And the ludicrous cause of it all? Possibly a bad mood on Jesus' part that day, as a result of which Schwarzer had been roaming around during the night, unable to sleep, and had proceeded to take his troubles out on K. On the other hand, of course, K could also be said to owe much to Schwarzer's behavior. It alone had made something possible that K would never have achieved on his own, never have dared to achieve, and that the authority for its part was unlikely ever to have conceded, namely that he faced up to the authority from the outset without equivocation, openly, face to face, so far as the authority made such a stance possible. But this was a terrible gift. It did spare K a lot of lying and secretiveness, but it also made him virtually defenseless, at any rate put him at a disadvantage in the struggle, and might on that account have caused him to despair had he not had to tell himself that the difference in power between the authority and him was so enormous that all the lying and trickery at his command could not have reduced that difference by much in his favor, but must always have remained relatively imperceptible. However, this was just a thought with which K consoled himself. Schwarzer was still in his debt. If he had harmed Kay on that occasion, next time he might help him. Kay was going to continue to need help at the most elementary level, with the most basic prerequisites, for example even. Barnabas appeared to be failing again. Because of Frida, Kate had put off all day going to Barnabas's house to inquire. To avoid having to receive him in Frida's presence, Kate had been working outside here and had even stayed out here after work, waiting for Barnabas, but Barnabas had not come. Now he had no choice but to go and see the sisters, only for a moment. He only wanted to ask from the doorstep. He would be back before long. And he drove the shovel into the snow and ran. He reached Barnabas's house out of breath, knocked briefly, flung the door open, and without even taking in the scene in the room asked, "Is Barnabas still not back?" Only then did he notice that Olga was not there. The two old people were once again sitting in a doze at the table set well back, had not yet worked out what had happened at the door, and were only now slowly turning to look, and finally that Amalia, lying under blankets on the bench by the stove, had started up in her initial alarm at Kay's appearance and was holding a hand to her forehead to give herself composure. If Olga had been there, she would have answered immediately and Kay could have gone away again. As it was, he had at least to take the few steps over to Amalia, give her his hand, which she pressed in silence, and ask her to prevent the startled parents from wandering off somewhere, which were the few words she then did. Kay learned that Olga was outside chopping wood, and exhausted Amalia, she gave no reason, had had to lie down a moment before, and Barnabas was not in fact back yet but should be very soon. He never stayed in the castle overnight. Kay thanked her for the information. He could now go, but Amalia asked whether he did not want to wait and see Olga. No, he hadn't time unfortunately. Amalia then asked whether in that case he had already spoken to Olga during the day. He said no in amazement and asked whether Olga had something special she wished to tell him. Amalia turned up her mouth as if mildly annoyed, gave Kay a wordless nod, clearly in dismissal, and lay back down. From a reclining position, she surveyed him as if surprised that he was still there. It was a cold, clear gaze, inflexible as ever, not quite aimed at what she was looking at but passing. This bothered him, slightly, almost imperceptibly, but without any doubt to one side. It was apparently not weakness, not awkwardness, not dishonesty that caused this but a constant yearning, more powerful than any other emotion, to be alone, a yearning that perhaps she herself became aware of only in this way. Kay thought he could remember the look preoccupying him that first evening. Indeed, the whole ugly impression that this family had instantly made on him probably stemmed from that look, which was not itself ugly but proud and sincere in its self-containment. "You're always so sad, Amalia," said Kay. "Is something tormenting you? Can you not say? I've never seen a country girl like you before. It's only today, only now that's really struck me. Are you from this village? Were you born here?" Amalia said yes as if replying to Kay's last question only. Then she said, "So you will wait for Olga?" "I don't know why you keep on asking the same thing," said Kay. "I can't stay any longer because my fiancé's waiting at home." Amalia propped herself up on her elbows. She was not aware of a fiancé. Kay mentioned the name. Amalia had never heard of her. She asked whether Olga knew of the engagement. Kay thought she did. Yes, in fact Olga had seen him with Frida. Anyway, news like that spread rapidly in the village. However, Amalia assured him that Olga didn't know and that it would make her extremely unhappy since she appeared to be in love with Kay. She hadn't spoken about it openly because she was very reserved, but love gave itself away spontaneously, did it not? Kay was sure Amalia was mistaken. Amalia smiled, and that smile, although sad, lit up the darkly furrowed face, made the silence voluble, made the remoteness familiar, was the divulgence of a secret, the surrender of a hitherto protected possession, which though it might be taken back could never be so entirely. Amalia said she was certainly not mistaken. In fact, she knew something else. She knew that K was himself fond of Olga and that his visits, made on the pretext of messages of some kind from Barnabas, were actually only for Olga's benefit. However, now that she knew everything, Amalia said, he need no longer be so strict about it and could come more often. That was all she'd wanted to say to him. Kay shook his head and mentioned his engagement again. Amalia appeared not to waste much thought on this engagement. The immediate impression of Kay, who was the only person standing before her, was what mattered so far as she was concerned. She merely asked when Kay had met the girl. He had only been in the village a few days. Kay told her about the evening at the Count's Arms, to which Amalia simply said briefly that she had been very much against his being taken to the Count's Arms. She appealed to Olga to corroborate this, Olga, who had just come in with an armful of wood, fresh, her face stung by the cold wind, lively and vigorous, as if transformed by physical labor in comparison with her previously leaden stance there in the room. She threw the wood down, gave Kay an unembarrassed greeting, and promptly asked after Frida. Kay glanced at Amalia, but she did not seem to think she had been proved wrong. Slightly irritated by this, Kay spoke of Frida in greater detail than he would otherwise have done, described the difficult circumstances under which she was nevertheless keeping house after a fashion at the school, and so far forgot himself in his haste to tell his story. He was anxious to leave for home immediately, that by way of saying goodbye he invited the sisters to visit him sometime. Here he did become alarmed and falter for a moment, while Amalia, leaving him no time to say another word, at once announced her acceptance of the invitation. Then Olga had to chime in too and did so. Kay, however, still plagued by the thought of needing to make a swift getaway and feeling uncomfortable under Amalia's gaze, had no hesitation in admitting baldly that the invitation had been issued quite without thinking, prompted purely by his personal feelings, but that unfortunately he could not stand by it since there was great and, so far as he was concerned, wholly incomprehensible enmity between Frida and the Barnabas household. "It's not enmity," Amalia said, getting up from the bench and flinging the blanket behind her. "It's not that big a thing. It's an unthinking reflection of the general view, that's all." "Off you go, then, go to your fiancé, I can see what a hurry you're in. And don't worry about us coming, I only meant it as a joke from the start, I only said it out of spite. You can visit us often, though, there's nothing to stop you doing that, you can always make Barnabas's messages your excuse. I'll make it even easier for you by saying that Barnabas, even if he does bring a message for you from the castle, can't go on to the school to report it to you. He can't do so much running about, poor lad, the job's eating him up, you'll have to come and fetch the news yourself." Kay had not heard Amalia say so much all of a piece before, also it sounded different from her usual speech. There was a kind of majesty in it that not only Kay felt but obviously Olga too, her sister who was quite used to her. She was standing a little to one side, hands clasped before her, having resumed her usual spread-legged, slightly stooping posture. Her eyes were fixed on Amalia, who was looking only at Kay. "It's a mistake," said Kay, "a big mistake. You're thinking that I'm not serious about waiting for Barnabas. Sorting out my affairs with the authorities is my highest, in fact my only wish. And Barnabas is to help me do it, much of my hope is in him. He's already disappointed me badly once, I know, but that was more my fault than his. It happened in the confusion of the first few hours. I thought at the time that I could accomplish everything with a quick evening stroll, and when the impossible turned out to be just that, I blamed him. It even influenced me in judging your family, in judging you. That's behind me. I believe I understand you better now. In fact, your GK searched for the right word, did not find it immediately, and settled for an approximation. You're possibly better natured than any of the other villagers, those I've met up to now. But look, Amalia, you're confusing me again by the way you make light, if not of your brother's work, certainly of its significance so far as I am concerned. Maybe you're not in on Barnabas's affairs. In that case, fine, I'll let the matter rest, but maybe you are, which is rather the impression I have, and that's bad, because it would mean your brother is deceiving me. Don't worry, said Amalia. I've not been initiated, nothing could persuade me to have myself initiated, nothing, not even regard for you, for whom there's a great deal I would do, because as you were saying we're good-natured folk. But my brother's affairs are his business, I know nothing about them except what I happen, willy-nilly, to hear now and then. Olga, on the other hand, can give you all the details, she's his confidant. And Amalia walked away, going first to her parents, with whom she exchanged whispers, then into the kitchen. She had left Kay, without saying goodbye, as if she knew he would be staying a lot longer and no goodbye was necessary. 16. Kay was left standing there, looking surprised. Olga laughed at him, pulled him over to the bench by the stove. She seemed really happy to be able to sit with him there alone now, but it was a peaceable happiness, quite unclouded by jealousy. And this very absence of jealousy and hence of any kind of intensity did Kay good. He enjoyed looking into those blue, unseductive, unimperious, shyly reposeful, shyly steadfast eyes. It was as if the warnings of Frida and the landlady had made him not more susceptible to everything here but more alert, more resourceful. And he laughed with Olga when she wondered why he had called Amalia of all people good-natured. Amalia was many things, she said, but good-natured was not actually one of them. At this, Kay explained that the compliment had of course been intended for her, Olga, but that Amalia was so imperious, not only did she usurp for herself everything that was said in her presence but one also, spontaneously, assigned it to her. True, said Olga, becoming more serious, in fact, truer than you think. Amalia is younger than me, younger than Barnabas too, but she's the one who makes the decisions in the family, in good times and in bad. She also carries more of it than the rest of us, of course, the good as well as the bad. Kay thought this exaggerated. Hadn't Amalia just been saying that she didn't concern herself with their brother's affairs, for instance, whereas Olga knew all about them? How can I explain it? Olga said, Amalia bothers neither about Barnabas nor about me. In fact, she doesn't bother about anyone except our parents. She looks after them day and night. She was asking what they wanted just now and has gone into the kitchen to cook them something. It was for their sake she forced herself to get up, because she's been feeling unwell since noon and has been lying down on the bench here. Even so, despite her not bothering about us, we're governed by her as if she were the eldest, and if she were to give us advice regarding our affairs we'd certainly follow it, but she doesn't, we're strangers to her. Look, you have a lot of experience of people, you're from foreign parts, doesn't she also strike you as particularly shrewd? She strikes me as particularly miserable, said Kay, but how does it fit in with your awe of her that for example Barnabas does this messenger job that Amalia disapproves of, maybe even despises? If he could think of something else to do, he'd quit the messenger job immediately. He gets no satisfaction out of it. Isn't he a qualified shoemaker? Asked Kay. He is, said Olga. In fact, he even works for Brunswick on the side and would have worked day and night if he wanted it and earned plenty. Well, then, said Kay, in that case he'd have an alternative to the messenger job. To the messenger job? Asked Olga in amazement. You think he took that on for money? Maybe, said Kay, but surely you said something about it not satisfying him. It doesn't satisfy him, and for a variety of reasons, said Olga, but it is a castle job, a kind of castle job, anyway, so at least one's led to believe. What do you mean? Said Kay, you even doubt that? Well, no, said Olga, not really. Barnabas goes to the offices, mixes with the servants on an equal footing, sees individual officials too, from a distance, has relatively important letters, indeed even messages for oral transmission entrusted to him. That's certainly a great deal, and we could take pride in the way he's achieved so much at such an early age. Kay nodded. He had forgotten all about going home. Does he have his own livery as well? He asked. You mean the jacket, said Olga. No, Amalia made that for him before he became a messenger. But there you touch on the sore point. He should long since have been issued not with a livery. They don't have a livery in the castle, but with an official suit. He's been promised one, but they're very slow in the castle in that respect, and the trouble is, you never know what that slowness means. It may mean the matter's receiving official attention, but it may also mean the procedure has not even begun. In other words, that, say, they still want to try Barnabas out first, but it may also, finally, mean the official procedure is already finished with. The promise has for some reason been withdrawn, and Barnabas will never get the suit. You can discover nothing more precise than that, or only after a long time. There's a saying here, perhaps you know it, official decisions have the shyness of young girls, thought. That's a good observation, Kate said, taking it even more seriously than Olga. A good observation. The decisions may also have other properties in common with girls. Possibly, said Olga, though I don't know what you mean by that. You may even mean it as praise. But as regards the uniform, that's one of Barnabas's worries and, since we share our worries, also mine. Why does he not get a uniform, we ask ourselves in vain. But you see, this whole question is far from simple. Officials, for example, appear not to have a uniform at all. So far as we're aware here, and from what Barnabas tells us, the officials go around in ordinary if rather splendid clothes. Well, you've seen Clam. Now Barnabas, of course, is no official, not even of the lowest category, nor does he presume to aspire to be one. But even high-ranking servants, whom of course we never get to see here in the village, do not have official suits, according to Barnabas. That is some comfort, you might think at first, but it's deceptive, because is Barnabas a high-ranking servant? No, never mind how fond you are of him, you can't say that. He's not a high-ranking servant. The mere fact that he comes to the village, even lives here, is proof to the contrary. High-ranking servants are even more reserved than officials, perhaps rightly so. They may even outrank many officials. There's some evidence for that. They do less work, and according to Barnabas it's a marvelous sight to see these exceptionally tall, powerfully built gentlemen slowly pacing the corridors. Barnabas always sneaks round them. In a word, there can be no question of Barnabas being a high-ranking servant. So maybe he's one of the lowlier servants, but they do have official suits, at least when they come down to the village they do. It's not a proper livery. Also there are many variations. Nevertheless the castle servant is instantly recognizable by his clothes. You've seen such people at the Count's Arms. The most striking thing about the clothes is that they're usually tight-fitting. A farmer or manual worker would have no use for such a garment. Well, Barnabas does not have one, which is worse than simply embarrassing or degrading, that one could stand. It makes you, particularly when times are bad, as they sometimes are, quite often in fact, for Barnabas and me, it makes you doubt everything. Is it even castle work that Barnabas does? We wonder then. All right, he goes to the offices, but are the offices the castle proper? And even if offices do belong to the castle, is it those offices Barnabas is allowed into? He's admitted to offices, but that's only part of it. Then come barriers, and beyond them there are other offices. He's not actually forbidden to proceed farther, but he can't proceed any farther, can he, once he's found his superiors and they have dealt with him and dismiss him? Besides, you're under constant observation there, at least you have that impression. And even if he did proceed farther, what would be the use when he has no official business there and would be an intruder? And you mustn't think of the barriers as a definite dividing line. That's something Barnabas is always drawing my attention to. There are barriers in the offices he enters too, so some barriers he passes and they look no different from the ones he's yet to surmount, which is another reason for not assuming from the outset that beyond those latter barriers lie fundamentally different offices from the ones Barnabas has already been in. Except that, when times are bad, that's just what you do think. And then the doubts go further, you can't help yourself. Barnabas talks to officials, Barnabas receives messages. But what sorts of official, what sorts of message are they? Now he's assigned to Clam, he says, and is personally instructed by him. Well, that would certainly mean a lot. Even high-ranking servants don't get that far. It would almost mean too much. That's the worrying thing. Think of it, being assigned directly to Clam, speaking with him person to person. But is that really how it is? Well, yes it is. But why in that case does Barnabas doubt that the official referred to there as Clam really is Clam? Olga, said Kay, you're joking, surely. How can there be any doubt about Clam's appearance? Everyone knows what he looks like. I've seen him myself. Not at all, Kay, said Olga. I'm not joking here. These are my deepest fears. But neither am I telling you this to lighten my heart and possibly burden yours, but because you were asking after Barnabas, Amalia told me to tell you, and because I believe it's also useful for you to have more details. I'm doing it for Barnabas as well, to prevent you from placing too many hopes in him and him disappointing you and then suffering himself as a result of your disappointment. He's highly sensitive. For instance, he didn't sleep last night because you were unhappy with him yesterday evening. You apparently said it was very bad for you, having only such a messenger as this, meaning Barnabas. Those words kept him awake. You hardly noticed how upset he was yourself, I expect. Castle messengers have to keep themselves under tight control. But he doesn't have an easy time of it, even with you. I'm sure that, as you see it, you don't ask too much of him. You brought specific ideas about messenger work with you, and you gauge your requirements accordingly. But in the castle they have different ideas about messenger work, incompatible with yours. Even if Barnabas were to sacrifice himself to the job utterly, as he seems prepared to do sometimes, more's the pity. We'd have to go along with that, couldn't raise any objection, were it not for the one question. Is it really messenger work that he does? He can't voice doubts on the matter to you, of course. He'd be undermining his whole existence if he did that, grossly violating laws he believes still apply to him, and even with me he won't speak freely. I have to fondle and kiss his doubts out of him, and even then he'll not admit the doubts are doubts. There's a bit of Amalia in him. And he certainly doesn't tell me everything, despite my being the only one who's close to him. But we do occasionally talk about Clam. I've not seen Clam yet. Frida doesn't much like me, as you know, and would never have given me that pleasure, but of course it's well known in the village what he looks like. Some people have seen him, everyone's heard of him, and from eyewitness accounts, rumors, and also a good many distorting ulterior motives, a picture of Clam has emerged that is probably correct in its essentials. Only in its essentials, though. Otherwise it varies, maybe not even as much as Clam's actual appearance. Apparently, he looks quite different when he arrives in the village and different when he leaves it, different before he's been drinking beer, different afterwards, different awake, different asleep, different alone, different in conversation, and, understandably after all this, almost totally different up in the castle. And even within the village itself, fairly major differences are reported, differences of height, posture, girth, differences in his beard. Only as regards clothing do the reports agree. Fortunately, he's always wearing the same suit, a black two-piece with long tails. Well, all these differences are not of course due to magic. they're very understandable, arising out of the mood, degree of excitement, countless gradations of hope or despair in which the spectator, who in any case is usually permitted only a glimpse of Clam, finds himself at the time. I'm telling you all this the way Barnabas has often explained it to me, and generally, if you're not directly involved in the case at a personal level, there's comfort to be had from it. Not for us, it's vitally important to Barnabas whether he's really talking to Clam or not. As it is to me, said Kay, and they moved even closer together on the bench. While not unaffected by all Olga's bad news, Kay saw some recompense largely in the fact that he found here people who, at least superficially, were in much the same situation as himself, with whom he could therefore ally himself, to whom he could talk about many matters, not just some, as with Frida. True, he was gradually losing hope as regarded Barnabas's message succeeding, but the worse things went for Barnabas up there, the closer he came to him down here. Kate would never have thought that even so sorry an endeavor as that of Barnabas and his sister could spring from the village. Of course, it was by no means fully explained as yet and might eventually turn into its converse. It was important not to let Olga's undoubtedly innocent nature promptly tempt one into believing that Barnabas was sincere, too. The reports about Clam's appearance, Olga went on, are very familiar to Barnabas. He's collected and compared a great many of them, possibly too many. He saw Clam himself once in the village, through a carriage window, or thought he did, so he'd had adequate preparation for recognizing him, and yet, how do you explain this? When he entered an office in the castle and they pointed out to him one official among a number, saying that was Clam, he failed to recognize him and for a long time afterwards just could not accept that it really had been Clam. But if you ask Barnabas how that man differs from the usual idea people have of Clam, he can't answer, or rather he does answer and describes the official in the castle, but the description exactly matches the description of Clam as we know him. Come on, Barnabas, I say, why these doubts, why do you torment yourself? At which he then, clearly distressed, starts to list peculiarities of the official in the castle, but giving the impression that he's inventing them more than reporting them, and anyway they're so minor, concerning a particular sort of nod, say, or simply the jacket being undone, that it's impossible to take them seriously. Even more significant, it seems to me, is the way Clam is with Barnabas. Barnabas has often described this to me, even drawn it. Usually, Barnabas is shown into a large office, but it's not Clam's office, it's not anyone's office in particular. The room is divided in two across its width by a single high desk running from wall to wall. There's a narrow part where two people can only just get past each other, that's the official's space, and a wide part, which is for the parties, the spectators, the servants, the messengers. Lying open on the desk are great big books, one next to the other and with officials standing by most of them, reading. They don't stay with the same book all the time, though, but they change not books but places. The thing Barnabas finds most extraordinary is the way, when they're doing this, because of the narrowness of the space they have to squeeze past one another. Right in front of the desk are low tables where clerks sit who, when the officials require, write to their dictation. Barnabas is always amazed at how this happens. There's no explicit command from the official, nor is the dictating done aloud. You're scarcely aware that dictation is being given. The official appears to be reading as before, only he also whispers as he does so and the clerk picks it up. Often the official dictates so quietly that the writer can't hear it all sitting down, he has to keep jumping up, and so on. The whole thing is so peculiar. It's almost incomprehensible. Barnabas has plenty of time to take it all in, of course, because he stands there in the spectators' part of the room for hours and sometimes days on end before Clam's eye falls on him. And even if Clam has already spotted him and Barnabas is standing at attention, nothing is decided yet because Clam may turn away from him, back to the book, and forget him. that often happens. But what kind of messenger service is it that matters so little? It saddens me to hear Barnabas say in the morning that he's off to the castle. The probably pointless journey, probably wasted day, probably empty hope. What's it all for? And here there's a pile of shoemaking work with no one to see to it in Brunswick insisting that it's done. All right, said Kay. Barnabas has to wait a long time before he's given a task. That's understandable, there seem to be too many people employed here, not all of them can be given a task every day, you needn't complain about that, presumably it applies to everyone. In the end, though, even Barnabas gets tasks, he's brought me 2 letters already. Quite possibly, Olga said. We're wrong to complain, especially me, knowing everything as I do only from hearsay and also, as a girl, not being able to understand it as well as Barnabas, who also keeps quite a lot back, in fact. But now listen to what happens with the letters, with letters to you for instance. He receives those letters not from Clam direct but from the clerk. On a certain day, any day, at a certain time, it can be any time, that's why, easy though the job appears, it's very tiring, because Barnabas has to be constantly on the alert, the clerk will think of him and beckon him. Clam doesn't appear to be behind this at all, he's calmly reading his book, although sometimes, but this he does anyway from time to time, he's just polishing his pince-nez when Barnabas arrives and may glance at him as he does so, that's assuming he can see it all without his pince-nez, which Barnabas doubts. Clam has his eyes nearly shut at such times, he looks as if he's asleep and polishing the pince-nez in a dream. Meanwhile the clerk searches among the many files and papers he has beneath the table for a letter for you, so it's not a letter he's just written, in fact from the look of the envelope it's a very old letter that has been lying there for ages. If it is an old letter, though, why has Barnabas been kept waiting for so long? And you too, presumably? And finally the letter as well, because presumably it's already obsolete. And the upshot is, Barnabas gets the reputation of being a poor messenger because a slow one. The clerk, incidentally, makes it easy for himself, hands Barnabas the letter, says, Clam to Kay, and with that Barnabas is dismissed. Well, Barnabas comes home, then, out of breath, the letter he has at last got hold of tucked inside his shirt against the bare skin, and we sit down on the bench here, as we are now, and he tells his story and we then study every detail and try to work out what he has achieved and in the end find it's very little and even that much is dubious, and Barnabas puts the letter on one side, he doesn't feel like delivering it, but neither does he feel like going to bed, he gets out the shoemaking work. And spends the night there on the stool. That's how it is, Kay, and those are my secrets. And now I suppose you're no longer surprised at Amalia foregoing them. And the letter, asked Kay. The letter, said Olga, well, after a while, when I've urged Barnabas enough, days and weeks may have passed in the meantime, he does pick up the letter and goes off to deliver it. In externals like that he's very dependent on me. You see once I've got over the initial impression of his story, can pull myself together again, which he, probably because he knows more, isn't able to do. That means I can always say to him something like, what do you really want, then, Barnabas? What sort of career, what sort of goal do you dream of? Do you perhaps want to get so far that you have to abandon us, abandon me, altogether? Is that your aim? Isn't that what I'm forced to believe? Because otherwise it would make no sense that you're so appallingly dissatisfied with what you've already achieved? Look around you, has any of our neighbors got so far? All right, they're in a different situation from us and have no call to aspire beyond it, but even without comparing, no one can deny that in your case everything is going superbly. There are obstacles, there are doubtful aspects, there are disappointments, but all that means is what we've known from the outset, that you'll get nothing handed to you on a plate but must fight for every iota yourself. Yet another reason to be proud, not defeated. And then you're also fighting for us, right? Does that mean nothing to you? Doesn't it give you fresh strength? And the fact that I'm glad to have, am almost arrogant about having such a brother, doesn't that give you confidence? I tell you, it's not in what you've achieved in the castle but in what I've achieved with you that you disappoint me. You're admitted to the castle, you're a regular visitor to the offices, you spend whole days in the same room as Clam, you're a publicly accepted messenger, you're entitled to a uniform, you're given important letters to deliver, you're all of that, you're allowed to do all those things, and you come back down and, instead of us lying in each other's arms, weeping with happiness, all your courage seems to desert you the minute you see me. You have doubts about everything, the only thing that tempts you is the shoemaker's last, and the letter, the guarantee of our future, you leave lying around. That's how I talk to him, and when I've repeated that for days on end, at some point he'll sigh, pick up the letter, and go. Only it's probably nothing to do with my words, he just gets the urge to return to the castle and without having performed the task he wouldn't dare to. But surely you're also right in everything you tell him, said Kay. It's marvelous, how accurately you've summed it all up. How amazingly clearly you think. No, said Olga, you're deceived, and maybe I deceive him in the same way. Because what has he achieved? He's allowed into an office, but apparently it's not even that, more an outer office for the offices proper, maybe not even that, maybe a room where all the people are to be detained who are not allowed in the actual offices. He talks to Clam, but is it Clam? Isn't it rather someone who simply looks like Clam? A secretary, perhaps, if that, who looks a bit like Clam and in his efforts to look even more like him pretends to be important in the dozy, daydreamy way Clam does. That part of his character is the easiest to imitate, lots of people attempt it, the rest of his character they wisely keep away from. And a man so often aspired to and so seldom attained as Clam easily takes on different forms in people's imaginations. For instance, Clam has a village secretary here by the name of Momus. Really? You've met him? He's another very reserved person, though I have seen him a few times. A young man, powerfully built, right? In other words, he probably looks nothing like Clam. Yet you can find people in the village who would swear on oath that Momus is Clam and none other. That way, people contribute to their own confusion. And is it any different in the castle, necessarily? Someone told Barnabas that that official is Clam, and there is indeed a resemblance between them, though it is a resemblance. Barnabas always questions. And there's every reason for him to question it. Is Clam supposed to have to squeeze into this public room amongst other officials, a pencil behind his ear? Surely that's most unlikely. Barnabas has the rather childish habit, he's got to be in a confident mood, though, of sometimes saying, the official does look very like Clam. If he had his own office, with a desk of his own and his name on the door, I'd no longer have any doubts. It is childish, but you can understand it. However, it would be a great deal easier to understand if, when up there, Barnabas asked a number of people straight out what was really going on. There are enough people standing about in the room, from what he says. And even if their statements were not much more reliable than that of the person who pointed Clam out to him unasked, at least the diversity of them would inevitably throw up certain clues, certain points of comparison. The idea is not mine, it's Barnabas's, but he daren't carry it out. He's so afraid he might lose his job by unintentionally violating some obscure code, he doesn't dare speak to anyone. That's how unsure of himself he feels. It's that unsureness, which is pathetic, actually, that for me sheds more light on his position than any amount of description. How dubious and threatening everything must look to him there if he daren't even open his mouth to ask an innocent question. Thinking about it, I blame myself for leaving him on his own in those unfamiliar rooms, where things are such that even he, who's more daredevil than coward, probably quakes with fear. There, I think you hit on the crucial point, said Kay. This is it. From all you've told me, I believe I see clearly now. Barnabas is too young for this job. Nothing of what he says can be taken seriously as it stands. He's scared to death up there, he can't take things in, and if he's forced even so to give an account down here, the result is a tangle of made-up stories. It doesn't surprise me. A deep respect for the authority is something you're all born with here. More of it gets instilled into you in all sorts of ways and from every direction throughout your lives. You also do your best to help the process along yourselves. Not that I'm saying anything against that. Basically, if an authority is good, why shouldn't people respect it? Only you can't then take an uneducated youth like Barnabas, who has never set foot outside the village, suddenly dispatch him to the castle, and expect to get truthful reports out of him and analyze his every word as if it were a revelation and make your own future happiness hang on the interpretation. Nothing could be more wrong. I admit, I let him mislead me too, just as you did. I both placed hopes in him and suffered disappointments at his hands, neither on the basis of anything more than his words, which is to say virtually without foundation. Olga said nothing. It's not going to be easy for me, Kay said, to shake your confidence in your brother. I can see how you love him and how much you expect of him. But it has to be done, not least because of your love and because of your expectations. Look, there's always something, I don't know what it is, that prevents you from acknowledging what Barnabas has not achieved. I don't say achieved, but been accorded. He's allowed in the offices or, if you like, in an outer office. All right, so there's an outer office, but it has doors that lead farther, barriers a person can pass through, given the skill. To me, for instance, that outer office is totally inaccessible, at least for the moment. Whom Barnabas talks to there I don't know. He may be the lowest of the servants, that clerk, but even if he is the lowest he may lead to the next one up. And if he can't lead to him he can at least give his name, and if he can't give his name he'll be able to point to someone who can give his name. The man alleged to be Clam may not have the least thing in common with the real Clam. The resemblance may exist only in Barnabas's eyes, blinded as they are by excitement. He may be the lowest of the officials, he may not even be an official, but he does have some kind of job at the desk there. He is reading something in his big book. He does whisper something to the clerk. Something occurs to him when once in a long while his gaze falls on Barnabas, and even if none of this is true and his actions mean nothing at all, somebody put him there and did so with something in mind. What I'm trying to say in all this is that there's something there, something is being offered to Barnabas, something at least, and that only Barnabas is to blame if he can make nothing of it but doubt, dread, and despair. And I'm still assuming the least favorable case here, which seems highly unlikely. Because we do after all have the letters in our possession, not that I place much faith in them, but a lot more than I do in Barnabas's words. Even if they're old, worthless letters, pulled at random from a pile of equally worthless letters, at random and as mindlessly as fairground canaries peck a person's, any person's, fortune out of a heap. Even if that is the case, at least these letters have something to do with my work, are clearly meant for me, if perhaps not for my benefit, were in fact, as the mayor and his wife have testified, personally written by Clam, and possess, again according to the mayor, a significance that may be purely private and not particularly obvious but is nevertheless great. The mayor said that? Olga asked. He did, replied Kay. I'll tell Barnabas, Olga said quickly, that'll encourage him no end. But he doesn't need encouraging, said Kay. Encouraging him is like telling him he's right, he has only to go on as before, but the fact is, he'll never achieve anything that way. If a person is blindfolded, no matter how much you encourage him to stare through the blindfold, he'll never see a thing. Only when the blindfold is removed will he be able to see. Barnabas needs help, not encouragement. Just think for a minute. Up there is the authority in its inextricably complex magnitude. I thought I had some idea of it before I came here. How childish I was. There's the authority, then, and up to it comes Barnabas, no one else, only him, pitifully alone. He's already over-rewarded, not spending his whole life pushed into a dark corner of the offices, forgotten. Rest assured, Kay, said Olga, we appreciate the difficulty of the job Barnabas has taken on. We're not lacking in respect for the authority, you said as much yourself. But it's a misguided respect, said Kay, respect in the wrong place. That kind of respect debases its object. Can you still call it respect when Barnabas abuses the gift of entry into that room to spend his days there doing nothing? Or when he comes down and proceeds to suspect and disparage the very people in whose presence he has just been trembling? Or when from despair or fatigue he doesn't deliver letters immediately and immediately pass on messages that have been entrusted to him? That's surely no longer respect. But the reproach goes beyond that. It touches you too, Olga. I can't pretend it doesn't. It was you, despite your belief that you respect the authority, who for all Barnabas's youth and frailty and friendlessness sent him off to the castle, or at least didn't hold him back. The reproach you level at me, Olga said, is one I also level at myself, always have done. Though not that I sent Barnabas off to the castle, that's not what I'm to be reproached with. I didn't send him, he went himself. But you're right, I ought to have used every means, persuasion, guile, force, to hold him back. I ought to have held him back, but if today were that day, that crucial day, and I felt Barnabas's poverty, our family's poverty, as I did then and do now, and Barnabas once again, clearly aware of all the responsibility and danger, smiled and gently took leave of me to go, I shouldn't hold him back today either, despite everything I've experienced in the meantime. And I don't think you could have done any differently in my place. You don't know how poor we are, that's why you do us all, but mainly Barnabas, such injustice. We had more hope then than we do today, but even then we didn't have a lot of hope. The only thing we had a lot of was poverty, still is. Didn't Frida tell you anything about us? Only hints, said Kay, nothing specific. But just your name upsets her. And the landlady said nothing, either? No, nothing. Nor anyone else? No one. Of course not. How could anyone have said anything? They all know something about us, either the truth, so far as people have access to it, or at least some rumor that they've adopted or usually invented themselves, and they all think about us more than they need. But no one will actually say anything, they shrink from mentioning such things. And they're right. It's difficult to come out with it, even to you, Kay, and isn't there then a chance, too, that when you've heard it you'll go away and not want to hear of us again, however little it seems to concern you? Then we'll have lost you, you who, I'll be honest with you, mean almost more to me than Barnabas's castle work did before. And yet, the contradiction has haunted me all evening. It's something you must learn, because otherwise you'll have no overall view of our situation. You'll continue, this would particularly hurt me, to be unfair to Barnabas, we'd lack the total unity we need, and you could neither help us nor accept our help, unofficially speaking. But there's still one question, do you in fact want to know? Why do you ask, said Kay. If it's necessary, I want to know, but why do you ask like that? Superstition, said Olga, you'll be drawn into our affairs, innocently so, not much more to blame than Barnabas. Hurry up and tell me, said Kay, I'm not afraid. Anyway, with your womanish timidity you're making it worse than it is. 17. Amalia's secret. Judge for yourself, said Olga. Actually, it sounds very simple. It's not immediately obvious how it can be of any great importance. There's an official in the castle called Sordini. I've heard of him, said Kay. He was involved in my appointment. I doubt it, said Olga. Sordini hardly ever appears in public. Aren't you getting confused with Sordini, with a D? You're right, said Kay. It was Sordini. Yes, Olga said. Sordini is very well known, one of the hardest working officials. He's much talked about. Sordini is different, extremely retiring, and a stranger to most people. I saw him for the first and last time more than 3 years ago. It was the 3rd of July, at a fire brigade gala. The castle had also got involved, donating a new fire engine. Sordini, who apparently has something to do with fire brigade matters, though he may just have been there as a stand-in, the officials usually stand in for one another, which makes it difficult to know what a particular official's responsibility is, took part in the handing over of the fire engine. Other people from the castle were there too, of course, officials and servants, and Sordini, true to his nature, was very much in the background. He's a short, frail-looking, pensive gentleman. One thing that struck everyone who noticed him at all was the way his forehead wrinkled, all the wrinkles, and he had lots, although he's certainly not above 40, ran in straight lines across his forehead towards the bridge of his nose, forming a fan. I've never seen anything like it. Well, that was the fire brigade gala. Amalia and I had been looking forward to it for weeks. Some of our Sunday clothes had been spruced up. Amalia's outfit in particular was very beautiful, the white blouse billowing out in front with layers and layers of lace. Mother had lent all her lace for the purpose. I was jealous at the time and cried half the night before the gala. It was only when the landlady from the Bridge Inn came to inspect us next morning. The landlady from the Bridge Inn? Asked Kay. Yes, said Olga. She was a great friend of ours. She arrived, then, had to admit that Amalia had the edge, and so, to pacify me, lent me her own necklace of Bohemian garnets. As we stood ready to go out, however, Amalia in front of me, all of us admiring her and father saying, "Today, mark my words, Amalia will find a husband," I suddenly, I don't know why, took off the necklace, my pride and joy, and put it on Amalia, not a bit jealous anymore. I was bowing to her victory, do you see, and I was sure everyone would bow before her. We were surprised, perhaps, that she looked different from usual, because she wasn't actually beautiful, not really, but her somber look, which she's kept the same ever since, passed high above our heads and we almost literally and from instinct bowed down before her. Everyone noticed it, even Laisman and his wife, who came to fetch us. Laisman? Asked Kay. Yes, Laisman, said Olga. We were much respected, you see. The gala could scarcely have started without us, for instance, because father was number 3 instructor in the fire brigade. Your father was still so sprightly? Asked Kay. Our father, asked Olga as if not quite understanding. 3 years ago he was still almost a young man. When there was a fire at the Count's Arms, for example, he carried an official, a heavy man, Gallater, out on his back at the double. I was there myself. There was no danger of the building going up, it was just the drywood beside a stove that started smoking, but Gallater became anxious, called from the window for help, the fire brigade arrived, and my father had to carry him from the building, even though the fire was already out. Gallater isn't an agile man, you see, and needs to be careful in such cases. The only reason I'm telling you this is because of my father. Not much more than 3 years have passed since then and now see how he sits there. Only at this point did Kate notice that Amalia was back in the room, but she was a long way off, by the parents' table. She was feeding her mother, who had no movement in her rheumatic arms, and talking to her father as she did so, asking him to be patient for his food a little longer. She would be with him in a moment and feed him too. Her urging was unsuccessful, however, for her father, now very keen to get at his soup, conquered his weakness in an attempt first to slurp the soup from his spoon, then to drink it straight from the bowl, and muttered angrily when he could manage neither the one thing nor the other. The spoon was empty long before reaching his mouth, and it was never his lips, always only his drooping mustache that dipped in the soup and dripped and sprayed it everywhere except into his mouth. 3 years have done that to him? Kay asked, but still he felt no compassion for the old people and for that whole corner of the family table, only revulsion. 3 years, Olga said slowly, or more precisely, a couple of hours at one gala. The festivities were held in a field beyond the village, down by the stream. There was already a huge crowd when we arrived. Lots of people had come from neighboring villages as well. The noise was overwhelming. First, of course, Father took us to see the fire engine. He laughed with delight when he saw it. A new fire engine made him happy. He began touching it and telling us about it. He'd not be contradicted and tolerated no lack of enthusiasm from others. If there was something to be inspected beneath the fire engine, we all had to bend down and virtually crawl under it. Barnabas, who refused, got a thrashing. Only Amalia showed no interest in the fire engine. She just stood there in her beautiful outfit and no one dared say anything to her. I ran to her occasionally and took her arm, but she said nothing. To this day I can't explain how it happened that we were standing by the fire engine for so long, and it was only when Father detached himself from it that we became aware of Sordini, who had clearly been leaning on a pump handle behind the fire engine all the time. The noise was dreadful, admittedly, worse than at most galas. You see, the castle had also presented the fire brigade with a number of trumpets, special instruments on which with a minimum of effort, a child could do it. The most savage sounds could be produced. Listening, you thought the Turks were invading, and there was no getting used to the din. Each fresh blast made you jump like the first time. And because the trumpets were new, everyone wanted to try them out, and it being a gala they were able to. Just where we were, maybe Amalia had attracted them. There were several folk blowing away. It was a job to keep your wits together, and if you were also, Father insisted on it, meant to be paying attention to the fire engine, that was as much as you could manage, which is why we'd not noticed Sordini, whom in any case we'd never met previously, for such an unusually long time. There's Sordini, I eventually heard Laisman, I was standing with them, whisper to Father. Father bowed low, making frantic signals to us to bow too. Without having met him before, Father had always had a great deal of respect for Sordini as an expert in fire brigade matters and had often mentioned him at home, so it was a big surprise and an important moment for us, seeing Sordini in the flesh like this. But Sordini took no notice of us, not that this was anything peculiar to Sordini. Most officials appear apathetic in public, also he was tired. Only his official duty was keeping him down here, nor are they the worst officials who find just such public duties particularly irksome. Other officials and servants, now that they were there, circulated among the villagers, but he stayed by the fire engine, and anyone who tried to approach him with a request of some kind or a flattering remark he repulsed by his silence. As a result, he took even longer to become aware of us than we had of him. It was only when we bowed respectfully and Father attempted to apologize on our behalf that he looked us over one after another, wearily, as if sighing that, after each one, there invariably came another, until his gaze reached Amalia, at whom he had to look up. She was much taller than he was. He gave a sudden start, leapt over the shafts to get closer to Amalia. We misunderstood at first and all tried to approach him, led by Father, but he held us at a distance with an upraised hand and then waved us away. That was it. Afterwards, we teased Amalia a lot, saying now she really had found a husband. We were foolish enough to be very happy all afternoon, though Amalia was quieter than ever. Oh, she's fallen well and truly in love with Sordini, said Brunswick, who's always a bit coarse and has no feeling for people like Amalia, but this time his remark struck us as just about right. We were rather silly that day altogether, and except for Amalia all in a bit of a daze from the sweet castle wine when we got home. After midnight. And Sordini? Asked Kate. Right, Sordini, said Olga. I saw Sordini in passing several more times during the gala. He was sitting on the shafts with his arms folded across his chest, and that was how he stayed until the castle carriage arrived to fetch him. He didn't even attend the fire brigade drills, in which father, hoping that Sordini was watching, did strikingly better than all the men of his age. And have you not heard from him since? Asked Kay. You seem to have a great admiration for Sordini. Admiration, yes, said Olga, I do, and we did hear from him again. Next morning we were roused from a heavy sleep by a cry from Amalia. The others slumped back under the covers immediately, but I was wide awake and ran to Amalia. She was standing by the window holding a letter that a man had just handed her through the window. The man was still there, waiting for a reply. Amalia had read the letter. It wasn't a long one, already, and was holding it in a hand that dangled loosely. How I loved her whenever she was weary like that. I knelt beside her and read the letter. I just finished when Amalia, after a quick glance at me, raised it to her eyes again but could no longer bring herself to read it, tore it up, threw the pieces at the man outside, hitting him in the face, and closed the window. That was the crucial morning. I call it crucial, but that instant the previous afternoon had been equally crucial. And what did the letter say? Kay asked. Right, I haven't told you that yet, said Olga. The letter was from Sordini, addressed to the girl with the garnet necklace. I can't give you the exact wording. It was a request that Amalia come to him at the Count's Arms, immediately, because in half an hour Sordini had to leave. The letter was written in the most vulgar language, using expressions I'd never come across before and only half guessed it from the context. A person who, not knowing Amalia, had read only that letter would feel inevitably that the girl whom someone dared address in such terms was dishonored, even if she'd apparently not been touched. And it was not a love letter. There were no compliments in it. In fact, Sordini was clearly angry that the sight of Amalia had so stirred him, keeping him from his business. We worked out later that Sordini had probably intended to drive to the castle that evening, had only stayed in the village because of Amalia, and in the morning, furious that even during the night he'd not been able to forget Amalia, had written the letter. Faced with that letter, even the most cool-headed person's first reaction had to be indignation, but subsequently, in anyone else but Amalia, no doubt fear would have gained the upper hand, fear at the angry, threatening tone. Amalia was simply indignant. She knows no fear, not for herself, not for others. And as I then crept back into bed, saying the incomplete final sentence over to myself, so be sure to come immediately, otherwise. Amalia remained on the window seat, looking out, as if she expected further messengers and was prepared to treat them all exactly as she had the first. That's what the officials are like, then, Kate said hesitantly. They include specimens like that. What did your father do? I hope he lodged a vigorous complaint about Sordini in the right quarter, if he didn't prefer the shorter, more certain course of a visit to the Count's Arms. The ugliest thing of all about the episode isn't the insult to Amalia, is it? That would be easy to put right. I don't see why you stress that particular aspect so inordinately. Why should Sordini have permanently compromised Amalia with a letter like that? From your account one might think he had, but it's simply not possible. Making amends to Amalia would have been easy, and in a few days the incident would have been forgotten. Sordini didn't compromise Amalia, he compromised himself. So it's Sordini that scares me, the way such an abuse of power is possible. What failed in this case because it was put in plain terms and was totally transparent, and because it found, in Amalia, a superior opponent, may in 1,000 other cases, given only slightly less favorable circumstances, be totally successful and escape everyone's notice, even that of the person being abused. Quiet, said Olga, Amalia's looking this way. Amalia had finished feeding the parents and was now busy undressing her mother. She had just loosened her skirt and proceeded to hang her mother's arms around her neck, lift her a little way in that position, pull the skirt off, and lower her gently back down. Her father, still unhappy about mother being attended to first, though clearly the only reason why this happened was that she was the more helpless of the two, now tried, perhaps partly to punish his daughter for what he felt was her slowness, to undress himself, but in spite of his beginning with the easiest, least necessary items, the enormous slippers in which his feet were only loosely encased, he simply could not get them off. He was soon wheezing hoarsely, had to give up, and leaned back stiffly in his chair. "You're missing the crux of the matter," Olga said. "You may be right in everything you say, but the crux of the matter was that Amalia did not go to the Count's arms. The way she treated the messenger, that she might have got away with, it could have been hushed up, but the fact that she didn't go laid a curse on our family, and because of that the treatment of the messenger also became something unpardonable. In fact, for the public it was even thrust into the foreground." "What?" Kay exclaimed, promptly lowering his voice when Olga gestured imploringly. "Surely you, as her sister, aren't saying Amalia should have done what Sordini said and gone running to the Count's arms?" "No," said Olga, "may it never be suspected of me. How could you think such a thing? I know no one so firmly in the right as Amalia in everything she does. If she had gone to the Count's arms, I'd have thought her right too. Of course, however, her not going was heroic. Personally, I'll be honest with you, if I had received such a letter I'd have gone. I couldn't have borne the fear of the future, only Amalia could do that. There were plenty of alternatives, after all, someone else might have got herself up really beautifully, say, and it would have taken some time, and she would have arrived at the Count's arms to learn that Sordini had already left, possibly that he'd driven off immediately after dispatching the messenger. In fact, that's highly likely. The gentleman's whims are short-lived. But Amalia didn't do that or anything like it. She was too deeply insulted and answered without reserve. If she'd just made some pretense of obeying, just crossed the threshold of the Count's arms at the right moment, the disaster might have been averted. We have very clever lawyers here, capable of taking nothing and turning it into whatever you like. But in this case there wasn't even a nothing in our favor, quite the opposite. We were left with the dishonoring of Sortini's letter and the insulting of the messenger. "But what do you mean, a disaster?" said Kay. "What lawyers? Surely Amalia couldn't be charged, much less punished, because of Sortini's criminal behavior." "She could," said Olga, "and was, not in the context of a proper trial, of course, nor was she punished directly, but she was punished in another way, she and our whole family, and how hard that punishment is you're no doubt now beginning to see. To you it seems unjust and monstrous. In the village that's a quite isolated opinion. It's greatly in our favor and ought to be a comfort to us, and so it would if it didn't clearly spring from errors. I can prove that to you easily. Forgive me mentioning Frida in this context, but, apart from the way things turned out eventually, something very similar occurred between Frida and Clam as occurred between Amalia and Sordini, and yet you find, even though you may have been alarmed to begin with, that's now quite all right. And it's not habit does that. A person won't become so inured through habit in a matter of simple judgment. It's just shedding errors." "No, Olga," said Kay, "I don't know why you bring Frida into this. Hers was another case entirely. Don't confuse such utterly different things. Just go on with your story." "I'm sorry," said Olga. "Don't be cross with me if I insist on the comparison. It's a residue of errors in this case regarding Frida that makes you think you have to defend her against a comparison. She doesn't need defending, she deserves nothing but praise. When I compare the two cases, I'm not saying they're the same, they relate to each other like white and black, white being. Frida. At worst, a person can laugh at Frida the way I was rude enough, I deeply regretted it later, to do in the bar, but even someone laughing here is either spiteful or envious. Still, a person can laugh, but Amalia, if you're not tied to her by blood, can only be despised. That's why, although the cases are utterly different, as you say, in fact they're also similar. They're not even similar, said Kay, shaking his head indignantly. Leave Frida out of this. Frida received no pretty letter like Amalia had from Sortini, and Frida really loved Clam. Anyone in doubt can ask her, she loves him to this day. Are those major differences, though? Asked Olga. Don't you think Clam might have written to Frida in the same way? When the gentlemen get up from their desks, that's the way they are. They don't know how to cope with the world. In their absent-mindedness, they then say the coarsest things, not all, but many of them. Look, the letter to Amalia may have been dashed down on paper in thought form, quite without regard to what was actually written. What do we know of the gentleman's thoughts? Haven't you heard yourself or heard tell of the tone Clam used with Frida? Clam's known to be extremely coarse. He can be silent for hours, apparently, then all of a sudden come out with something so coarse it makes you shudder. Sortini's not known for that. In fact, very little is known about him altogether. Actually, the only thing we do know is that his name resembles Sortini's, but for that similarity of name, he'd probably never have been heard of. Even as a fire brigade expert, people probably confuse him with Sortini, the actual expert, who exploits the similarity of name to unload particularly his public appearance duties on Sortini, enabling him to get on with his work undisturbed. Well, when a man as unversed in the ways of the world as Sortini is suddenly seized with love for a village girl, naturally it takes different forms from when the joiner's mate next door falls in love. Another thing you need to bear in mind is that between an official and a shoemaker's daughter there's a big gap that must somehow be bridged. Sortini tried to do it this way, another man might go about it differently. I know they say we all belong to the castle and there is no gap and nothing to be bridged, and it may well be true in the normal course of events, but we, unfortunately, have had occasion to see that, just when it matters, it's not true at all. Anyway, after all that, Sortini's conduct will be easier for you to understand, less monstrous, and indeed it is, compared with Clam's, much more understandable and even for those intimately involved much easier to bear. When Clam writes a tender letter, it's more embarrassing than the coarsest letter of Sortini's. Don't get me wrong, I'm not passing judgment on Clam, I wouldn't dare do that, I'm simply comparing, because you won't have any comparison. Clam is like a commanding officer with women, ordering this one or that one to come to him, not tolerating any of them for long, and as he orders their coming, also ordering them to go. Oh no, Clam wouldn't even bother to write a letter first. Now then, compared to that, is it still so monstrous of Sortini, who lives in complete seclusion, whose feelings for women are at best unknown, sits down one day and in his fine official hand writes what I admit was a shocking letter? And if no difference emerges here in Clam's favor, quite the reverse, how is Frida's love going to make it do so? Women's relations with the officials are, believe me, very hard or rather always very easy to judge. There's no shortage of love here, not ever. There is no such thing, for officials, as unrequited love. In this respect it's no compliment when they say of a girl, I'm not just talking about Frida here, far from it, that she gave herself to the official only because she loved him. She loved him and she gave herself to him, that's how it was, there's no place for praise. Ah, you'll object, but Amalia didn't love Sortini. All right, she didn't love him, but maybe she did love him in fact, who can tell? Not even she can. How could she think she loved him when she rejected him so firmly, probably more firmly than any official was ever rejected before. Barnabas says she still trembles sometimes, even now, from the movement with which she slammed that window 3 years ago. It's true too, and it's why we can't ask her. She's finished with Sordini, that's all she knows, whether she loves him or not, that she doesn't know. We know, though, that women can't help loving officials, once the officials turn their attention to them, in fact even before, try as they may to deny it. And Sordini didn't just turn his attention to Amalia, did he? He leapt over the shafts when he saw Amalia, with his legs all stiff from desk work he leapt over the shafts. But Amalia's an exception, you'll say. She is, yes, she showed that when she refused to go to Sordini, that's exceptional enough, but the suggestion that she didn't even love Sordini, well, that would be almost too exceptional, that would defy belief. We were struck blind that afternoon, I know, but the fact that we did at the time, through all the mist, believe we sensed something of Amalia's being in love, surely that shows we had some of our wits about us. But when you look at all that together, what difference is left between Frida and Amalia? Only that Frida did what Amalia refused to do. Possibly, said Kay. For me, though, the main difference is that Frida's my fiancée, while Amalia, when all's said and done, concerns me only in so far as she is Barnabas's sister. Barnabas is a castle messenger, and her fate may be intertwined with Barnabas's job. If an official had done her so glaring an injustice as I initially, from your account, believed to be the case, that would have weighed on my mind. But even then far more as a public issue than as a personal misfortune of Amalia's. Now, though, from your account, the picture's changing in a way I'll admit I don't entirely understand, but, since it's you doing the telling, I find sufficiently credible, so I'll be delighted to overlook the matter completely. I'm not a fireman, what do I care about Sordini? I care about Frida, though, which is why I find it strange that you, whom I trusted completely and shall be happy to go on trusting, should keep trying, through Amalia, to mount indirect attacks on Frida and make me suspicious about her. I don't suppose you do it on purpose, or even with malice aforethought, otherwise I'd have had to leave long since. You're not doing it on purpose, circumstances encourage you to do it, your love of Amalia makes you want to elevate her to a position high above all women. And not finding enough praiseworthy features in Amalia herself, you resort to belittling other women. What Amalia did is remarkable, but the more you talk about it the less one's able to decide whether it was a lot or a little, clever or stupid, heroic or cowardly. Amalia keeps her motives locked in her heart, no one's going to get them out of her. Frida, on the other hand, did nothing remarkable at all but simply obeyed her feelings. That much is clear to anyone taking a well-meaning interest, anyone can verify it, there's no room for gossip. I'm not trying either to disparage Amalia or to defend Frida but simply to explain to you how I stand towards Frida and how any attack on Frida is an attack on my own existence. I came here of my own volition, and it's of my own volition that I've got caught up here. But all that's happened since and above all my future prospects, gloomy they may be but they still exist, I owe it all to Frida, no amount of talking will alter that. All right, I was taken on here as a land surveyor, but that was mere pretense, I was a plaything, I was driven from every house, I'm still a plaything now, but how much more elaborate it is, I've gained in substance, as it were, and that certainly means something, after all, insignificant though it may all be. I've got a home, a job with real work to do, I have a fiancée who, when I'm on other business, relieves me of my professional obligations. I shall marry her and become a member of the community. I have not only my official relationship to Clam but also a personal relationship, though it's one I've not been able to exploit as yet. That's quite something, is it not? And when I come to you people, who is it you welcome? Olga, who is it you're confiding the history of your family to? Who is it you're looking to for the possibility, however minute, however unlikely, of some kind of help. Surely not to me, the land surveyor, whom only a week ago, for example, Leisman and Brunswick threw out of their house. You're looking to the man who already has some sort of power, but you see, I owe that power to Frida, who's so modest that, if you were to quiz her on the subject, would certainly not claim to know anything about it. And yet it would appear from all this that Frida has done more in her innocence than Amalia in all her arrogance, because do you know, it's my impression you're looking for help for Amalia. And from whom? None other, as it happens, than Frida. Was I really being so horrible about Frida? Olga asked. I certainly didn't mean to be, nor did I think I was, but I may have been. It's in the nature of our situation that we've fallen out with everyone, and if we start complaining, we get carried away, we don't know where we'll end up. And you're right, there is a big difference now between us and Frida, and it's good that that should be highlighted for once. 3 years ago, we were nice middle-class girls and Frida, the orphan, was a maid at the Bridge Inn. We'd pass her in the street without a glance. We were too proud, undoubtedly, but it was the way we'd been brought up. That evening at the Count's Arms, though, you may have seen how things stand currently, Frida wielding a whip and me amid the crowd of hands. But in fact, they're even worse. Frida may despise us, that tallies with her position, present circumstances compel her to. But then who doesn't despise us? Anyone who decides to despise us immediately has company, plenty of it. Do you know the girl who's taken Frida's place? She's called Peppy. I met her 2 evenings ago for the first time. She used to be a chambermaid. She outdoes Frida, I'm sure of it, in despising me. She saw me from the window as I arrived to buy beer. She ran to the door and bolted it. I had to beg for ages and promise her the ribbon I was wearing in my hair before she let me in. But then when I gave it to her, she tossed it in the corner. Well, me she may despise. To some extent I'm dependent on her goodwill, and she is the barmaid at the Count's Arms, only temporarily, of course. She surely lacks the necessary qualities to be employed there on a permanent basis. You only have to listen to the way the landlord talks to Peppy and compare it with the way he used to talk to Frida. But that doesn't stop Peppy despising Amalia too. When a mere glance from Amalia would make little Peppy, with all her bows and pigtails, quit the room faster than she'd ever have managed just on her short chubby legs. What a scandalous load of gossip I had to hear from her again yesterday on the subject of Amalia before eventually the customers took care of me, even if it was in the way you've already seen on one occasion. You're so afraid, said Kay. All I was doing was giving Frida the place she deserves. I wasn't trying to talk down your family the way you're taking it now. There's something special about your family for me too, I've made no secret of that, but how that something special could ever give rise to contempt, that I don't understand. Okay, said Olga, you will, I'm afraid, even you will come to understand it. Can you just not see that it was Amalia's behavior towards Sordini that first occasioned that contempt? But that would be too peculiar, said Kay. Amalia might be admired for that reason or condemned, but despised? And if as a result of some feeling I don't understand people do despise Amalia, why extend that contempt to the rest of you, the innocent family? For instance, Peppy despising you, Olga, is really a bit strong, and I intend to have it out with her on my next visit to the Count's Arms. Look, Kay, said Olga, if you wanted to dissuade all the people who despise us, you'd have a difficult job, because it all stems from the castle. I still remember exactly what happened later that morning. Brunswick, who was our assistant at the time, had arrived as he did every day. Father had given him some work and sent him home. We then sat down to breakfast. Everyone except Amalia and myself was very animated. Father went on and on about the gala. He had various plans regarding the fire brigade, the castle has its own fire brigade, you know, which had also sent a delegation to the gala. There had been a lot of discussion with them. The gentlemen who were there from the castle had seen what our fire brigade could do, spoken of it very favorably, looked at the performance of the castle fire brigade in comparison. The outcome was in our favor. There'd been talk of the need to reorganize the castle fire brigade, which would require instructors from the village. Various people were considered for this, but father had hopes of the choice falling on him. That's what he was talking about, then, and in that lovely way he had of really spreading himself at table. He sat there with his arms taking up half the tabletop, and as he gazed through the open window up at the sky his face was so young and hopeful. I was never to see him like that again. Suddenly, with a haughtiness we didn't recognize in her, Amalia said no one should place much faith in such talk on the gentleman's part. They liked to come out with something pleasant on occasions like that, but it meant little or nothing at all. It was forgotten forever as soon as spoken, though people were taken in by them again, of course, on the next occasion. Mother scolded her for such talk. Father simply laughed at her precociousness and air of worldly wisdom, but then he hesitated, seemed to be looking for something he'd only just noticed was missing, only there was nothing missing, and said Brunswick had mentioned something about a messenger and a letter being torn up, and he asked whether we knew anything about it, who had been involved, and how things stood now. We said nothing. Barnabas, who was then a young lambkin, made some particularly silly or cheeky remark. The talk turned to other things, and the matter was forgotten. 18. Amelia's punishment. But before long we were being bombarded with questions about the letter business from all sides. Friends and enemies came, acquaintances and strangers. They didn't stay long, though, the best friends leaving in the biggest hurry. Leisman, normally always slow and dignified, came in as if he simply wished to check the dimensions of the room. One look around and he'd finished. It was like some awful children's game when Leisman took to his heels and father, disengaging himself from some other people, went hurrying after him as far as the threshold of the house and there gave up. Brunswick came and gave father notice. He wanted to set up on his own. He said quite sincerely, smart fellow, he knew when to seize the moment. Customers came and started searching father's storeroom for boots that they'd left to be mended. At first father tried to change the customers' minds, and we all backed him up as best we could. Later he gave up trying and in silence helped the customers look, line after line was crossed out in the order book. The stocks of leather that people had with us were handed over, debts settled. It all passed off without the least argument. People were happy if they could sever the connection with us swiftly and completely, even if they made a loss doing it, that didn't matter. And finally, as might have been predicted, Seaman appeared, the chief of the fire brigade. I can picture the scene even now. Seaman tall and powerfully built but with a slight stoop and tubercular, invariably serious. He's incapable of laughter, standing in front of my father, whom he admired, to whom in a moment of familiarity he had held out the prospect of becoming deputy fire chief, and having now to tell him that the association is discharging him and wants its diploma back. The folk who were in the house at the time left off what they were doing and pressed in a circle around the two men. Seaman is speechless, just keeps tapping father on the shoulder as if trying to tap out of father the words he should be saying himself and cannot find. And all the time he's laughing, presumably in an attempt to calm himself and everyone else down a bit, but since he's incapable of laughing and no one has ever heard him laugh before, no one thinks for a moment that it is laughter. But father's already too tired and desperate from the day to be able to help Seaman out. In fact, he seems too tired even to wonder what's going on. We were all of us similarly desperate, I know, but being young we simply couldn't believe in so complete a collapse. We kept thinking that in the stream of visitors eventually someone would come who would call a halt and make everything go into reverse. In our ignorance, Seaman seemed to us just the man for this. We waited eagerly for that constant laughter to give way at last to a clear command. Because what was there to laugh about at that moment? surely only the stupid injustice being done to us. Mr. Fire Chief, get on and tell the people, we thought as we pressed around him, but this only made him launch into curious twisting motions. In the end, though, not so much to satisfy our secret wishes as in response to people's encouraging or irritating yells, he did begin to speak. We were still hopeful. He started by heaping praise on Father. Called him a credit to the association, a matchless exemplar for the younger generation, an irreplaceable member whose retirement would inevitably almost bring the association down. That was all very fine, if he'd ended there. But he went on. The fact that the association had nevertheless decided to ask Father, if only provisionally, to seek a discharge indicated the gravity of the reasons compelling the association to take this step. It was possible that, without Father's dazzling achievements at the previous day's gala, things would not have had to come to this, but it was those very achievements that had particularly attracted official attention. The association was now very much in the spotlight and must be even more mindful of its purity than before. And now there'd been the insult to the messenger. The association had been left with no alternative, and he, Seaman, had taken upon himself the difficult task of announcing that fact. He hoped Father was not going to make it even more difficult for him. How glad Seaman was to have got this out, in his satisfaction at having done so. He was not even overly considerate anymore. He pointed to the diploma hanging on the wall and beckoned with a finger. Father nodded and went to fetch it, but with his trembling hands couldn't get it off the hook. I climbed on a chair and helped him. And from that moment, it was all over. He didn't even remove the diploma from the frame but gave the whole thing to Seaman as it was. Then he sat down in a corner, did not stir and spoke to no one anymore. We had to negotiate with people on our own as best we could. And where do you see the influence of the castle in this? Asked Kay. There's no sign of it having intervened as yet. What you've talked about so far was simply people's mindless apprehension, delight at a neighbor's downfall, unreliable friendship, things that are found everywhere, and also, incidentally, on your father's part, so it seems to me, at least, a certain pettiness, because what was it, that diploma? Confirmation of his abilities, and they were surely still his. If they rendered him indispensable, so much the better, and the only way he'd have made things really difficult for the fire chief is if he'd tossed the diploma at his feet as soon as he started speaking. But what seems to me particularly significant is the fact that you don't even mention Amalia, who was to blame for the whole thing, probably stood quietly in the background, watching the devastation. No, said Olga, no one should be criticized, no one could have acted any differently, it was castle influence, the whole thing. Castle influence, repeated Amalia, who had come in from the yard unnoticed. The parents were long since in bed. Is someone telling castle stories? You two still sitting together? And you meant to leave immediately, Kay, and now it's almost 10. Can you even be bothered with such stories? There are people here who feed off stories like that. They sit down together the way you two are sitting here and regale each other with them. You don't strike me as one of those people, though. Oh, I am, said Kay, that's just what I am, one of them, whereas people who can't be bothered with such stories and leave it to others, they don't impress me very much. I see, said Amalia, but people's interests vary enormously, don't they? I once heard of a young man who was preoccupied with thoughts about the castle day and night. He neglected everything else. People feared for his sanity because his whole mind was up there in the castle, but in the end it turned out he'd not actually meant the castle at all, merely the daughter of a woman who does washing up in the offices. He got her, by the way, and everything was all right again. I think I'd like the fellow, said Kay. I doubt whether you would, said Amalia. You might like his wife, though. Well, don't let me disturb you, but I'm going to bed, and I'll need to turn out the light because of the parents. I know they fall fast asleep immediately, but after an hour their proper sleep is over and the least glimmer disturbs them. Good night." And indeed, there was darkness immediately, Amalia presumably lying down to sleep on the floor somewhere, near the parents' bed. So who was this young man she was talking about? Kay asked. "I don't know," said Olga, Brunswick, "possibly, though it doesn't fit him entirely, but maybe someone else." It's not easy to understand exactly what she means, because often you don't know whether she's speaking ironically or in earnest. It's usually in earnest, but it sounds ironic. "Never mind the interpretations," said Kay. "How did you personally come to be so dependent on her? Was it like that before the disaster? Or only afterwards? And do you never wish you could become independent of her? And does that dependence have any rational basis? She's the youngest, and as such should be submissive. Guilty or not, it was she brought disaster on the family. Instead of, with each new day, begging forgiveness from each of you afresh, she holds her head up higher than anyone, bothers about nothing except at a pinch, out of pity, your parents, refuses to be initiated into anything, as she puts it, and if she does eventually address you for once, it's usually in earnest, but it sounds ironic. Or does she dominate because of her beauty, say, which you mention from time to time? Look, you're very alike, all three of you, but the thing that distinguishes her from both of you is very much to her disadvantage. The first time I saw her I was put off by the dull, unloving look in her eye. And then, she may be the youngest, but nothing of that shows in her appearance. She has that ageless look of women who scarcely age at all, but who are also never really young. You see her every day, you don't even notice the hardness in her face. That's why, come to think of it, I can't take Sortini's sudden liking very seriously either. Maybe he only meant to punish her with the letter, not summon her. I don't want to talk about Sortini, said Olga. With the castle gentleman anything's possible, whether it's the most beautiful or the ugliest girl involved. But otherwise you're completely wrong about Amalia. Look, I have no reason for winning you over to Amalia particularly, and if I try all the same, I'm only doing it for you. In one way or another, certainly. Amalia caused our misfortune, yet not even father, who was after all hardest hit by the disaster and has never had much control over his language, particularly not at home, not even father had one word of reproach for Amalia, even when things were at their worst. And it wasn't that he approved of Amalia's action either. How could an admirer of Sortini possibly have approved of it? He couldn't begin to understand it. He'd probably have been glad to sacrifice himself and everything he possessed to Sortini, though not the way it was happening now, with Sortini very likely furious. I say very likely furious because that was the last we heard of Sortini. If he'd been withdrawn before, from now on it was as if he no longer existed. And you really should have seen Amalia during that time. We all knew no specific punishment would ensue. Everybody simply withdrew from us. The people here, and also the castle. But whereas we noticed the withdrawal of people here, of course, from the castle there was no sign. We'd not, you see, been aware of any solicitude on the castle's part before, so how should we have noticed any drastic change now? That silence was the worst thing. It wasn't people withdrawing from us, not at all. We knew they hadn't done so out of any kind of conviction. They may not even have had anything against us to speak of. There was nothing like today's contempt then. They'd only done it through fear and were now waiting to see how things turned out. Nor was poverty a threat at this stage. Our debtors had all paid up. The settling of accounts had been to our advantage. Whatever food we lacked relatives helped us with in secret. It was simple. This was harvest time after all, not that we had any fields, nor would anyone give us employment, For the first time in our lives we were condemned to idleness, almost. So there we all sat, behind closed windows, in the heat of July and August. Nothing happened. No summons, no news, no visit, nothing. Well, said Kay, if nothing happened and no specific punishment was to be expected either, what were you all afraid of? I mean, what kind of people are you? How can I explain it to you? Olga said. We weren't afraid of something in the future, we were suffering purely from the present, our punishment was all around us. You see, the village people were simply waiting for us to come to them, for father to reopen his workshop, for Amalia, who could sew very beautiful clothes, only for the poshest people, mind you, to start coming round for orders again. They were all sorry for what they'd done. You see, when a respected family in the village is all of a sudden totally excluded, everyone is disadvantaged in some way, in repudiating us, they'd simply done what they saw as their duty, we should have done the same. In their place. They hadn't even known in any detail what it had been about, the messenger had simply arrived back at the Count's arms with a handful of scraps of paper. Frida had seen him go out and then return, exchanged a few words with him, and immediately put about what she'd learned, but again, not out of any hostility towards us, not at all, simply out of duty, as it would have been anyone's duty in the same case. And, do you see, what people would have most welcomed, as I said, would have been a happy resolution of the whole thing. If we'd suddenly turned up with the news that everything was now all right, that it had simply been a misunderstanding, say, which had since been completely cleared up, or that there had been an offense, yes, but action had already been taken to put it right, or, even this would have been enough for people, that we'd managed through our contacts in the castle to quash the matter, we should quite certainly have been taken back with open arms, kisses, hugs, there'd have been parties, I've seen such things more than once with other folk. But not even that kind of announcement would have been needed, if we'd just come along freely and offered ourselves, resumed the old contacts without wasting so much as a word over the letter business, that would have been enough. They'd all have been delighted to refrain from discussing the affair, as well as the fear. Do you see, it had mainly been the awkwardness of the affair that had caused people to cut themselves off from us, simply in order not to have to hear anything about it, nor have to talk about it, nor think about it, nor be affected by it in any way. If Frida had given the affair away, she'd not done so in order to take any delight in it but to protect herself and everyone else against it, to draw the council's attention to the fact that something had happened here from which people should be very careful to keep their distance. It wasn't we as a family who were considered here, it was the affair only, and we only because of the affair in which we'd become entangled. So if we had simply re-emerged, allowed the past to rest, shown by our behavior that we'd got over the affair, never mind how, and people had in this way become convinced that, whatever form the affair may have taken, never again would it come up for discussion, again everything would have been all right, we'd have experienced the old helpfulness everywhere, and even if we'd only partially forgotten the affair, people would have forgotten it and would have helped us to forget it completely. But instead of that, we sat at home. I don't know what we were waiting for, Amelia's decision, I suppose. She'd taken command of the family that morning and kept a firm grip on it. Without any special arrangements, without orders, without requests, almost entirely through silence. The rest of us had plenty to discuss, of course. There was continuous whispering from morning till evening, and occasionally father called me to him in a sudden state of alarm and I spent half the night by the bedside. Or sometimes we would sit together, Barnabas and I. He understood very little of the whole thing, of course, and kept clamoring for explanations, always the same ones, well aware that the carefree years that others of his age could look forward to no longer existed for him. There we would sit, very much as we're sitting here now, Kay, and forget all about night falling and then morning coming. Mother was the weakest of us all, no doubt because she felt not only our joint plight but also the plight of each one of us, so that to our dismay we saw changes occurring in her that were presumably in store for the whole family. Her favorite place was the corner of a couch. We haven't had it for ages now. It stands in Brunswick's big parlor. There she sat and, you couldn't tell which, exactly, dozed or, as her restless lips seemed to suggest, held long conversations with herself. It was so natural, do you see, that we should have talked constantly of the letter business, going back and forth over all its definite details and indefinite possibilities, and that we should constantly have outdone one another in devising means to a good solution. It was natural and inevitable, but no good. It just got us deeper and deeper into the thing we were trying to escape. And what was the use of such ideas, however excellent? None of them was feasible without Amalia. They were no more than preliminary discussions, meaningless in that their conclusions never even reached Amalia, and if they had got that far they'd have met with nothing but silence. Well, fortunately I understand Amalia better now than I did then. She bore more than any of us. It's incomprehensible the way she put up with it and is still living with us today. Mother may have borne our common plight. She bore it because it overtook her, and she didn't bear it for long. She can't be said to be in any way bearing it still, and even at the time her wits were blurred. But Amalia not only bore our plight, she also had the intelligence to see through it. We saw only the consequences, she saw the reason. We hoped for some small contrivance. She knew that everything had been decided. We had to whisper. She needed only to stay silent. She stood face to face with the truth and lived and endured this life then as she does today. How much better off we were, for all our misery, than her. Granted, we had to leave our house. Brunswick moved in. We were given this cottage. We brought our belongings round here in a handcart, taking several journeys. Barnabas and I pulled. Father and Amalia helped behind. Mother, whom we'd brought right at the start, met us sitting on a chest, yammering quietly the whole time. Yet I remember that, even during those laborious journeys, which were also very humiliating, because we kept meeting harvest carts whose crews fell silent at the sight of us and looked away, even during those journeys we couldn't stop talking, Barnabas and I, about our troubles, and sometimes, deep in conversation, we came to a complete standstill and only Father's "Hey, you" reminded us of our duty. But the endless deliberating did nothing to change our lives after the move, either. All that happened was, we now became gradually acquainted with poverty too. The contributions from relatives stopped coming, our resources had almost run out, and that was precisely when the kind of contempt for us that you've witnessed began to develop. People became aware that we lacked the strength to work our way back from the business of the letter, and they took that very much amiss. They didn't underestimate the hardness of our lot, even without knowing the details. Had we got over it they'd have held us in correspondingly high regard, but since we hadn't managed to, what people had done only on a provisional basis before, they now made final. They excluded us from every circle. They knew they would probably have stood the test no better than we had, but that made it all the more necessary for them to sever relations with us completely. From then on, we were no longer spoken of as individuals. People stopped using our surname. When they had to speak of us, they called us after Barnabas, the most innocent member of the family. Even our cottage got a bad name, and if you think about it you'll admit that you too, when you first came in, felt such contempt justified. Later, when people began visiting us again, they would turn up their noses over quite trivial things, for instance the fact that the little oil lamp hung above the table there. I mean, where else should it hang but above the table? To them, though, it seemed insufferable. However, if we hung the lamp in a different place, their distaste didn't alter. Everything we were and had met with the same contempt. 19. Approaches. And what did we do meanwhile? The worst thing we could have done, A thing we'd have deserved to be despised for more than the one we were actually despised for. We betrayed Amalia, we broke free from her silent command. We couldn't go on living like that, with no hope whatever. We couldn't go on living, and we began, each in his own way, to beg or beseech the castle, asking for pardon. Oh, we knew we were in no position to put anything right. We also knew that the one promising contact we had with the castle, namely through Sordini, the official who was well disposed towards father, events had now pushed beyond our reach, but we set to work nonetheless. Father began. That was the beginning of the futile petitions to the mayor, the secretaries, the lawyers, the clerks. Usually no one would see him, and when by some ruse or accident he was received, how we cheered at such news and rubbed our hands together. He was turned down very swiftly indeed and never received again. In any case, it was all too easy to answer him. The castle always finds it so easy. What did he want, then? What had happened to him? What did he want to be pardoned for? When and through whom had the castle so much as lifted a finger against him? All right, he was impoverished, he'd lost his customers, etc., but these were manifestations of everyday life, trade and market matters. Was the castle supposed to attend to everything? In fact, it did attend to everything, but it couldn't just barge in and take a hand in developments, purely and for no other purpose than to serve the interests of a particular individual. Was it supposed to dispatch its officials, say, and were these then to chase up father's customers and bring them back to him by force? But father then objected. We all discussed these things in detail at home, before and after, squeezed in a corner as if hiding from Amalia, who although she noticed everything did nothing to stop it. But father then objected. He wasn't complaining about the impoverishment, was he? Everything he'd lost here he meant to make up quite easily. None of that would matter if he was simply pardoned. But what was he supposed to be pardoned for? Came the reply. No report had been filed as yet. At least there was no mention of it yet in the records. Not, at any rate, in the records publicly available to the legal profession. Consequently no action, so far as could be ascertained, had been taken against him, nor was any in train. Could he perhaps name an official order that had been passed against him? Father could not. Or had there been any intervention on the part of an official agency? Father knew of none. Well then, if he knew nothing and if nothing had occurred, what did he want? What could he be pardoned for? At most, for the fact that he was now pestering the authorities to no purpose, but precisely that was unpardonable. Father didn't let up. He was still very vigorous then, and the enforced idleness gave him plenty of time. I shall retrieve Amalia's honor for her, it won't take much longer, he told Barnabas and me several times a day, but only very quietly. Amalia must not hear. Even so, it was said solely for Amalia's benefit, because in reality he was not thinking at all about retrieving honor, only about being pardoned. But to obtain a pardon he first had to establish guilt, and up in the offices that was being denied him. He conceived the idea, and this showed he was already not all there, mentally, that the guilt was being kept secret from him because he was not paying enough. Up until then, you see, he'd always paid only the fixed charges, which were steep enough, at least for our circumstances. Now he felt he must pay more, which was surely wrong, because with our authorities, although they do, for simplicity's sake, to avoid pointless discussion, take bribes, nothing can be achieved that way. But if that was what Father hoped, we didn't want to spoil it for him. We sold what we still had, virtually only essentials were left, to fund Father's inquiries, and for a long time we had the daily satisfaction of knowing that, when Father set out each morning, he always at least had a few coins in his pocket to jingle. We starved all day, of course, while the only additional thing we achieved by raising the money was that Father was sustained in a state of some optimism. This was scarcely an advantage, though. They were hard work, his visits, and what without the money would very soon have come to a well-deserved end now dragged on and on. Since there was actually nothing out of the ordinary that people could do in return for the extra payments, the odd clerk would at least try to look as if he was doing something. He'd promise inquiries, hint that certain leads had in fact been traced, that they would follow up not because they were obliged to but purely for father's sake, and he, instead of growing more skeptical, became increasingly credulous. He'd come back with this kind of patently empty promise as if he were in fact bringing full blessing into the house again, and it was harrowing to watch as, from behind Amalia's back, pointing at Amalia with a contorted grin and big round eyes, he tried repeatedly to make us see that Amalia's deliverance, which would surprise no one more than herself, was now, through his efforts, actually imminent, but it was all still a secret and we should guard it strictly. Things would surely have gone on like that for a very long time had we not, in the end, been totally incapable of finding father the cash. True, in the meantime Barnabas had after much pleading been taken on by Brunswick as an assistant, though only for the purpose of collecting the orders in the evenings, after dark, and delivering the finished work, also after dark. All right. So far as his business was concerned, Brunswick was taking a certain risk here for our sakes, but in return he paid Barnabas very little, didn't he? And Barnabas's work is faultless. However, the wages were only just enough to keep us from complete starvation. Very gently and after many preliminaries, we told father we were discontinuing our financial support, but he took it very calmly. In his mind, he was no longer capable of seeing the futility of his interventions, but certainly the constant disappointments had wearied him. He did in fact tell us, he no longer spoke as distinctly as before, he used to speak almost too distinctly, that he'd spent very little money so far. Tomorrow or even that day he'd have found out everything, and now it had all been in vain, purely because of the money, etc. But his tone of voice suggested that he didn't believe any of it. Also, he immediately, that instant, had other plans. Since he failed to prove guilt, so could achieve nothing further through official channels, he must fall back on pleading alone and approach the officials personally. There were surely some among them with kindly, sympathetic hearts that they were of course not allowed to listen to while performing their official duties, but no doubt could outside that context, if you caught them at the right moment. At this point Kay, who had been listening to Olga in total absorption, interrupted her account with the question, "And you don't think that's right?" The way the account went on would inevitably have given him the answer, of course, but he wanted to know right away. "No," Olga said, "there can be no question whatever of sympathy or anything of that sort. Young and inexperienced we may have been, but we knew that, and of course father knew it too, but he'd forgotten, as he had most things. What he planned to do was stand by the road near the castle, where the officials' carriages passed, and at every opportunity make his request for pardon. Quite honestly, the plan made no sense at all, even if the impossible were to occur and the request actually reached the ears of an official. I mean, can an individual official grant a pardon? At best, that might be a matter for the authority as a whole, though even it can probably not grant a pardon, only issue a directive. But how can an official, even if he is prepared to climb out and deal with the matter, going only on what father, a poor, tired, elderly man, comes up to him and mumbles, possibly form a picture of the case? The officials are highly educated men, but it's only one-sided, their education. In his field an official will instantly, from a single word, grasp whole trains of thought, but things from another department may be explained to him for hours, he'll perhaps nod politely but he won't understand a word. All this is obvious, of course, a person need only look at the minor official matters that concern himself, trivial stuff that an official will dispatch with a shrug. A person need only try to reach a thorough understanding of that and he'll have a job for life and still not be done. But if father had found a competent official, without preliminary papers the official can do nothing, particularly not at the roadside. He can't grant a pardon, you see, he can only deal with a thing officially, and to do that he can only refer to official channels, but down that route father had already failed to achieve anything at all. How far things must have gone with father already, that he meant somehow to get through with this new plan. If there were even the remotest possibility of any such thing, that bit of road would be teeming with supplicants, but since we're dealing here with an impossibility that even the most elementary schooling will impress upon a person, it's quite empty. Maybe that was another thing that confirmed father in his hope, he fed it from every source. So he needed to, very much. A sound mind would surely never have got involved in such major considerations. The impossibility would have been clear to it at the most superficial level. When officials drive to the village or back to the castle, those aren't pleasure trips. There's work waiting for them in the village and the castle, so they travel at top speed. Nor does it occur to them to glance out of the window, looking for petitioners outside. The fact is, the carriages are stuffed with files that the officials study. "Ah," said Kay, "but I seen inside an official sledge, there were no files there." In Olga's account, there opened up before him a world so vast and scarcely plausible that he could not resist reaching out and touching it with his little experience, in order to convince himself more clearly not only of its existence but also of his own. "That may be," said Olga, "but if so, it's even worse. It means the official is about such important business that the files are too valuable or too fat to be taken along. Officials like that arrange to be driven at a gallop. Certainly, none would have any time to spare for father. And another thing, there are several roads leading to the castle. Now one will be in vogue, so most people use it, now another, and they'll all throng that way. What rules govern the change have yet to be discovered. One morning at 8 o'clock, everyone will be using one street, half an hour later they're all using another, 10 minutes later a third, then half an hour later they're perhaps back on the first one, and that's how it will stay for the rest of the day, except that each moment there's a chance it will change. All the access roads do join up near the village, but at that point the carriages are all racing along, whereas nearer the castle their speed's a bit more moderate. But just as the leaving arrangements with regard to the roads are irregular and totally obscure, it's the same with the number of carriages. Many days there's not a carriage to be seen, then there'll be crowds of them again. Now, given all this, just imagine our father. Wearing his best suit, soon to be his only one, he leaves the house every morning without blessings accompanying him. He takes a small fire brigade badge with him, which he really had no right to keep, and pins it on outside the village. In the village itself he's afraid to show it, despite its being so small that from 2 paces you can hardly see it, but father reckons it will be just the thing to draw the officials' attention to him as they drive by. Not far from the castle entrance there's a market garden. It belongs to a man called Bertuch. He supplies vegetables to the castle. It was there, on the narrow stone pedestal of the garden fence, that father chose to sit. Bertuch let him because he'd once been friends with father as well as being one of his most loyal customers. He has a slightly deformed foot, you see, and believed only father was capable of making him a boot that would fit. So their father sat, day after day. It was a dismal, rainy autumn, but he took absolutely no notice of the weather. At a set time each morning he had his hand on the latch and was waving us goodbye. In the evening he returned, his stoop seeming worse every day, soaked to the skin and collapsed in a corner. At first he used to tell us his little adventures, perhaps that out of sympathy and former friendship Bertuch had tossed him a blanket over the railings, or that he thought he'd recognized this or that official in the carriage driving past, or that the occasional coachman had recognized him and as a joke touched him lightly with the thong of his whip. Later he stopped telling these stories. Clearly he no longer expected to achieve anything at all there. he simply saw it as his duty, now, his dreary calling, to go and spend the day there. That was when his rheumatic pains began. Winter was approaching, snow fell early. Winter does begin very early here, so there he sat, one day on the wet stones in the rain, next day in the snow. During the night he'd groan with pain, some mornings he was unsure whether to go, but then managed to pull himself together and did. Mother clung to him, refusing to let go. He'd probably lost his nerve because of his limbs no longer obeying him, so he allowed her to come along. The result was that the pains gripped Mother too. We often went to see them, taking something to eat or simply visiting or trying to persuade them to come home. How often we'd find them there, slumped together, supporting each other on their narrow seat, huddled in a thin blanket hardly big enough for them both, all around them nothing but the gray of snow and fog, and far and wide and for days on end not a single person or carriage. What a sight, Kate, what a sight! Till one morning Father just couldn't get his stiff legs out of bed anymore. He was inconsolable. With his mind wandering in a mild fever, he imagined he saw a carriage drawing to a halt up by Bertucci's that very moment, an official getting out, looking up and down the railings for Father, shaking his head, and climbing crossly back into the carriage. As he did so, Father uttered such shrieks that it seemed he was trying to attract the official's attention from here and explain how blameless his absence was. It turned into a lengthy absence, too. He never went back there. He had to keep to his bed for weeks. Amalia took over waiting on him, looking after him, giving him his treatment, everything. In fact, with interruptions, she's done it to this day. She knows herbs that soothe pain. She needs almost no sleep, never panics, is scared of nothing, won't ever lose patience. She used to do all the work for our parents, and while we, without managing to help at all, would flap around nervously, she stayed cool and calm throughout. Once the worst was over, though, and Father was able carefully, with someone supporting him on either side, to wrestle his way out of bed again. Amalia promptly withdrew and left him to us. 20. Olga's plans. Once again it was a question of finding something for Father to do that was still within his powers, something that at least sustained him in the belief that it was helping to shift the blame off the family. It wasn't difficult, finding something like that. Basically anything was as much use as sitting outside Bertucci's garden, but I found something that gave even me some hope. Whenever there'd been talk of our guilt among officials or clerks or elsewhere, the only thing ever mentioned was the insulting of Sortini's messenger. No one ventured any further. Well, I thought to myself, if public opinion, even if only seemingly, is aware only of the insult to the messenger, everything might be put right, again, even if only seemingly, if the messenger could be placated. After all, no report has been filed, so we're told, so no department has the matter in hand as yet. It's therefore still open to the messenger, so far as he personally is concerned, and that's all we're talking about here, to forgive and forget. None of this could have any decisive importance, of course. It was mere appearance and again couldn't lead anywhere, but it would please Father, and the many purveyors of information who'd been such a torment to him might possibly, and for him satisfyingly, be driven into something of a corner by it. First, of course, the messenger had to be found. When I told Father about my plan, he was very angry at first. He turned very obstinate. You see, partly he believed, this had developed during his illness, that we'd always prevented him from ultimately succeeding, first by discontinuing our financial support, now by keeping him in bed. Partly he'd become quite incapable of fully taking in other people's ideas. I hadn't even finished explaining before my plan was rejected. His view was that he must go on waiting outside Bertucci's garden, and since he'd certainly not be able to walk up there every day anymore, we'd have to take him in the handcart. I didn't give up, though, and gradually he came round to the idea. The one thing that upset him about it was that in this matter he was wholly dependent on me, because I was the only one who'd seen the messenger that time. He didn't know him. Of course, One servant looks much like another, and even I wasn't certain I'd know that one again. So we started going to the Count's Arms and looking among the servants there. It had been one of Sortini's servants, of course, and Sortini no longer came to the village, but the gentlemen often changed their servants. We might very well find him in another gentleman's group, and if he wasn't to be found in person it might be possible to gather news of him from the other servants. To do that, though, we had to be at the Count's Arms every night, and we weren't welcome anywhere, let alone in a place like that, nor could we pose as paying guests. But it turned out they did have a use for us after all. You know yourself what a trial the servants were to Frida. They're basically quiet folk for the most part, spoiled and also dulled by undemanding work. May you lead a servant's life is a form of blessing among officials, and in fact, as regards good living, the servants are reckoned to be the real kings of the castle. They appreciate it too, and in the castle, where their behavior is governed by its laws, they are silent and dignified. That's been confirmed to me many times, and even here you still find traces of it among the servants, only traces, though, otherwise the fact that the castle laws no longer fully apply to them in the village almost transforms them. They're a wild, unruly lot here, governed not by the laws but by their own insatiable desires. Their shamelessness knows no bounds. Luckily for the village they're only allowed to leave the Count's Arms under orders, but inside the Count's Arms you have to try to get along with them. Well, Frida used to find that very hard, so she was very glad to be able to use me to calm the servants down. For more than 2 years I've spent at least a couple of nights a week with the servants in the stable. Before, when father was still able to accompany me to the Count's Arms, he'd sleep in the bar somewhere and wait there for the news I'd bring in the morning. It wasn't much. We haven't found the messenger we're looking for yet. He's still in Sortini's service. Apparently, Sortini thinks very highly of him, and he went with Sortini when he withdrew to more remote offices. Most of the servants haven't seen him any more recently than we did, and when one of them does claim to have seen him in the meantime, it's probably an error. So my plan would seem to have been a failure, and yet wasn't entirely. It's true we didn't find the messenger, and all the walking to the Count's Arms and spending the night there, maybe even feeling for me in so far as he was still capable of it, unfortunately finished father off, and he's been in the state you saw him in for almost 2 years now, but he may be in better shape than mother, whose end we expect daily. Only Amelia's superhuman efforts are delaying it. But what I did achieve at the Count's Arms was a certain connection with the castle. You mustn't despise me for saying I don't regret what I did. What great connection with the castle might that be, you'll perhaps wonder. And you're right, it isn't a great connection. I do know lots of servants now, the servants of virtually all the gentlemen who visited the village in recent years, and if I do ever get into the castle I'll not be a stranger there. That's only servants in the village. Of course, in the castle they're quite different and probably no longer recognize anyone there, particularly not someone they used to associate with in the village, even if they've sworn 100 times in the stable that they look forward very much to meeting again in the castle. Anyway, I've already learned how little such promises mean. But that's not the most important thing. It's not just through the servants themselves that I have a connection with the castle, but also possibly, I hope this is true, in that someone who was observing me and what I do from up there, and of course administering the vast body of servants is an extremely important and worrying aspect of the authorities' work, in that the person who's observing me in this way will perhaps reach a more lenient judgment about me than others have, that he'll perhaps recognize that I am, pathetically I admit, also fighting for our family and continuing father's efforts. If it's looked at in that light, perhaps I'll also be forgiven for accepting money from the servants and spending it on the family. And there's another thing I've achieved, though it's something even you hold against me. I've learned a lot from the hands about indirect ways of getting onto the castle payroll, avoiding the laborious public admittance procedure, which takes years. I know a person's not a public employee in that case, you're only secretly and partly authorized, you have neither rights nor duties. Having no duties is the worst, but you do have one thing, being always around, whatever's going on, means you can spot and make use of favorable opportunities. You're not an employee, but some job or other may crop up. No employee is available just then, there's a call, you come running, and what you weren't a moment ago, now you are, you're on the payroll. When does such an opportunity arise, though? Sometimes straight away, you've scarcely arrived, scarcely looked around you, the opportunity's there already. In fact, not everyone has the presence of mind, as a novice, to seize it immediately, but another time it will take more years than the public admittance procedure, and a person who's been semi-authorized like that cannot then be publicly admitted anymore, not properly. So there's plenty to think about here, but it's nothing compared to the fact that public admittance involves a meticulous choice, and a member of a family that's in any way notorious is rejected from the start. Say such a person subjects himself to the procedure, he spends years in terror of the outcome. Everyone asks him in astonishment from day one how he dared embark on so hopeless an undertaking. He has his hopes, though. How could he live otherwise? But many years later, maybe as an old man, he hears he's been rejected, hears that all is lost and his life has been in vain. Again, there are of course exceptions, which is why one's so easily tempted. It can happen that people who are in fact notorious are eventually admitted. There are officials who literally against their will adore the smell of such game. During examinations they'll sniff the air, curl their lips, roll their eyes. Such a man will seem as it were hugely appetizing to them, and they must stick very closely to the codes if they're to resist him. Sometimes, though, this helps the man to gain not admittance but only an endless prolongation of the admittance procedure, which is then never completed but only broken off following the man's demise. In other words, both regular admittance and the other sort are full of obvious and concealed difficulties, and before a person gets involved in something like that it is most advisable to weigh everything up very carefully. Well, we spared no pains there, Barnabas and I. Every time I came back from the Count's arms we sat down together. I told him what news I'd heard, we spent days discussing it, and the work Barnabas had in hand was often left for longer than it should have been. And here I may bear some blame in your sense. I realized that the hand's stories weren't very reliable. I knew they never really wanted to talk to me about the castle, they were always changing the subject, making me coax every word out of them, but then, of course, once they got going they let rip. Talked a lot of nonsense, boasted, vied with one another in exaggerations and inventions, with the obvious result that, in the constant uproar in which one took over from another in that dark stable, there did most be the odd meager hint at the truth. Yet I passed everything on to Barnabas as I remembered it, and he, who was quite incapable of telling truth from lies as yet and with the family in its present situation was all but parched with longing for such things, he lapped it all up and was avid for more. As a matter of fact, it was on Barnabas that my new plan was based. There was nothing more to be achieved with the hands. Sortini's messenger was not to be found, nor would he ever be. Sortini, and consequently the messenger too, seemed to withdraw further and further. Often people forgot what they looked like and what they were called, and I often had to describe them at length, only to achieve nothing in the process except that people did laboriously recall them but beyond that could say nothing about them. And as to my life among the hands, naturally I had no influence over how it was judged. I could only hope it would be taken in the way I'd lived it and that a tiny bit of the blame would be lifted from our family in return, yet I received no outward sign of this. Still, I kept at it because I saw no other chance of my achieving anything for us in the castle. For Barnabas, though, I did see such a chance. I was able, if I felt like it, and I felt very much like it, to work out from what the hand said that a person who was taken onto the castle payroll can do a great deal for his family. All right, how much of what they said was worth believing? Impossible to tell, except that it was clearly very little. Because if, say, a hand whom I would never see again, or even if I did would scarcely recognize, solemnly assured me that he'd help my brother find a position in the castle, or at least, if Barnabas got into the castle some other way, give him support, for example by reviving him, because according to the hands it sometimes happens that job applicants are kept waiting so long they faint or become confused and are then done for unless friends look after them, if such things and much more were told me. They were no doubt legitimate warnings, but the promises that went with them were totally empty. Not for Barnabas, I did warn him against believing them, but the mere fact of my telling them to him was enough to win him over for my plans. What I said myself for that purpose influenced him less, mainly he was influenced by the stories the hands told. Really, then, I had to fend entirely for myself. No one was capable of communicating with our parents apart from Amalia. The more I pursued father's old plans after my fashion, the more Amalia cut herself off from me. In front of you or other people she'll talk to me, never alone anymore. The hands at the Count's arms saw me as a toy and tried furiously to smash me. Not one friendly word did I exchange with any of them over the 2 years, only sneaky or false or crazy talk. That left me with Barnabas, and Barnabas was still very young. When I was reporting to him and saw the gleam in his eye, which he's kept ever since, I was scared and yet didn't leave off. Too big a thing seemed to me to be at stake. Of course, I didn't have my father's grand if also empty plans. I didn't have that determination men have. I stuck to making amends for the insult to the messenger and even expected credit for such modesty. But what I had failed in alone, I now wanted to achieve differently and for sure through Barnabas. We'd insulted one messenger and driven him from the front offices. What better idea than to offer a fresh messenger in the person of Barnabas, have Barnabas do the work of the insulted messenger, and so make it possible for the insulted one to stay away for as long as he wanted, for as long as he needed to get over the insult. I quite realized that there was presumption in the very modesty of this plan, that it might give the impression that we were trying to dictate to the authority how it should organize staff matters, or doubted that the authority was capable of making the best arrangement on its own and would in fact have made such an arrangement already, long before it had even occurred to us that something might be done in this area. But then I went back to thinking that it was impossible the authority should misunderstand me so badly, or, if it did, should be doing so deliberately, i.e. that everything I did was dismissed from the outset without closer examination. So I kept at it, and Barnabas's ambition helped. In that period of preparations, Barnabas became so arrogant that he found shoemaking work too dirty for someone who was about to become a castle office employee. In fact, he even, when Amalia said something to him, which was pretty rarely, dared to contradict her, and roundly too. I didn't begrudge him that moment of joy, because from the first day he entered the castle, enjoyment and arrogance, as anyone could have foreseen, were things of the past. That was the beginning of the pretend work I was telling you about. What was amazing was how Barnabas had no trouble entering the castle for the first time, or rather the particular office that has become his, so to speak. This success made me almost crazy at the time. I went running, when Barnabas whispered it to me on arriving home that evening, to Amalia, grabbed her, pushed her into a corner, and kissed her with lips and teeth till she wept with pain and fright. I was speechless with excitement. In any case, we'd not been speaking for so long that I put it off for a few days. But of course, over the next few days there was no more to say. That success, so swiftly achieved, was it? For 2 years Barnabas led this monotonous, oppressive existence. The hands were quite useless. I gave Barnabas a short letter in which I commended him to the hands' attention, at the same time reminding them of their promises, And whenever Barnabas saw one of them, he took the letter out and held it up to him. And if he did presumably sometimes come across hands who didn't know me, and if even to those that did, his way of presenting the letter in silence, because he doesn't dare speak up there, was annoying, even so it was disgraceful that no one helped him. And it was a great relief, which of course we could have brought about ourselves long since, when one of the hands, who may already have had the letter thrust at him on a number of occasions, screwed it up and threw it in a wastepaper basket. He might almost, I thought, have said as he did so, "That's what you do with letters yourselves, right?" But however fruitless that whole period was in other respects, the effect on Barnabas was good, if you can call it a good thing that he aged prematurely, became a man before his time, in fact in many ways acquired a gravity and understanding beyond manhood. It often makes me very sad to look at him and compare him with the youth he was 2 years ago. And yet I have none of the comfort and support that as a man he might have given me. Without me, he'd scarcely have got into the castle, but since he did, he's been independent of me. I'm his only close friend, but I'm sure he doesn't tell me more than a fraction of what's on his mind. He tells me a lot about the castle, but his accounts, the bits and pieces he shares with me, come nowhere near explaining how it could have changed him so much. It's particularly unclear why the pluck he had as a youngster, to the despair of us all, has now so completely deserted him up there as a man. All right, the futile standing around and waiting day after day, always starting again from scratch with no prospect of change, that wears a man down and makes him unsure of himself and eventually incapable of anything but that hopeless standing around. But why did he put up no resistance, even before? Particularly as he soon saw I'd been right and there was nothing there for ambition, whereas there might be something as regarded improving our family's situation. Because there, apart from the servants' moods, everything is modest and unassuming, ambition seeks fulfillment in work, and since the job itself receives priority, it is absorbed completely, no room there for childish desires. But Barnabas, as he told me, thought he saw clearly how great was the power and knowledge even of the very dubious officials whose rooms he was permitted to enter. The way they dictated, at speed, with half-closed eyes, curt gestures, the way they used no more than an index finger, not saying a word, to deal with the grumpy servants who at such moments, breathing hard, smiled contentedly, or the way, finding an important passage in their books, they pounced on it, and so far as possible in the restricted space the others came hurrying over and craned their necks to see. These and other similar things gave Barnabas big ideas about these men, and he had the impression that, if he could get to the point of being noticed by them and being allowed to have a few words with them, not as a stranger but as an office colleague, of the most subordinate kind, of course, then incalculable advantages might be obtained for our family. However, things have yet to reach that point, and Barnabas doesn't dare do anything that might bring him closer to it, even though he's well aware that, despite his youth, as a result of our unfortunate circumstances, he's risen within the family to the very responsible position of paterfamilias, no less. And now for my last confession. A week ago, you arrived. I heard someone mention it at the Count's Arms but took no notice. A land surveyor had arrived. I didn't even know what that was. But the next evening Barnabas, I usually went part of the way to meet him at a pre-arranged time, got home earlier than usual, saw Amalia in the living room, so dragged me out into the street, and there pressed his face against my shoulder and wept for minutes on end. He was the little boy from the old days once again. Something had happened to him that he wasn't equal to. It was as if a whole new world had suddenly opened up before him and he couldn't stand the happiness and cares of so much novelty. Yet all that had happened to him was that he'd been given a letter to deliver to you. But of course it was the first letter, the first job, he'd ever been given. Olga broke off. There was silence except for the heavy, occasionally wheezy breathing of the parents. K merely slipped in, as if to amplify Olga's account. You all hid your true feelings from me. Barnabas handed me the letter like a senior, extremely busy messenger, and you and Amalia, who in other words was in agreement with you both on this occasion, behaved as if the messenger work and the letters were something purely incidental. You have to distinguish between us, said Olga. Barnabas has become a happy child again as a result of the 2 letters, despite all his doubts about what he's doing. He has those doubts only for himself and me, but with you he makes it a point of honor to appear as a real messenger, the way he imagines real messengers appear. For example, even though his hopes of a uniform are now rising, I was given 2 hours to alter his trousers in such a way that they at least resembled the tight-fitting trousers of the official suit, and he could get away with them in your presence, you of course being still easily deceived in this respect. That's Barnabas. Amalia is different. She really does despise messenger work, and now that he seems to be having some success, as she can easily tell from Barnabas and me and the way we sit together whispering, now she despises it more than ever. So she's telling the truth. Don't ever let yourself be deceived into doubting that. But Kay, if I've at times disparaged messenger work, it was not with the intention of deceiving you but from fear. Those 2 letters that have so far passed through Barnabas's hands are the first sign of forgiveness, dubious though it is, that our family has received for 3 years. This change, if it is a change and not an illusion, illusions are more common than changes, is connected with your arrival here. Our fate has to some extent become dependent on you. Possibly these 2 letters are just the start, and Barnabas's activities will expand beyond the messenger work concerning you. Let's hope so, as long as we're allowed to, but for the time being everything is directed at you. Up there we have to be content with what we're given, but down here it may be that we can also do something ourselves, namely secure your goodwill or at least guard against your aversion or, most importantly, protect you to the best of our ability and experience in order to keep your contact with the castle, which might mean our livelihood, from being lost. So, what was the best way of setting about all that? To avoid making you suspicious of us when we approach you, because you're stranger here so bound to be full of suspicion in all directions, quite legitimate suspicion. What is more, we're despised and you're influenced by public opinion, particularly through your fiancé. How are we to reach you without, for instance, even quite unintentionally, opposing your fiancé and thus offending you? And the messages, which I carefully read before you receive them, Barnabas didn't read them. As messenger he wouldn't allow himself to, seemed at first glance to be not very important, outdated, even undermining their own importance by referring you to the mayor. So, how ought we to behave towards you in this regard? If we stress their importance, we rendered ourselves suspect by overrating something so obviously unimportant, talking ourselves up in your eyes as the bearers of such news, pursuing our aims rather than yours. It was even possible that in so doing we'd be belittling the news itself in your estimation and thus very much against our will deceiving you. But if we declined to attach much value to the letters, we rendered ourselves equally suspect, because why in that case did we bother to deliver these unimportant letters? Why did our actions and our words contradict each other? Why were we deceiving not only you, the addressee, but also our principal, who had certainly not given us the letters for us to devalue them in the addressee's eyes by what we said? And steering a middle course between the 2 exaggerations, in other words assessing the letters correctly, is impossible. They're constantly changing in value themselves, the considerations they prompt are endless, and where one draws the line only chance decides. In other words, one's opinion is itself a matter of chance. And when in addition worrying about you gets in the way, everything becomes blurred. You mustn't judge my words too harshly. When, for example, as happened once, Barnabas arrives with the news that you're unhappy with his messenger work, and he, in his initial alarm and also, unfortunately, not without a messenger's touchiness, has offered to resign from your service, then, mind you, I'm capable, in order to rectify the mistake of cheating, lying, deceiving, committing any wickedness if it'll only help. But then I'll be doing it, at least this is what I believe, as much for your sake as for ours." Someone knocked. Olga ran to the door and flung it wide. Out of the night, a ray of light fell from a signaling lantern. The late visitor asked whispered questions and was answered in a whisper, but not content with this, he attempted to push his way into the room. Presumably Olga felt unable to restrain him any longer, so called Amalia, clearly hoping that she, to protect their parents' sleep, would make every effort to oust the visitor. She did indeed come hurrying across, pushed Olga aside, stepped out into the street, and shut the door behind her. A moment passed, and already she was back inside, so swiftly had she achieved what Olga had found impossible. Kay then learned from Olga that the visit had concerned him. It had been one of the assistants, looking for him on Frida's orders. Olga had wanted to protect Kay from the assistant. If Kay meant to own up to Frida subsequently about his visit there, let him do so, but it shouldn't be discovered by the assistants. Kay agreed. But Olga's offer that he should spend the night there and wait for Barnabas, that he refused. Other things being equal, he might have accepted. It was already late at night, and it seemed to him he was now, willy-nilly, so involved with this family that spending the night here, though perhaps awkward for other reasons, was in fact, considering that involvement, the most natural place for him in the entire village. All the same he refused. The assistant's visit had alarmed him. He failed to understand how Frida, who surely knew what he wanted, and the assistants, who had learned to fear him, had grown so close again that Frida did not shrink from sending one of the assistants after him, only one though, while the other had presumably stayed with her. He asked Olga if she had a whip. She did not, but she did have a stout willow rod. He took that. Then he asked if there was another way out of the house. There was such a way out through the yard, except that you then had to climb over the fence of the next door garden and walk through that garden before you came to the street. Kay decided to do that. As Olga led him across the yard to the fence, Kay tried quickly to reassure her regarding her worries, told her he was not a bit cross with her over her little tricks and the account she had given, but quite understood her, thanked her for the confidence she had in him and had demonstrated with her account, and asked her to send Barnabas round to the school as soon as he returned, even if it was still night. Barnabas's messages were not his only hope. Things would look bad for him if they were, but he was reluctant to dispense with them, very reluctant. He wanted to hold on to them and at the same time not forget Olga, because what mattered to him almost more than the messages was Olga herself, her courage, her prudence, her shrewdness, the way she sacrificed herself for the family. If he had to choose between Olga and Amalia, it wouldn't, he told her, cost him much thought. And he pressed her hand warmly while already swinging himself up on the fence of the next door garden. Out on the street he looked up and, so far as the murky night allowed, saw the assistant still pacing to and fro outside Barnabas's house. From time to time the man would stop and try to shine his light through the curtained window into the living room. Kay called to him, showing no sign of alarm. He left off spying on the house and approached Kay. "Who are you looking for?" Kay asked as he tested the suppleness of the willow rod against his thigh. "You," said the assistant, coming closer. "Who are you, then?" said Kay, suddenly, because it did not appear to be the assistant. He looked older, wearier, more wrinkled and yet fatter in the face. Also his walk was quite different from the nimble, almost electric-jointed walk of the assistants. It was slow, with a slight limp, genteelly infirm. "You don't recognize me?" the man asked. "Jeremiah, your old assistant." "Really?" Kay said and pulled the willow rod out again a little, having put it out of sight behind his back. "But you look quite different." It's because I'm alone, said Jeremiah. If I'm alone, my merry youth has left me too. So where's Arthur? Kay asked. Arthur? Asked Jeremiah, the little dear. He's quit. Well, you were a bit hard on us, you know. He couldn't take it, the delicate soul. He's gone back to the castle and is making a complaint about you. And you? Asked Kay. I was able to stay, said Jeremiah. Arthur's making the complaint for me too. What is it you're complaining about? Asked Kay. About the fact, said Jeremiah, that you've no sense of humor. I mean, what did we do? Joked a bit, laughed a bit, teased your fiancé a bit. All according to orders, by the way. When Gallater sent us to you, Gallater? Asked Kay. Yes, Gallater, said Jeremiah. He was standing in for Clam at the time. When he sent us to you, he said, I made a careful note of this, because it's what we're basing our complaint on. He said, you're going as the land surveyor's assistants. We said, but we don't know anything about that kind of work. He came back with, that's not the most important thing. If it becomes necessary, he'll teach you. The most important thing is that you cheer him up a bit. I'm told he takes everything very seriously. He's now arrived in the village, and immediately this is a big event for him, whereas in reality of course it's nothing at all. That's what you're to teach him. Well, said Kay, was Gallater right and have you carried out your orders? I don't know, said Jeremiah. I doubt it was even possible in that short time. All I know is that you were extremely rude, and that's what we're complaining about. I don't understand how you, who are only an employee yourself and not even a castle employee, can fail to see that such a job is hard work and that it's most unfair to start mischievously, almost childishly hampering the worker in his work as you did. Your ruthlessness in letting us get so cold out by the railings, or the way you treated Arthur, who someone an angry word will pain for days, almost striking him dead on that mattress with your fist, or the way you chased me up and down through the snow this afternoon so that it took me an hour to recover from all the running. I'm not a youngster anymore. My dear Jeremiah, said Kay, you're right about everything, only it's Gallater you should be taking it up with. It was his idea, sending you. I didn't ask him for you. And not having requested you, I was also able to send you back and should have preferred to do so in peace rather than by force, but that was clearly the way you both wanted it. Incidentally, why didn't you speak as frankly as this as soon as you came to me? Because I was in service, said Jeremiah. Surely that's obvious. And now you're no longer in service, asked Kay. Not anymore, said Jeremiah. Arthur's given notice at the castle, or at least proceedings are in hand that will finally release us. But surely you're still looking for me now as if you were in service, said Kay. No, said Jeremiah, I'm looking for you simply to pacify Frida. You see, when you left her for the Barnabas girl she was very unhappy, not so much because of the loss as because of your betrayal, although she'd seen it coming for a long time and had already suffered badly as a result. I went back to the classroom window at one point to see whether you had perhaps come to your senses. But you weren't there, only Frida, sitting at a desk and weeping. So I went to her and we reached an agreement. It's all been implemented already, too. I'm a room waiter at the Count's Arms, at least until my case has been dealt with at the castle, and Frida's back behind the bar. It's better for Frida. There was no sense in her becoming your wife. And you were incapable of appreciating the sacrifice she was prepared to make for you. But the poor thing still has occasional misgivings as to whether you've not been done an injustice, whether perhaps you really weren't with the Barnabas girls. There couldn't of course be any doubt where you were, but I still went round there to establish the fact once and for all, because after all the upheavals, Frida deserves a quiet night's sleep for once, as do I. So along I went and not only found you but at the same time discovered that the girls automatically do what you tell them. Particularly the dark-haired one, a real wildcat, has taken your side. Well, each to his taste. Anyway, there was no need for you to go round via the next door garden, I know the way. 21. So now it had happened, predictably but unavoidably. Frida had left him. It need not be final, it was not that bad. Frida could be won back. She was easily influenced by others, even by these assistants, who saw Frida's situation as similar to their own, and now that they had given notice had induced Frida to break it off too. But Kay had only to confront her, remind her of all the things in his favor, and she would contritely be his once more, especially if, say, he could have justified the visit to the girls by some success he owed to them. Yet despite these thoughts, with which he sought to reassure himself about Frida, he was not reassured. A moment ago he had been singing Frida's praises to Olga, calling her his sole support. Well, it was not the firmest of supports. It had not taken the intervention of anyone powerful to rob him of Frida. This not particularly savory assistant had been enough, this lump of flesh that at times gave the impression it was not properly alive. Jeremiah had already started walking off. Kay called him back. Jeremiah, he said, I want to be quite frank with you. Give me a straight answer, will you, to one question. We're not in a master-servant relationship anymore now. You're not the only one who's glad about that, I am too, so there's no reason why we should deceive each other. Here in your sight I break the rod that was meant for you, because it wasn't for fear of you I chose the way through the garden, it was to catch you by surprise and use the rod on you a few times. Well, don't hold it against me now, that's all over. If you hadn't been a servant forced on me officially but just an acquaintance, even if I do find your appearance disconcerting at times, I've no doubt we'd have got on famously. In fact, we could make up now for what we've missed in this regard. You think so, said the assistant, yawning and rubbing tired eyes. I could lay it out for you in more detail but I haven't time. I must go to Frida, the dear child's waiting for me. She hasn't started work yet. She was all for throwing herself into the job immediately, probably to forget, but the landlord let me persuade him to give her a bit of convalescence. We want to spend that at least together. As to your proposal, I certainly have no reason to lie to you, but equally I've no reason to confide in you at all. It's different for me, you see. As long as I was in service to you, you were a very important person for me, naturally, not because of any qualities of yours but because of the job, and I'd have done anything for you that you wanted, but now I don't care about you. Even the breaking of the rod leaves me unaffected, it simply reminds me of what a rough master I had. It isn't the sort of thing that is going to win me over to you. You talk, said Kay, as if it was quite settled that you'll never have anything to fear from me again. But that's not actually how it is. You probably aren't free of me yet. In fact, things aren't dealt with that fast here, even faster. Sometimes, Jeremiah objected. Sometimes, said Kay, but there's nothing to suggest that has happened this time. At least neither you nor I have our hands on a written settlement. So proceedings have only just begun, and I haven't even used my contacts to intervene yet, though I will. If the decision goes against you, you won't have done much in advance to get your master on your side, and it may even have been uncalled for, breaking the willow rod. All right, you've taken Frida away, which makes you particularly cocky, but for all the respect I have for you personally, even if you've ceased to have any for me, a couple of words of mine in Frida's ear will be enough, I know they will, to tear the lies you've ensnared her with to shreds. And only lies could have alienated Frida from me. These threats don't scare me, said Jeremiah. You don't even want me as an assistant, you're afraid to have me as an assistant, you're afraid of assistants altogether. It was fear made you hit poor Arthur, that's all. Possibly, said Kay. Did it hurt any the less for that? Perhaps I'll have many more opportunities of showing my fear of you in this way. If I see that being an assistant gives you little pleasure, it'll give me, over and above any fear, the most tremendous fun to force you into it. In fact, this time I'll make it my business to get you on your own, without Arthur, then I'll be able to devote more attention to you. Do you suppose, said Jeremiah, that I'm the least bit scared of any of that? Oh, I think so, said Kay. You're certainly a little scared, and if you're smart, a lot. Why otherwise would you not have gone straight to Frida? Tell me, are you in love with her? Love, said Jeremiah. She's kind and intelligent, an ex-mistress of clams, so a respectable girl in any event. And if she constantly pleads with me to free her from you, why should I not do her that favor, particularly since I'm doing you no harm in the process, now that you've consoled yourself with the Barnabas girls, curse them. Now I can see you're afraid, said Kay, really pitifully afraid. You're trying to catch me out with lies. Frida asked for one thing only, to be delivered from those by now maddened, lascivious dogs of assistants. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to carry out her request in full and am faced with the consequences of my failure. Sir! Mr. Land Surveyor, someone called up the street. It was Barnabas. He arrived, out of breath but not forgetting to bow to Kay. I managed it, he said. What have you managed? Asked Kay. You mean, you put my request to clam? That didn't work, said Barnabas. I tried hard, but it was impossible. I pushed through to the front, spent all day, uninvited, standing so close to the desk that at one point a clerk whose light I was in even shoved me aside, announced my presence, which is forbidden, by raising my hand whenever Clam looked up, stayed on longest in the office, was even there with the servants and no one else, had the further pleasure of seeing Clam come back, but it wasn't because of me, he just wanted to. Looked something up in a book quickly and left again immediately. In the end, when I still didn't move, the servant virtually swept me out of the door with the broom. I'm owning up to all this because I don't want you being unhappy with my performance again. What good is it to me how hard you work, Barnabas, said Kay, if it brings no results? But I did get a result, said Barnabas. As I was leaving my office, I call it my office, I saw a man slowly approaching out of the depths of the corridors. Except for him, everything was already empty. It was very late by now. I decided to wait for him. It was a good excuse to stay there a bit longer. I'd rather have stayed there forever than have to bring you the bad news. But it was worth waiting for the gentleman in any case. It was Erlanger. You don't know him? He's one of Clam's first secretaries. A frail little man, has a slight limp. He recognized me instantly. He's famous for his memory and his knowledge of human nature. He just knits his brows. That's all he has to do to recognize anyone, often including people he's never seen, people he's only heard of or read about. He can hardly have seen me before, for instance. But even though he recognizes everyone immediately, at first he asks as if unsure. Aren't you Barnabas? He said to me. And then he asked, you know the land surveyor, right? And then he said, that's very convenient. I'm just off to the Count's Arms. The land surveyor is to come and see me there. I'll be in room 15. But he should come right away. I've only a few appointments there, and I'll be driving back at 5 in the morning. Tell him I'm very keen to have a word with him. Suddenly, Jeremiah set off. Barnabas, who in his excitement had taken very little notice of him before, asked, What's Jeremiah up to? "Trying to beat me to Erlanger," said Kay, as he ran after Jeremiah, caught him up, took his arm, and said, "Is it missing Frida that's come over you all of a sudden? I feel it too, so we'll be in step." Outside the dark Count's arms stood a small group of men. 2 or 3 carried hand lanterns. As a result, several faces could be distinguished. Kay saw only one person he knew, Gerstacker, the coachman. Gerstacker greeted him with the question, "You're still in the village, then?" "Yes," said Kay, "I'm here for the duration." "None of my business, of course," said Gerstacker, clearing his throat vigorously and turning to some of the others. It emerged that they were all waiting for Erlanger. Erlanger had already arrived but was still in discussion with Momus, prior to receiving the parties. The general conversation revolved round the fact that they were not allowed to wait inside but had to stand out there in the snow. It was not particularly cold, but even so it was inconsiderate to make the parties stand outside at night, possibly for hours on end. This was not Erlanger's fault, of course. He was extremely obliging, probably knew nothing about it, and would certainly have been furious had it been reported to him. It was the fault of the landlady of the Count's Arms, who in her pathological striving for refinement was not prepared to have a lot of parties entering the Count's Arms at one time. "If it has to be and they have to come," she would say, "then for heaven's sake let it be just one by one." And she had managed to get the parties, who at first had simply waited in a corridor, later on the stairs, then in the hallway, and finally in the bar, ultimately pushed out into the street. And even that did not satisfy her. She found it intolerable to be forever under siege, as she put it, in her own house. She could not understand why there was this coming and going of parties at all. To dirty the front steps, an official had once answered her, probably in irritation, but to her that had been most enlightening, and she was fond of quoting the remark. Her ambition, which of course ran counter to the wishes of the parties, was to have a building erected opposite the Count's Arms where the parties might wait. She would have been happiest if the discussions and interviews with the parties could also have taken place somewhere other than at the Count's Arms, but that was opposed by the officials, and when the officials put up serious opposition, the landlady did not of course get her way, even though in side issues, thanks to her tireless yet, since she was a woman, tender zeal, she exerted a kind of minor tyranny. However, it looked as if the landlady would have to continue to tolerate discussions and interviews at the Count's Arms because the gentleman from the castle refused, so far as official affairs in the village were concerned, to quit the Count's Arms. They were always in a hurry. It was very much against their will that they were in the village. They had not the slightest desire to prolong their stay there beyond what was absolutely necessary, consequently they could not be required, purely out of consideration for the domestic peace of the Count's Arms, to make a temporary move, together with all their documents, across the street into some other building, thus wasting time. The officials were actually happiest dealing with official matters in the bar or in their rooms, if possible during mealtimes or from their beds before they went to sleep or in the morning when they were too tired to get up and felt like lying in bed a bit longer. On the other hand, the question of the construction of a waiting hall appeared to be nearing a favorable conclusion, though of course it was a harsh punishment for the landlady. There was some laughter over it, that the matter of the waiting hall itself necessitated many discussions and the passages of the house were rarely empty. All these things were being talked about in low voices among the people waiting. Kay was struck by the fact that, although there was discontent in plenty, no one had any objection to Erlanger's summoning the parties in the middle of the night. He asked why and was told they should even be extremely grateful to Erlanger for this. It was purely his goodwill and the exalted view he took of his office that prompted him to come to the village at all. Had he wished he could instead, in fact, this might have been more in keeping with the regulations, have sent some junior secretary and had him take the statements. But no, for the most part he refused to do that, wanting to see and hear everything for himself, but that meant he had to give up his nights for the purpose. His official schedule allowed no time for village trips. Kay objected that surely Clam himself came to the village during the day and even stayed for several days. Was Erlanger, a mere secretary, more indispensable up there? One or two laughed good-humoredly, others, embarrassed, said nothing. The latter eventually prevailed and Kay got little answer. Only one man said hesitantly that of course Clam was indispensable, in the castle as much as in the village. At this point the front door opened and Momus appeared, flanked by two servants carrying lamps. The first ones admitted to see Secretary Erlanger, he said, are Gerstacker and Kay. Are they both here? They said they were, but then Jeremiah, with an "I'm a room waiter here," and receiving a welcoming pat on the shoulder from a smiling Momus, slipped into the house ahead of them. I must keep more of an eye on Jeremiah, Kay said to himself, though he remained aware that Jeremiah was probably far less dangerous than Arthur, who was in the castle, working against him. It might even be better to let oneself be plagued by them as assistants than have them wandering about in this uncontrolled fashion, free to conduct their intrigues, for which they seem to have a particular talent. As Kay passed, Momus pretended that only now did he recognize him as the land surveyor. Ah, the land surveyor, he said, the man who's so averse to examinations is now eager to be examined. It would have been simpler with me that time. Of course, it's difficult, choosing the right examinations. When Kay, thus addressed, looked like stopping, Momus said, move along, move along. I could have used your answers then, I can't now. Nevertheless, provoked by Momus's behavior, Kay said, all you think about is yourselves. If it's purely for official purposes, I'll not answer, not then, not now. Momus said, who are we supposed to think about? Who else is there in this place? Move along, now. A servant met them in the hallway and led them along the route Kay already knew across the courtyard, then through the door and into the low, slightly downhill passage. Clearly, only the higher officials stayed on the upper floors, while the secretaries stayed on this passage, Erlanger too, even though he was one of the highest of them. The servant doused his lantern because here there was bright electric light. Everything here was small but daintily constructed. The best possible use was made of space. The passage was just high enough for a person to walk upright. Down the sides, the doors almost touched. The walls on either side stopped short of the ceiling. This was no doubt for ventilation purposes, because in this deep, cellar-like passage the tiny rooms presumably had no windows. The disadvantage of these not quite complete walls was the noise in the passage and inevitably also in the rooms. Many rooms seemed to be occupied, in most the people were still awake, you heard voices, hammering, the clink of glasses. Yet there was no impression of any special merriment. The voices were muffled, no more than the odd word could be made out, nor did there seem to be conversations going on. Probably somebody was just dictating something or reading something out, particularly from the rooms giving out the sound of glasses and dishes. Not a word could be heard, and the hammering reminded Kay of something that he had been told somewhere, namely that many officials, to relax from the constant mental exertion, from time to time did a little carpentry, light engineering. That sort of thing. The passage itself was empty except for a tall pale thin man sitting outside one of the doors in a fur, under which his nightclothes showed. Probably it had got too stuffy for him in the room, so he had come to sit outside and was reading a newspaper, albeit inattentively. From time to time he would stop reading with a yawn, bend forward, and look along the passage, Possibly he was expecting a particular party whom he had summoned and who was late arriving. Once they were past him, the servant, referring to the man, said to Gerstacker, "Pinsgauer." Gerstacker nodded. "He's not been down here for a long time," he said. "Not for ages," the servant confirmed. Eventually, they came to a door that was no different from the rest, but behind which, the servant informed them, Erlanger stayed. The servant had Kay lift him onto his shoulders and looked through the open gap into the room. "He's lying," the servant said, climbing down, on the bed. "He's dressed, but I rather think he's asleep. Sometimes tiredness overtakes him like that here in the village, with its different way of life. We shall have to wait. He'll ring when he wakes up." It has happened that he spent his whole time in the village sleeping and had to drive back to the castle as soon as he woke up. It is voluntary work he does here, after all. "Let's hope this time he sleeps right through," said Gerstacker, "because when he does have a little time for work after waking, he's very indignant about having slept, tries to deal with everything in a rush, and a person scarcely has time to speak out." "You've come about the award of the cartage contracts for the building?" the servant asked. Gerstacker nodded, drew the servant aside, and spoke quietly to him, but the servant, barely listening, gazed beyond Gerstacker. He was more than a head taller than him, and gravely and slowly passed a hand through his hair. 22. At this point Kay, looking aimlessly around him, saw Frida, off in the distance at a bend in the passage. She acted as if she did not recognize him, simply staring at him, holding a tray of empty dishes. He told the servant, who took absolutely no notice. The more the servant was spoken to, the more absent-minded he seemed to become, that he would be back in a moment, then ran to Frida. Reaching her, he seized her by the shoulders as if retaking possession of her, asked a number of inconsequential questions, and as he did so gazed intently into her eyes. But her rigid bearing relaxed hardly at all. After a few distracted attempts to rearrange the crockery on the tray, she said, "What do you want from me, then?" "Go on, go to those, well, you know what they're called, you've just come from them, I can tell from looking at you." Kay swiftly changed the subject, not wanting their talk to start so abruptly and with the very worst things of all, those least in his favor. "I thought you were in the bar," he said. Frida looked at him in surprise and gently ran her free hand over his brow and cheek. It was as if she had forgotten what he looked like, and this was her way of reminding herself. Her eyes even had that clouded expression of an effort of memory. "I have been taken on again for the bar," she said then, slowly, as if it did not matter what she said. Beneath the words she was conversing with Kay again, and that mattered more. "This job doesn't suit me, besides anyone can do it. Anyone who can make beds and put on a friendly face and who doesn't mind being pestered by the guests but even encourages it, anyone like that can be a chambermaid. In the bar, things are rather different. Also, I was taken on again for the bar immediately, even though I'd left it not too honorably before. This time I had backing, of course. But the landlord was delighted that I had backing, and it was therefore easy for him to take me on again. In fact, I even needed urging to accept the job. If you consider what the bar reminds me of, you'll understand. In the end, I did accept the job. I'm here only temporarily." Peppy asked to be spared the disgrace of having to leave the bar at once, so we decided, because she has worked hard and looked after everything to the very best of her ability, to give her 24 hours notice. "Everything's been arranged admirably," said Kay, "except that first you quit the bar because of me, and now, with our wedding imminent, you're going back there, is that it?" "There'll be no wedding," said Frida. "Because I've been unfaithful?" Kay asked. Frida nodded. Look here, Frida, said Kay. We've discussed this alleged infidelity several times now, and you've always, in the end, had to admit the suspicion was unfounded. Well, nothing's changed on my side since then. Everything is still as innocent as it always was and can never be otherwise. So something must have changed on your side, as a result of people's insinuations or for some other reason. In any case, you're not being fair to me, because look, how are things really with those two girls? One of them, the dark-haired one, I'm almost ashamed to have to make this detailed defense, but you've asked for it. The dark-haired one, then, is probably no less of an embarrassment to me than to you. If there's any way I can keep my distance from her, I do, and she actually makes it easier. There couldn't be a shyer person. Yes, Frida exclaimed, the words bursting from her as if against her will. Kay was pleased to see her so distracted. She was different from the way she wished to be. You may see her as shy, the world's most brazen creature you call shy, and you honestly mean it. Incredible though it is, I know you're not pretending. The bridge and landlady says about you, I can't abide him, but I can't abandon him either. It's like when you see a little child who can't walk properly yet and ventures a long way ahead. You can't control yourself, you have to do something. Take her advice this time, said Kay, with a smile, but that girl, whether she's shy or shameless we can leave aside here. I don't wish to know about her. But why do you call her shy? Frida asked adamantly. Kay took this interest as a sign in his favor. Have you put it to the test, or is this your way of disparaging others? Neither, said Kay. I call her that out of gratitude because she makes it easy for me to take no notice of her, and because, even if she asked me repeatedly, I couldn't bring myself to go back there, which would definitely be a major loss so far as I'm concerned, since I need to go there because of our joint future, as you know. And that's why I also need to talk to the other girl, of whom I admit I think highly for her competence, prudence and selflessness, but who could never be depicted as a temptress. The hands think differently, said Frida. In this, and I dare say in many other respects too, said Kay. You'd infer I'd been unfaithful from the cravings of the hands? Frida said nothing but allowed Kay to take the tray from her, place it on the ground, slip his arm beneath hers, and begin slowly pacing up and down with her, keeping to a small area. You don't know what being faithful is, she said, resisting his closeness slightly. However you choose to behave towards the girls, that's not what really matters. The mere fact of your visiting that family at all and coming back with the smell of their parlor in your clothes is for me an intolerable disgrace. And you go running from the school without a word. And even stay with them half the night. And then, when someone asks after you, have the girls disown you, passionately disown you, particularly the one who's so shy. Sneak secretly out of the house, possibly even to protect the girls' reputations, No, let's not talk about it anymore. Not about that, said Kay, but about something else, Frida. Anyway, there's no more to be said about that. You know why I have to go there. It isn't easy for me, but I force myself. You shouldn't make it harder for me than it is. Today I thought I'd go there just for a moment and ask whether Barnabas, who should have brought an important message long ago, had finally come. He hadn't, but soon would, I was credibly assured, very soon. I was reluctant to have him come on to me at the school, wanting to avoid bothering you with his presence. Hours went by, and unfortunately he didn't come. Someone else did, though, someone I detest. I didn't feel like having him spy on me, so I went through the next door garden, but nor did I wish to hide from him. Instead I went straight up to him on the street, though with, I admit, a nice bendy willow rod. That's all, so there's nothing further to be said about it, but about something else there is. What's the situation with the assistants, mentioning whom I find almost as repellent as you find any mention of that family? Compare your relationship with them to the way I behave towards the family. I understand your dislike of the family and can share it. It's only because of this business that I go to them. Sometimes it almost seems to me I'm doing them an injustice, exploiting them. But take you and the assistants. You've never denied they persecute you and have admitted that it attracts you to them. I wasn't cross with you for that. I could see forces were at work here that you were no match for. I was glad you at least put up a fight, even helped you defend yourself, and just because I relaxed my attention for a couple of hours, confident of your loyalty but also hoping that the building really was locked and that the assistants had been driven off for good, I'm afraid I still underestimate them. Just because I relaxed my attention for a couple of hours and that Jeremiah, who won closer. Inspection is a none too healthy, quite elderly fellow, had the cheek to come to the window, just because of that I'm to lose you, Frida, and find myself greeted with the words, "There'll be no wedding." Surely I'm the one who could make accusations and yet doesn't, still doesn't. And again Kay thought it was time to take Frida's mind off things a bit, so he asked her to bring him something to eat. He hadn't eaten since lunchtime. Clearly relieved by the request herself, Frida nodded and ran off to fetch something, not farther down the passage, where Kay had assumed the kitchen to be, but down some steps to one side. She was soon back with a plate of cold meat and a bottle of wine, but it was only the remains of a meal, presumably. The individual slices had been hastily rearranged to conceal the fact. There were even discarded sausage skins, and the bottle was 3/4 empty. However, Kay said nothing about this and fell to with a hearty appetite. "You went to the kitchen?" he asked. "No, to my room," she said. "I have a room down here." "I wish you'd taken me with you," said Kay. "I'll go down there and sit a bit while I eat." "I'll bring you a chair," said Frida and turned to go. "No, thanks," Kay said, holding her back. "I'll not be going down there, nor do I need a chair." Sulkily, Frida endured his grip, bowing her head low and biting her lips. "All right, he's down there," she said. "What did you expect?" "He's lying in my bed. He caught a chill outside. He's shivering. He's hardly eaten." "It's all your fault, basically. If you hadn't chased the assistants away and gone running after those people, we could now be sitting peacefully in the school. You're the one who's destroyed our happiness. Do you suppose Jeremiah would have dared seduce me as long as he was in service? If you do, you've got the system here completely wrong. He wanted to come to me, he was in agony, he'd lie in wait for me, but it was just a game, the way a hungry dog will fool around but not actually go so far as to jump on the table. And I was the same. I was drawn to him. He's my playmate from childhood. We used to play together on the slopes of Castle Hill. Marvelous times. You've never asked me about my past, but none of that mattered so long as Jeremiah was restrained by his position. I knew my duty as your wife to be. But then you drove the assistants off and even boasted about it as if you'd done something for me. Well, in a sense you had. In Arthur's case, you got what you wanted, if only temporarily. He's delicate, he lacks Jeremiah's passion, which defies every difficulty. Also, when you punched him during the night, that blow was also leveled at our happiness. You almost destroyed him. He fled to the castle to complain, and although he'll soon be back, he's away for now. But Jeremiah stayed. On duty he's afraid if his master twitches an eyebrow. Off duty he's afraid of nothing. He came and took me, abandoned by you, dominated by him, my old friend. I couldn't help myself. I didn't unlock the school door. He smashed the window and pulled me out. We fled here. The landlord thinks highly of him, and what better for the guests than to have such a room waiter, so we were taken on. He's not living with me, but we share a room. In spite of everything, said Kay, I don't regret having driven the assistants from our service. If the relationship was as you describe it, In other words, your fidelity due only to the assistant's obligation to us as our servants, then it was good that everything came to an end. It would hardly have been a happy marriage, between two beasts of prey only whipping could tame. In which case, I'm also grateful to the family that unintentionally contributed towards splitting us up. They fell silent and began pacing up and down again, and this time there was no telling who had started it. Frida, close beside Kay, appeared irked that he did not take her arm again. That way everything would be all right, Kay went on, and we could say goodbye, you to go to your Lord and Master Jeremiah, who probably still has a chill from the school garden and whom in that respect you've left alone far too long, and I on my own to the school, or else, since without you I've no business there, to some other place where they'll have me. If I hesitate, it's because I still, with good reason, have my doubts about what you've told me. I have the opposite impression of Jeremiah. As long as he was in service he was after you, and I don't think in the long run the job would have kept him from making a serious assault on you at some time. Now, though, since he's regarded the job as over, it's different. Forgive me, but this is how I see it. Now that you're no longer his master's fiancée, you've ceased to be such a temptation to him. You may be his girlfriend from childhood, but in my view, I know him only from a brief conversation this evening, really, he sets no great store by such emotional factors. I can't think why you see him as a passionate person. The way his mind works strikes me as unusually calculating. Regarding myself, he's been given some commission by Gallater, possibly none too favorable to me, which he's trying hard to perform with what I'll admit is a certain passion for the job. It's not all that rare here, part of it being to wreck our relationship. He may have tried it in various ways. One was that he attempted to entice you with his leching, another, in which he had the landlady's backing, that he told stories about my infidelity. His attack succeeded, some memory of Clam surrounding him may have helped. True, he lost his job, but possibly just when he no longer needed it. Now he reaps the fruits of his labors and pulls you out of the schoolroom window. But with that his work is done and, his passion for the job deserting him, he feels weary, would rather be in Arthur's place, Arthur who is not lodging a complaint at all but collecting praise and fresh commissions. Someone has to stay behind, though, and see how things develop. It's a rather tiresome duty for him, looking after you. There's no trace of love for you, he's openly admitted as much to me. As Clam's mistress you're of course a respectable figure in his eyes, and installing himself in your room and feeling like a lesser Clam for once no doubt does him a lot of good, but that's as far as it goes. You yourself mean nothing to him now. It's only on top of his main job that he's found accommodation for you here. To avoid unsettling you, he stayed on himself, but only temporarily, just till he receives fresh news from the castle, and you've made his cold better. How you slander him, Frida said, striking her little fists together. Slander him, said Kay. No, I'm not trying to slander him. I may be doing him an injustice, of course, that's possible. You see, it's not all obvious on the surface. What I've been saying about him, it's open to another interpretation. But slander him? Surely, the only point of that would be to combat your love for him. Were it necessary and were slander a suitable means, I shouldn't hesitate to slander him. No one could condemn me for that. Given the person he takes his orders from, he has such an advantage over me that I might well, having no other resource, be allowed a bit of slandering. It would be a relatively innocent and, when all's said and done, also impotent means of defense. So you can put your fists down. And Kay took Frida's hand in his. Frida tried to pull it away, but smilingly, and not making any great effort. But I don't need slander, said Kay, because you don't in fact love him, you only think you do, and you'll thank me for freeing you from the illusion. Look, If someone wanted to get you away from me not by force but with the most careful calculation possible, he'd have to do it using both assistants. Ostensibly kind-hearted, childlike, cheerful, feckless young men who've blown in from above, from the castle, with a dash of childhood memory added. It's all very endearing, of course it is, particularly when I'm the opposite of all that, constantly preoccupied with matters you don't fully understand, that irritate you, that bring me into contact with people you find hateful and who, for all my innocence, pass on something of that to me too. The whole thing is simply a malicious though most ingenious exploitation of the flaws in our relationship. Every relationship has its flaws, even ours. We came together from quite different worlds, after all, and since we've known each other, our lives have each taken an entirely fresh turn. We're still unsure of ourselves, everything's too new. I'm not talking about myself, that's not so important. As a matter of fact, I've been receiving gifts ever since you first turned to look at me, and that's not a hard thing to get used to, receiving gifts. But you, apart from anything else, were torn away from Clam. I can't gauge what that means, but I have gradually acquired some sense of it, the upheaval, the feeling of being unable to cope, and although I was prepared always to take you in, I wasn't always there. And if I was you were sometimes in the grip of your dreams or something more substantial, the landlady, say, in short, there were times when you looked away from me, longing to penetrate some half-indeterminate sphere, poor child. And during such interludes it only needed suitable people to be lined up in the direction of your gaze for you to be lost to them, falling for the illusion that what were only moments, ghosts, old memories, basically past, indeed increasingly passing former existence, that this was still your real life now. An error, Frida, merely the last end, looked at properly, contemptible problem facing our eventual union. Wake up, pull yourself together. You may have thought the assistants had been sent by Clam. It's not true, they came from Gallater, and they may, aided by that illusion, have managed to bewitch you in such a way that even in their smut and obscenity you felt you found traces of Clam, the way a person thinks he sees a once mislaid gemstone in a dung heap, whereas in reality he could never find it there, even if that was where it really was. The fact remains, they're only lads, much like the hands in the stable, except they lack their health. A bit of fresh air makes them ill and puts them in bed, a place their servile cunning is adept at seeking out anyway. Frida had laid her head on K.'s shoulder. They were walking up and down in silence, arms round each other. If only, Frida said slowly, quietly, almost contentedly, as if aware that she had been granted only the briefest period of peace on K.'s shoulder but wishing to savor it utterly, if only we'd left here immediately, that night, we might be somewhere in safety, together the whole time, your hand always near enough to grasp. How I need your nearness, how much, since I met you, I've felt abandoned without your nearness. Believe me, your nearness is all I ever dream of, the only thing. There was a shout in the side passage. It was Jeremiah. He was standing on the bottom step, wearing only a shirt but with one of Frida's shawls around him. The way he was standing there, hair disheveled, skimpy beard as if rain-soaked, eyes painfully wide, pleading and reproachful, dark cheeks flushed but as if the flesh hung too loosely, bare legs shivering from the cold so that the long fringes of the shawl shivered with them. He was like a patient escaped from hospital, for whom one's only thought, probably, would be getting him back into bed. Which was just how Frida assessed the situation. She slipped away from Kay, and was down there with him immediately. Her nearness, the care with which she pulled the shawl more tightly round him, the urgency with which she tried to push him straight back into the room, seemed in themselves to make him a little stronger. It was as if he recognized Kay, only at this point. "Ah, the land surveyor," he said, with Frida, loath to allow any more talk, stroking his cheek to soothe him. "Sir, forgive the interruption. I'm not at all well, though, that's my excuse. I think I'm running a temperature. I must take an infusion and sweat it out. Those wretched railings in the school garden, I'll have cause to remember them, and now, with a chill already, I've been running around at night. We all, without noticing what we're doing, sacrifice our health for things that are truly not worth it. But, sir, you mustn't let me interrupt you. Come into our room with us, visit a sick man, and while you're at it tell Frida what remains to be said. When two people who are used to each other come to part, then of course, in the final moments, they have so much to say to each other that a third person, particularly one who's lying in bed, waiting for the infusion he's been promised, cannot possibly know what it's like. Do come in, though, I'll be quite quiet. All right, that's enough, said Frida, tugging at his arm. He's feverish and doesn't realize what he's saying. But don't come in, Kay, please. This is my and Jeremiah's room, or rather my room alone. I forbid you to come in with us. You're persecuting me, Kay. Why are you persecuting me? I'll never come back to you, not ever. Just thinking of the possibility makes me shudder. Go to your girls, why don't you, dressed only in their chemises, so I'm told. They sit with you on the bench by the stove, and when someone comes to fetch you they spit in his face. That's clearly where you belong if you're drawn there so much. I always kept you away from there, not very successfully. Still, I kept you away. Now that's over, you're free. You've a fine life ahead of you. You may have a bit of a tussle with the hands for one of them, but as far as the other's concerned, no one in heaven or on earth will begrudge you her. The alliance is blessed from the outset. Don't say a word to the contrary. Oh, I know, you can deny everything, but in the end nothing is denied. Imagine, Jeremiah, he's denied everything. They exchanged nods and smiles. However, Frida went on, supposing he had denied everything, what would that achieve? What do I care? How things go with them in that place is entirely their and his affair, not mine. Mine is to look after you until you're well again, the way you were once, before Kay started tormenting you on my account. Are you really not coming then, sir? Jeremiah asked, but here Frida, who did not even turn to face Kay again, finally pulled him away. A small door could be seen down below, even lower than the doors in the passage. Not just Jeremiah, even Frida had to stoop to enter. Inside it looked bright and warm. Whispering was heard for a while, no doubt tender persuasions to get Jeremiah into bed, then the door was shut. 23. Only now did Kay notice how quiet it had become in the passage, not just in this part of the passage where he had been with Frida and that seemed to belong to the utility rooms, but also in the long passage with the rooms that had previously been so busy. So the gentleman had gone to bed at last. Kay was very tired himself. Possibly it was through tiredness that he had failed to stand up to Jeremiah as he should have done. It might have been wiser to copy Jeremiah, who was obviously exaggerating his chill. His wretchedness did not come from a chill, it was innate and not to be cured by herb tea. To copy Jeremiah exactly, make a similar show of his really extreme tiredness, sink to the floor here in the passage, which would surely have done a lot of good on its own, doze for a bit and then perhaps also get a bit of attention. The trouble was, it would not have turned out as well as it had for Jeremiah, who would surely and no doubt rightly have won this competition for sympathy in addition, clearly, to winning the other contest. Kay was so tired, he wondered whether he might not try to enter one of these rooms, many of which he was sure were vacant, and have a good sleep in a nice bed. That might have made up for a lot, he thought. He even had a nightcap ready. The tray Frida had left lying on the floor had a small decanter of rum on it. Not worrying about the effort of getting back, Kay drained the little bottle. Now he at least felt strong enough to face Erlanger. He looked for the door to Erlanger's room, but since the servant and Jerstacker were no longer to be seen and all the doors were identical, he could not find it. However, believing he remembered more or less where in the passage the door had been, he decided to open a door that was probably, he thought, the one he was looking for. There was no harm in trying. If it was Erlanger's room, Erlanger would no doubt receive him. If it was someone else's room, he could always apologize and leave again, and if the guest was asleep, as was most likely, K's visit would pass quite unnoticed. The only potential problem was if the room was vacant, because then K would scarcely be able to resist the temptation to lie down on the bed and sleep for hours. He gave one more look to right and left along the passage. Someone might be coming who could tell him what he needed to know and remove the need for any risk, but the long passage was silent and empty. Next, K listened at the door, not a sound there either. He knocked softly enough not to wake anyone who might have been asleep, and when even then nothing happened, he very carefully opened the door. Here, though, a shriek greeted him. It was a small room, more than half occupied by a wide bed. The lamp on the bedside table was switched on. Beside it stood a small traveling bag. In the bed, but completely hidden under the quilt, someone shifted uneasily and whispered through a gap between quilt and sheet, "Who is it?" Now K could no longer simply leave. He contemplated the ample but unfortunately not empty bed with displeasure, then remembered the question and gave his name. This seemed to have a positive effect. The man in the bed pulled the quilt away from his face a little, but timidly, all ready to cover himself up again immediately if there was something not right outside. Then, however, he threw the quilt back without further thought and sat up. It was certainly not Erlanger. This was a small, fit-looking man whose face presented a certain inherent contradiction in that the cheeks were round like a child's, the eyes merry like a child's, but the high forehead, pointed nose, narrow mouth with lips that barely met, and almost non-existent chin were not childish at all but suggested a superior intelligence. It was no doubt contentment on that score, contentment with himself, that had preserved in him a large measure of healthy childishness. "No Friedrich?" he asked. K said he did not. "He knows you, though," the man said with a smile. K nodded. There was no shortage of people who knew him. In fact, that was one of the greatest obstacles in his path. "I'm his secretary," the man said. "Name's Virgil." "Forgive me," said K, reaching for the door handle. "I'm afraid I mistook your door for another. I've been summoned to secretary. Erlanger, in fact." "What a shame," said Virgil. "Not your being summoned elsewhere, you're mistaking the doors. You see, once I'm awake, there's no chance I'll get back to sleep." "Well, you mustn't let that distress you, that's my bad luck. Anyway, why can't the doors here be lockable?" "You're wondering. There's a reason, of course. Because, according to an old saying, the secretary's door should always be open." Still, there was no need to take it so literally. Virgil gave K an inquiring and quite happy look. In contrast to his complaint, he seemed perfectly rested. Probably Virgil had never in his life been as tired as K was now. "Right, where do you want to go?" Virgil asked. "It's 4 o'clock. Anyone you wanted to go to now you'd have to wake up. They aren't all as used to being disturbed as I am. They won't all take it as patiently. They're a highly strung lot, the secretaries. So stay a while. People here start getting up around 5. That'll be the best time for you to answer your summons. So please, let go of that door handle and sit down somewhere. There's not much room here, I grant you. The best thing will be if you sit on the edge of the bed here." "You're surprised I have no table and chair in here?" "Well, I was given the choice of having either a fully furnished room with a narrow hotel bed or this big bed and nothing else but the washstand. I chose the big bed. In a bedroom, surely the main thing is the bed." "Ah, if a person could stretch out and sleep well, For a good sleeper, this bed would have to be truly exquisite. But even I, who am tired all the time without being able to sleep, find it does me good. I spend much of the day in it, do all my letters here, take people's statements. It works very well. There's nowhere for the parties to sit, of course, but they get over that. In fact, it's more agreeable for them too if they're standing and the person taking the statement is at his ease, instead of them sitting comfortably but being yelled at. Then I just have this space on the edge of the bed available, but that's not an official place, it's only for talks at night. But you're so quiet, Mr. Land Surveyor. I'm extremely tired, said Kay, who as soon as invited had rudely, disrespectfully sat down on the bed and leaned back against the post. Of course you are, said Virgil with a smile, everyone's tired here. For example, it was no mean job I did yesterday and that I've already done today. As I said, there's no question of my falling asleep now, but in the utterly unlikely event that I should fall asleep while you're here, please just keep quiet and don't open the door either. However, worry not, I certainly shan't fall asleep, at best it'll only be for a few minutes. That's the way it is with me, you see, probably because I'm so used to parties coming and going, I fall asleep most easily when I have company. Please, just go ahead and sleep, sir, said Kay, delighted by this announcement, in which case, if it's all right with you, I'll sleep a little myself. No, Virgil said, laughing again, I'm afraid it takes more than an invitation to make me fall asleep. It's only in the course of an interview that the opportunity may arise. An interview is the thing most likely to put me to sleep. I'm telling you, the nerves suffer in our business. Take me, I'm a link secretary. You don't know what that is? Well, I'm the strongest link. Here he swiftly rubbed his hands together in involuntary merriment. Between Friedrich and the village, I'm the link between his castle and village secretaries. I'm mostly in the village though not permanently. I have to be ready to return to the castle at any time. You see, the traveling bag, a restless life, doesn't suit everyone. On the other hand, the fact is I couldn't be without this kind of work now. Any other kind would seem stale to me. What's land surveying like? I don't do that job. I'm not working as a land surveyor, said Kay, scarcely thinking about what he was saying. Actually, he was longing for Virgil to fall asleep, but even that was only out of a certain sense of duty towards himself. Deep down he felt he knew that the moment of Virgil's falling asleep was still immeasurably distant. That's amazing, Virgil said with much tossing of his head as he pulled a notepad from under the quilt to jot something down. You're a land surveyor and have no land surveying work? Kay nodded mechanically. He had stretched his left arm out on top of the bedpost and laid his head on it. He had tried various ways of getting comfortable, but this position was the most comfortable of all. Also, he could now pay slightly more attention to what Virgil was saying. I'm prepared, Virgil went on, to take this matter further. It's most certainly not our way here to let a skilled man go unused. And you must find it hurtful yourself. Do you not suffer as a result? Oh, I suffer, Kay said slowly, smiling to himself because at the moment he was not suffering at all. Also, Virgil's offer made little impression on him. It was so amateurish. Knowing nothing of the circumstances in which Kay's appointment had occurred, of the problems it had met with in the municipality and in the castle, of the complications that in the time Kay had been here had already arisen or had announced themselves, knowing nothing of all this, in fact giving no indication that, as might well have been assumed of a secretary, he had at least an inkling of it, here he was, offering off the cuff, with the aid of his notepad, to sort matters out. You seem to have had a number of disappointments already, Virgil said at this point, proving that he did after all have some understanding of human nature, and indeed Kay had been telling himself on and off since entering the room not to underestimate Virgil, though in his condition it was hard to form a just view of anything beyond his own weariness. No, said Virgil, as if replying to a thought of K.S. and considerately wishing to spare him the effort of voicing it, you mustn't let disappointments put you off. A lot of things here seem designed to put one off, and when a person first arrives the obstacles look insuperable. I don't want to go into how things actually stand in this regard. It may be that the appearance does in fact match the reality. In my position I lack the proper distance to judge, but note this, other opportunities arise from time to time that almost don't accord with the overall situation, opportunities whereby a word, a glance, a sign of trust may achieve more than a lifetime of exhausting endeavor. I assure you, that's how it is. Then again, of course, such opportunities do in fact accord with the overall situation in that they're never made use of. But why aren't they made use of, I keep wondering. K did not know. He was aware, of course, that what Virgil was talking about probably concerned him closely, but at the moment he had a great aversion to all things concerning himself. He jerked his head slightly to one side as if in so doing he was leaving the way clear for Virgil's questions and could no longer be affected by them. It is, Virgil continued, stretching his arms and yawning, which conflicted bewilderingly with the gravity of his words, it is a constant complaint of the secretaries that they're obliged to conduct most village examinations at night. But why do they complain about it? Because it's a strain for them? Because they'd rather use the night for sleeping? No, that's certainly not what they're complaining about. Of course, some of the secretaries are diligent, others less so, it's the same everywhere, but none of them is going to complain of too much strain, particularly not in public. It's just not our way. In this respect, we see no difference between ordinary time and working time. Such distinctions are alien to us. So what is it the secretaries have against nighttime examinations? Consideration for the parties, say? No, that's not it either. With regard to the parties, secretaries are ruthless, though no more ruthless than with regard to themselves, not a bit of it, precisely as ruthless. Actually, that very ruthlessness, which is in fact strict compliance with an execution of a secretary's duties, is the highest consideration the parties could ever wish for. Basically, too, a superficial observer will not notice this, of course. The fact is fully recognized. For instance, in this case it's the nighttime examinations in particular that the parties like. No complaints of principle against nighttime examinations are received. So why the secretary's aversion? K did not know this either, he knew so little, he could not even tell whether Virgil was seriously demanding an answer or only appearing to. If you let me lie in your bed, he was thinking, tomorrow noon or better still in the evening I'll answer all your questions. But Virgil seemed to be paying no attention to him. He was altogether too taken up with the question he had put to himself. So far as I can see and so far as my own experience goes, the secretaries have more or less the following reservation about nighttime examinations. The reason why nighttime is less suitable for hearing parties is because at night it's difficult if not impossible fully to preserve the official character of such hearings. This has nothing to do with externals. The formalities can of course, if we wish, be observed quite as strictly at night as during the day. So it's not that, on the other hand, official judgment suffers at night. There's an instinctive tendency to judge things from a more individual standpoint at night. The parties' submissions carry greater weight than is appropriate, totally irrelevant considerations to do with the parties' wider situations, their cares and concerns, interfere in the judgment. The requisite barrier between parties and officials, even if outwardly present and correct, is more relaxed and where normally, as should be the case, only questions and answers pass back and forth, sometimes a curious, quite unsuitable exchange of identities seems to occur. So, at least, the secretaries say, i.e., people professionally endowed with a quite exceptional sensitivity regarding such things. But even they, this is something we've often talked about amongst ourselves, remain largely unaware of these unfavorable influences during nighttime examinations. On the contrary, they strive from the outset to counteract them and feel in the end that they've turned in particularly good performances. However, reading through the statements later, one's frequently amazed at their patent shortcomings. And these are errors, often in fact semi-unjustified gains by the parties, that under our rules at least can no longer be rectified by the usual shortcut. They're sure to be corrected by a control bureau at some stage, but that will only benefit the law, it can't harm the party anymore. Under the circumstances, aren't the secretary's complaints highly justified? K had already been half dozing for a while, now he was disturbed again. What's this all about? What's this all about? He wondered, and from beneath lowered eyelids considered Virgil not as an official who was discussing difficult questions with him but simply as something that was keeping him from sleeping, the further significance of which escaped him. Virgil, on the other hand, absorbed in his train of thought, was smiling as if he had just succeeded in misleading K, slightly. However, he was ready to guide him back on to the right path again immediately. Still, he said, neither can we call these complaints entirely justified and leave it at that. All right, nowhere are nighttime examinations actually prescribed, so a person is not violating any rule in seeking to avoid them, but circumstances, the vast amount of work, the way officials are employed in the castle, the difficulty of getting hold of them, the rule that examination of parties is to take place only after the rest of the investigation has been completed in full, but must then be conducted immediately, all these things and others too have made nighttime examinations an unavoidable necessity. However, if they have become a necessity, this is what I say, it's partly, at least indirectly, a consequence of the rules, and carping at the fact of nighttime examinations would be almost tantamount, I exaggerate slightly, of course, the reason being that as an exaggeration I'm permitted to voice it, would be tantamount to carping at the rules themselves. On the other hand, let it be said that the secretaries do, within the rules, seek to protect themselves against nighttime examinations and the perhaps only apparent disadvantages of them so far as they can. Indeed they do, and to a quite enormous extent. They admit only matters at issue from which there's a minimum to fear in that regard, check themselves carefully before hearings, and then, if the result of the check requires it, order even last-minute postponements of all examinations, fortify themselves by summoning a party often as many as 10 times before actually conducting the examination, happily have colleagues represent them who are not responsible for the case in question and can therefore deal with it more easily, fix hearings at least for the earlier latter part of the night, avoiding the hours in between. There are many more such measures. They're not easy to get the better of, the secretaries, they're almost as robust as they are vulnerable. K was asleep, not properly, of course. He could hear Virgil's words if anything better than before, when he had been awake but dead tired. Word upon word struck his ear, but the burden of consciousness had disappeared. He felt free. It was not Virgil holding him now, it was himself still occasionally reaching out for Virgil. He was not yet in the depths of sleep, but he was immersed in it. No one was going to take that away from him now. And he felt as if he had carried off a great victory here, and people had already gathered to celebrate it, and he or possibly someone else was raising a champagne glass to toast the victory. And in order that everyone should know what was going on, the battle and the victory were being reenacted once again, or possibly not reenacted at all. They were happening for the first time and had already been celebrated before, and it was not being taken as a reason for not celebrating them that the outcome was fortunately beyond doubt. A secretary, naked and looking very like a statue of a Greek god, was being pressed by K in combat. It was very comical, and Kate smiled gently in his sleep at the way the secretary was constantly being startled out of his proud bearing by chaos thrusts and had to make swift use of, say, his upstretched arm and clenched fist to cover his nakedness, yet every time was too slow in doing so. The fight did not last long. Step by step, and they were huge steps, Kate advanced. Was it a fight at all, in fact? There was no serious obstacle, just the odd squeal from the secretary. He squealed, this Greek god, like a young girl being tickled. And in the end he was gone. Kate was alone in a large room. In fighting stance he turned around, looking for his opponent, but there was no one there anymore. Even the people had dispersed, only the champagne glass lay on the ground, broken. Kate crushed it underfoot. But the pieces stabbed him. With a start he did now wake up. He felt sick, the way a child does when woken, yet even so the sight of Virgil's bare chest prompted the thought, coming from the dream, here is your Greek god. Come on, haul him out of bed. However, said Virgil, his face raised thoughtfully towards the ceiling as if he was searching his memory for examples but could find none, there is nevertheless, despite all precautionary measures, a chance of the parties turning this nocturnal weakness on the part of the secretaries, always supposing it is a weakness, to their advantage. A very slim chance, admittedly, or rather, one that almost never occurs. It consists in the parties arriving unannounced in the middle of the night. Perhaps you're surprised that what seems so obvious should happen so rarely. Yes, well, you're not familiar with our circumstances here. Still, even you must have been struck by the completeness of the official organization. One result of that completeness, though, is that everyone who has any kind of request or who for other reasons needs to be examined about something will instantly, without hesitation, usually even before he has himself prepared his case, indeed before he is aware of it himself, receive a summons. He won't be examined this time, not as a rule. The business has usually not got as far as that yet, but he's received his summons, so arriving unannounced, i.e. entirely unexpected, is no longer an option. The most he can do is arrive at the wrong time, in which case, well, he'll simply have his attention drawn to the date and hour of the summons, and if he then comes back at the right time he's generally sent away. That's no longer a problem, the summons in the party's hand and the entry in. The records are, for the secretaries, perhaps not always adequate but certainly powerful weapons of defense. That applies only to the particular secretary with competence for the case, though, it would still be open to anyone to approach the others unexpectedly at night. But very few do that. It makes almost no sense. For one thing, the effect would be to infuriate the competent secretary, not of course that we secretaries are jealous of one another so far as work is concerned, we all carry far too big a workload for that, heaped on us really quite unstintingly, but with regard to parties we're simply not allowed to countenance any irregularities over competence. Many a party has lost his chance because, feeling he was getting nowhere with the competent agency, he tried to slip past one that was not. Anyway, such attempts are bound to fail since a non-competent secretary, even if he's caught unawares at night and really wants to help, can scarcely, for the very reason that it is not his responsibility, take any further action than your average lawyer could, or rather, when all's said and done, a great deal less because, even if he might otherwise do something, knowing the secret avenues of the law as he does better than any of the legal crowd, he's simply, regarding things outside his competence, has no time, not so much as a moment can he spend on them. So who, given such prospects, would utilize his nights going around non-competent secretaries, and anyway the parties are fully employed if, in addition to their usual occupations, they want to comply with the summonses and suggestions of the competent agencies, fully employed in the party's sense, that is, which is of course nothing like the same as fully employed in the secretary's sense. Cade nodded, smiling. Now he thoroughly understood everything. he thought, not that it bothered him but because he was now convinced that in the next few moments he would fall asleep completely, this time with no dreaming and interruption, between the competent secretaries on the one hand and the non-competent on the other, and faced with the throng of fully employed parties, he would sink into a deep sleep and in that way elude them all. He was so used to Virgil's voice by now, soft, self-satisfied, and evidently laboring in vain as regarded putting its owner to sleep, that it would induce sleep for him more than disturb it. "Clack away, little mill, clack away," he thought, "clacking just for me." "So where," said Virgil, playing on his underlip with 2 fingers, eyes wide, neck outstretched, almost as if after an arduous journey he was approaching some delightful vantage point, "where, then, is that chance I mentioned, so rare it almost never happens?" The secret lies in the rules governing competence. You see, it is not and in a large, living organization cannot be the rule that only one particular secretary is competent in each case. It's just that one has the main competence but many others have competence too, in certain aspects, if to a lesser degree. Who, on his own, however great a worker, could gather all the strands of even the most minor incident together on his desk at one time? Even what I said about the main competence itself goes too far. Doesn't even the smallest competence already encompass the whole? Isn't the crucial thing here the fervor with which the matter is addressed? And isn't that always the same, always present with full intensity? There may be all sorts of differences among the secretaries, there are indeed such differences, masses of them, but not in terms of fervor. There's not one of the secretaries will be able to hold back when faced with a request that he deal with a case for which he possesses the slightest competence. For external purposes, of course, there needs to be a tidy procedural option. Consequently, for the parties it is always one particular secretary who comes to the fore, to whom they're officially meant to turn. However, this needn't even be the one with the greatest competence in respect of the case, that will be decided by the organization and its specific immediate requirements. That's the position. And now, sir, consider the possibility of a party, as a result of certain circumstances, any circumstances, and despite the obstacles that have been described to you and that usually prove quite adequate, nevertheless, in the middle of the night, surprising a secretary who possesses a certain competence regarding the case concerned. Presumably such a possibility never occurred to you before, am I right? I quite believe it. Nor need it have done, since it almost never ever happens. What an oddly and very specifically shaped, agile little granule such a party would need to be to pass through the supreme sieve. You think it can't happen at all? You're right, it can't. But one night, who can vouch for everything? It does happen. Though I know of no one, among my acquaintance, to whom it's ever occurred, all right, that proves very little. My circle of acquaintance is limited, measured against the numbers involved here, and anyway it's by no means certain that a secretary to whom something of the sort has occurred will want to admit as much. It's a very personal matter, after all, and one that touches closely on official nakedness, if you like. Still, what my experience does perhaps show is that we're talking about something so rare, which is actually only rumored to exist and is not corroborated by anything else, that it's a great exaggeration to be afraid of it. Even if this thing really did occur, it's possible, so we're told, literally to render it harmless by showing it, which is very easy to do, that there's no room for it in this world. At any rate, it's morbid to be so scared of it that one hides under the quilt, say, and daren't look out. And even if total improbability had suddenly materialized, does that mean all is lost? On the contrary. Everything being lost is even less likely than the least likely thing of all. Of course, if the party is in the room, things are bad, very bad. One's chest tightens. How long will your resistance last, one asks oneself. But it won't be resistance, one's aware of that. Look, just picture the situation as it really is. There he sits, the party, never seen before but always expected, really thirsted after, and always sensibly regarded as out of reach. The man's silent presence is itself an invitation to penetrate his wretched life, to look around in it as if one were the owner, and to suffer with him from his futile demands. That invitation, in the silence of night, is an enchantment. One accepts it and has actually ceased, then, to be an official. It's a situation in which it quickly becomes impossible to turn down a request. To be precise, one is in despair; to be even more precise, one's extremely happy. In despair, because the defenseless way one sits there, waiting for the party's request and knowing that, once voiced, it must be granted, even if, so far as one's own vision goes, at least, it literally rips the official organization apart. That is probably the worst thing one comes up against, doing this job. Above all, apart from anything else, because it's also an incredible jump in rank that one's here, for a moment, forcibly laying claim to. Our position simply doesn't give us the authority to grant requests such as we're talking about here, but through the proximity of this party at night it's as if our official powers grow too. We commit ourselves to things that lie outside our province, indeed we'll even implement them. The party extorts sacrifices from us in the night like the robber in the forest, sacrifices we'd never be capable of normally. All right, that's how it is then, when the party's still there, still giving us strength and coercing us and egging us on, and everything is still progressing half unconsciously. But how will it be afterwards, when it's over? The satisfied, carefree party has left us, and there we stand, alone, defenseless in the face of our misuse of office, that doesn't bear thinking about. And yet we're happy. How suicidal happiness can be. We could make an effort to conceal the true situation from the party. He is hardly going to notice anything on his own. He probably thinks he's just somehow, never mind how, found his way, exhausted, disappointed, reckless and apathetic from exhaustion and disappointment, into a different room from the one he wanted. He's sitting there unsuspecting, busy thinking, if he's busy at all, about his mistake or about how tired he is. Couldn't one just leave him to it? No, it's impossible. With the garrulousness of the happy man, one must explain everything to him. One must show him, in detail, with no chance of sparing oneself, what has happened and the reasons why it has happened. What an exceptionally unusual and uniquely great opportunity this is. One must show how, having stumbled upon this opportunity with all the helplessness of which no other creature, only a party, is capable, he can now, if he wishes, Mr. Land Surveyor, sir, control everything. All he need do is somehow make his request, the granting of which is already prepared, is in fact reaching out towards him. All those things must be shown. It's the official's hour of trial. But when one's managed that too, sir, then the essential has been done. One must be content to wait. That was all K. Heard. He was asleep, cut off from everything that was happening. His head, which had initially been resting on his left arm on top of the bedpost, had slid off in his sleep and now hung free, slowly sinking lower. The support of the arm up above was no longer adequate. Instinctively Cade gave himself a fresh one by bracing his right arm against the quilt, but he happened, in the process, to grasp hold of Virgil's foot, which stuck up under the cover at just that point. Virgil looked across and let him have the foot, irksome though this was. There was a knocking then, several heavy blows on the side wall. Kate started up and looked at the wall. "Isn't that the land surveyor in there?" a voice asked. "Yes," said Virgil, freeing his foot from Kay, and stretching, suddenly unruly and mischievous, like a small boy. "Right, let's have him." The voice came again, no consideration was shown to Virgil or to the possibility that he might still need K. "It's Erlanger," Virgil said in a whisper. The fact that Erlanger was in the next room seemed not to surprise him. "Go straight round there, he's already upset, try and calm him down. He sleeps soundly, but we've been talking too loud. It's impossible to keep oneself and one's voice under control on certain subjects." "Well, go on then, you look as if you're having trouble waking up." "Go on, what are you waiting for?" "No, you needn't apologize for being sleepy, why should you? The body will only keep going for so long, no one can help it if that particular frontier is significant for other reasons as well." "No, that can't be helped. It's the way the world adjusts its course and keeps its balance. It's an excellent, always unimaginably excellent arrangement, is it not, albeit bleak in other respects? Off you go, now, I don't know why you're looking at me like that. If you leave it any longer, Erlanger will be after me, that's something I'd much rather avoid. Go on, who knows what awaits you there, it's all opportunities in this place. Only of course some opportunities are too big to be taken advantage of, as it were. There are things that fail for no reason other than themselves. Oh yes, it's amazing. Also, I'm hoping I may get a little sleep now. It's already 5 o'clock, of course, and the noise will start soon. Just go, will you?" Dazed through being roused abruptly from deep sleep, still vastly in need of sleep, his body hurting all over as a result of his awkward posture, for some time K. could not make himself get up. He held his forehead and looked down into his lap. Not even Virgil's incessant dismissals could have persuaded him to leave, only a sense of the utter futility of remaining in the room any longer slowly brought him round to it. The room seemed indescribably desolate to him. Whether it had become so or had always been so, he did not know. He would not even be able to fall asleep again here. In fact, it was this conviction that clinched matters. With a little smile at the fact, he stood up, supported himself wherever he could, on the bed, on the wall, on the door, and not saying a word, as if he had long since taken his leave of Virgil, went out. 24. Probably he would as apathetically have walked straight past Erlanger's room had not Erlanger, standing in the doorway, signaled to him. A curt signal given with a forefinger, once only. Erlanger was all ready to leave. He wore a black fur coat with a tight collar buttoned right up. A servant was just handing him his gloves and still held a fur hat. "You should have been here long ago," said Erlanger. K. tried to apologize. Erlanger indicated by wearily closing his eyes that he would rather he did not. "The issue is as follows," he said. "Someone called Frida used to serve in the bar. I only know the name. The person is unknown to me. She is no concern of mine. This Frida sometimes served Clams beer. Now there appears to be another girl there. The change is trivial, of course, probably in everyone's eyes and most certainly in Clams. However, the bigger a job, and don't forget that Clam's job is the biggest, the less strength it leaves for defending oneself against the outside world. As a result, any trivial change in the most trivial matters can cause a serious upset. The slightest change on the desk, the removal of a stain that had always been there, anything like that can cause an upset, and so can a new serving girl. Now, of course, none of that, even if it would upset anyone else, doing any old job, upsets Clam, there can be no question of that. Nevertheless, it is our duty to keep so close an eye on Clam's well-being that even upsets that do not affect him as such, and there are probably none that do, we remove if they strike us as potential upsets. It's not for his sake or for the sake of his job that we remove them, but for our own sake, for the sake of our conscience and our peace of mind. For that reason, the girl Frida must return to the bar immediately. It may be that her return will in itself cause an upset, in which case we shall send her away again, but for the time being she must return. You live with her, I'm told, so see to it that she returns immediately. Personal feelings cannot be considered here, that goes without saying, so I'll not get involved in any further discussion of the matter. I'm already doing far more than I need by pointing out that, if you prove yourself in this small thing, it may be useful to you sometime as regards your making progress. That's all I have to say to you. He dismissed Kay with a nod, donned the fur hat the servant now handed him, and with the servant following him walked quickly, if with a slight limp, off down the passage. Sometimes, orders were issued here that were very easy to comply with, yet such ease gave Kay no joy. Not only because the order concerned Frida, and though meant as an order sounded to Kay like a jibe, but above all because it offered Kay a glimpse of the futility of all his endeavors. The orders were issued over his head, the unfavorable ones as well as the favorable, and even the favorable ones no doubt had an ultimately unfavorable core. At any rate, they were all issued over his head, and he was far too lowly to be able to intervene in them, let alone silence them and make his own voice heard. If Erlanger waves you aside, what are you going to do? And if he didn't wave you aside, what could you tell him? Kay was still aware that his weariness had done him more harm today than any unfavorable circumstances, but why was he incapable, having believed he could rely on his body? Indeed, without that conviction he would never have set out in the first place. Why could he not tolerate a couple of poor nights and one sleepless one? Why did he become so uncontrollably weary here of all places, where no one was weary, or rather where everyone was weary the whole time without it harming their work in the least? In fact, it seemed to help it. The inference was that theirs was a quite different kind of weariness from K's. Here it was presumably weariness in the context of happy work, something that looked like weariness from outside and was really indestructible calm, indestructible peace. Feeling a bit weary at midday is part of the happy, natural course of the day. For the gentleman here, it's midday all the time, Kay told himself. And it was very much in line with this that things began at this point, around 5 o'clock, to become lively everywhere off the passage. There was something thoroughly cheerful about this babble of voices in the rooms. At one point it sounded like the merriment of children getting ready for an outing, at another like dawn in the henhouse, like the joy of being in total harmony with the breaking day. Somewhere a man even imitated the call of a cockerel. The passage itself was empty as yet, but the doors were already in motion. Every now and again one would be opened a little way and swiftly shut again. There was a whirring in the passage from doors being opened and closed like this. Here and there Kay also saw, in the gaps at the tops of the walls where they stopped short of the ceilings, disheveled early morning heads appearing and immediately vanishing. Slowly advancing out of the distance, steered by a servant, came a little trolley loaded with files. Another servant walked alongside. He had a list in his hand and was clearly using it to compare the numbers on the doors with those on the files. The trolley stopped outside most of the doors. Usually the door then opened in the appropriate files, though sometimes it was only a single sheet. In such cases a brief conversation developed between room and passage, probably the servant being told off, were handed into the room. Where the door remained closed, the files were carefully stacked on the sill. In such cases, Kay had the impression that the motion of the doors in the vicinity did not diminish, despite the fact that the files had already been distributed thereto, rather it increased. It could be that the others were peering covetously at files that still, inexplicably, lay unclaimed on the sill. They failed to understand someone needing only to open the door to get hold of his files and not doing so. It could even be that files never claimed were later distributed among the other gentlemen, who were keen to satisfy themselves now, by making frequent checks, as to whether the files still lay on the sill and there was thus still hope for them. Actually, the files that remained on the sills were in most cases particularly large bundles, and K assumed that there was an element of boasting or malice or even of justified pride, serving as a spur to colleagues, in their having been left lying there temporarily. He was supported in this assumption by the fact that occasionally, always when he was not looking in that direction, the pile, having been left on show for long enough, was suddenly and very swiftly pulled into the room and the door again became as motionless as before. The doors in the vicinity then calmed down too, disappointed or indeed pleased that an object of constant provocation had at last been removed, but then they gradually resumed their motion. K considered all this not merely with curiosity but with active interest. He felt almost at ease amid the bustle, looking this way and that and following, at an appropriate distance, of course, behind the servants, who of course had several times already turned to face him with harsh looks, lowered heads, and pursed lips, watching their work of distribution. This went less and less smoothly, the further it proceeded. Either there was something not quite right about the list or the files were not always easy for the servants to distinguish or the gentleman raised objections on other grounds. At any rate certain allocations had to be withdrawn, in which case the trolley reversed and negotiations through the gap above the door were held regarding the return of files. These negotiations caused difficulties enough in their own right, but it frequently happened that, when it came to returning files, the very doors that had previously been in the liveliest motion now remained stubbornly closed as if they wished to hear no more of the matter. It was only then that the real difficulties began. The person who thought he was entitled to the files showed extreme impatience, made a great deal of noise in his room, clapped his hands together, stamped his feet, and kept shouting through the gap above the door out into the passage, reiterating a particular file number. The trolley was then often left entirely abandoned. One servant was busy pacifying the impatient gentleman, the other fighting outside the closed door for the return of the files. Both had problems. The impatient gentleman often became even more impatient as a result of the pacification attempts. Incapable of listening to the servant's empty words anymore, he did not want consolation, he wanted files. One such gentleman, using the gap above the door, emptied a whole wash-basin over the servant. But the other servant, clearly the higher-ranking one, had a far bigger problem. Where the gentleman concerned was prepared to negotiate, business-like discussions ensued in which the servant referred to his list and the gentleman to his notes as well as to the very files he was required to return, but for the time being clung to so firmly that very little of them was visible to the servant's covetous eyes. The servant was also, in such a case, obliged to run back and fetch fresh evidence from the trolley, which on the slightly descending floor of the passage had invariably rolled on a little way on its own, or he had to go to the gentleman who was claiming the files and there swap the current owner's objections for fresh counter-objections. Such negotiations took a very long time. Occasionally agreement was reached, with the gentleman perhaps surrendering some of the files or receiving another file in compensation, there having simply been a mistake, but it also happened that a person had to relinquish all the files demanded without further ado, either because he was driven into a corner by the servant's evidence or because he grew tired of the endless haggling, but in that case he did not hand the files to the servant but, with sudden determination, hurled them a long way out into the passage so that the strings came undone and papers flew about and the servants had a great deal of trouble tidying everything up again. Still, it was all relatively simpler than if the servant's request for return received no answer at all. Then he stood outside the closed door, pleading, imploring, citing his list, appealing to regulations, all in vain. Not a sound came from the room, and without permission to enter the servant clearly had no rights. Then even this model servant occasionally lost his self-control. He went over to his trolley, sat down on the files, mopped the sweat from his brow, and for a while did absolutely nothing except swing his feet helplessly. There was great interest in the matter all around. Whispering could be heard everywhere. hardly a door was still, and from up above, where the walls ended, faces that, oddly, were almost completely swathed in scarves and never kept still for an instant followed everything that went on. Amid all this bustle, it struck Kay that Virgil's door remained closed the whole time and that the servants had already done that part of the passage. Virgil, however, had not been allocated any files. Possibly he was still asleep, though in this din that would have indicated a very sound sleep. But why had he received no files? Only very few rooms, probably unoccupied ones at that, had been passed over in this way. On the other hand, in Erlanger's room there was already a new and particularly restless guest. Erlanger must literally have been driven out by him during the night. This scarcely accorded with Erlanger's chilly, urbane manner, but his having had to wait for Kay on the threshold did point in that direction. From all abstract observations, Kay always came back before long to the servant. Indeed, so far as this servant was concerned, none of the things applied that Kay had otherwise been told about servants in general, about their idleness, their comfortable existence, their arrogance. No doubt there were also exceptions among the servants, or, as was more likely, different groups among them, because here, Kay noticed, many distinctions existed of which he had received little indication before. Particularly the intransigence of this servant pleased him enormously. Struggling with those stubborn little rooms, it often seemed to Kay like a struggle with the rooms. Since he saw hardly anything of the occupants, the servant did not give up. He weakened occasionally, who would not have done? But he quickly recovered, slid down from the trolley, and strode erect, teeth clenched, back towards the door to be conquered. It happened, in fact, that he was repulsed 2 or 3 times, and in a very simple manner, merely by that awkward silence, yet he was not beaten, not a bit of it. Seeing that he could achieve nothing by open assault, he went about it another way, using cunning, for example, if Kay understood correctly. He then appeared to give that door up, letting it exhaust its power of silence, as it were, and turned his attention to other doors, but after a while he came back, called to the other servant, all of this very obviously and out loud, and began piling files on the sill of the closed door, as if he had changed his mind and the gentleman ought by rights not to have something withdrawn but instead have something issued. Then he moved on, still keeping an eye on the door, however, and if then, as usually happened, the gentleman soon cautiously opened the door to pull the files inside, in 2 bounds the servant was there, shoved a foot between door and jamb, and thus forced the gentleman at least to negotiate with him face to face, which then generally led to a reasonably satisfactory outcome. And if this failed, or if at a particular door he felt it was the wrong approach, he tried something different. He switched to the gentlemen who were claiming the files, for instance. In which case he gave the other servant, who was still working in a purely mechanical fashion, an utterly worthless helper, a push to one side and started in on the gentleman himself, speaking in whispers, furtively, sticking his head well into the room, probably making the man promises as well as assuring him that at the next distribution the other gentleman would be penalized accordingly. At least, he pointed towards the adversary's door now and again and laughed, so far as his fatigue. Aloud. But then there were instances, once or twice, where admittedly he abandoned every attempt, though here again Kay thought it was only an apparent abandonment, or at least an abandonment for good reason, because he went calmly on, tolerating the din from the disadvantaged gentleman without looking round, only an occasionally more prolonged lowering of the eyelids indicating that the din caused him hurt. However, the gentleman did then gradually calm down, just as the uninterrupted crying of a child gradually turns into increasingly isolated sobs, so it was with his yelling, except that even after he had fallen quite silent there was still the occasional isolated yell or swift opening and slamming of that door. Anyway, it transpired that here too the servant had probably acted quite correctly. In the end, only one gentleman refused to calm down. For a long time he was silent, but only in order to recover himself. Then off he went again, no less vigorously than before. It was not entirely clear why he was yelling and protesting in this way. It may have had nothing to do with the distribution of files. Meanwhile, the servant had completed his work. Only one file, actually only a scrap of paper, a page torn from a notebook, was left in the trolley through the fault of the helper, and now they did not know whom to give it to. The thought occurred to Kay, that could well be my file. The mayor had spoken repeatedly, had he not, of this smallest of small cases. And Kay, arbitrary and ridiculous though he himself felt his assumption to be, deep down, tried to approach the servant as he perused the note. This was none too easy. Kay's interest in him was poorly repaid. Even in the middle of the hardest work, the servant had still found time to cast angry or impatient glances at Kay, twitching his head nervously. Only now that the distribution was complete did he appear to have forgotten Kay, to some extent, as indeed he had become more apathetic in other ways as well, his great exhaustion making this understandable. Even with the note he hardly put himself out. He may not even have read it right through, merely pretending to, and despite the fact that he could probably, by distributing the note, have pleased any of the occupants of the rooms off the passage, he decided otherwise. He had had enough of distributing. Putting a forefinger to his lips, he signaled to his companion to say nothing. Ripped Kay was nowhere near him yet, the note into little pieces, and stuffed them in his pocket. It was probably the first irregularity that Kay had witnessed here in terms of office procedure, though it could be that he got this wrong too. And even if it was an irregularity, it was excusable. In the conditions that prevailed here, the servant could not operate impeccably. At some point the accumulated anger, the accumulated agitation had to break out, and if it found expression merely in a little note being ripped up, that was harmless enough. The voice of the gentleman whom nothing would soothe still rang through the passage, and his colleagues, who in other respects behaved with no particular friendliness towards one another, seemed in regard to the din to be entirely of one mind. Gradually it was as if this gentleman had taken on the task of making a din for them all, and they were simply encouraging him with cheers and nods to keep it up. Now, however, the servant no longer minded about him. He had done his job. He pointed to the handle of the trolley, indicating that the other servant should take hold of it, and away they went, as they had come, only looking happier and moving so fast that the trolley bounced in front of them. Only once did they flinch and glance back, when the still yelling gentleman, outside whose door Kay had lingered because he would have liked to understand what the man wanted, clearly ceased to find satisfaction in yelling, no doubt discovered the button of an electric bell, and in his delight, presumably, at this relief now stopped yelling and launched into a continuous ringing. At this, a great murmur arose in the other rooms, apparently signifying approval. The gentlemen seemed to be doing something they had all wanted to do for a long time and had only had to forbear from doing for reasons unknown. Was it perhaps room service, perhaps Frida, that the gentleman was ringing for? In which case he could be ringing for some time. Frida was busy wrapping Jeremiah in wet towels, and even if he was already better she had no time, for then she'd be lying in his arms. However, the ringing did have an immediate effect. The landlord of the Count's Arms was himself already visible in the distance, hurrying onto the scene, dressed in black and buttoned up as usual, but it was as if he had forgotten his dignity. The way he was running, his arms were half outflung as if he had been summoned because of a major misfortune and was arriving to seize it and immediately stifle it against his chest. And at every little irregularity in the ringing he appeared to make a little hop in the air and hurry even more. A good way behind him, his wife now also came into view. She too was running with arms outflung, but her steps were short and dainty, and Kay felt she would arrive too late. The landlord would already have done everything necessary. And to leave the landlord room to run past, Kay stood close to the wall. However, the landlord stopped right beside Kay, as if here was his objective, and next moment the landlady was there too, and they were both heaping reproaches on him, which in the rush and surprise he failed to grasp, particularly since the gentleman's bell intervened as well and other bells began to ring too, no longer from necessity but for fun and in an outburst of joy. Kay, who set great store by achieving a thorough understanding of his guilt, was strongly in agreement with the landlord's taking his arm and going off with him, away from that din, which went on getting louder since behind them, Kate never turned round because the landlord and even more the landlady on his other side kept going on at him. The doors now opened wide, the passage came alive. A coming and going appeared to develop there as in a busy little alley. The doors ahead of them were clearly waiting impatiently for Kay to pass at last in order that they might release the gentleman, and into all this fell the ringing, repeatedly recommenced, of the bells as if in celebration of some victory. Now at last, they were back in the silent white courtyard, where several sledges waited. Kay had gradually learned what was going on. Neither the landlord nor the landlady could understand how Kay had dared do such a thing. But what was it he had done? Kay asked over and over again, but was for a long time unable to discover because, his guilt being all too obvious to them both, they did not remotely think that his conscience might be clear. Only very slowly did Kay come to see the whole thing. He'd had no right to be in the passage. In general terms he was allowed no farther than the bar, and that was only as a favor, subject to revocation. If he was summoned by one of the gentlemen, he must of course appear at the place of summons, but he should remain aware. Presumably he possessed at least the usual amount of common sense? That he was in a place where he did not really belong, to which he had merely been invited, with much reluctance, simply because an official matter required and excused the fact, by one of the gentlemen. Consequently, it was for him to appear swiftly if possible. So had he not, there in the passage, had a feeling of severe impropriety? And if he had, how could he have hung around there like an animal put out to grass? Had he not been summoned to a nighttime examination, he was asked, and was he unaware why nighttime examinations had been introduced? Nighttime examinations, and here Kay was given a fresh explanation of their purpose, had the sole object of allowing parties, the sight of whom the gentleman would have found quite intolerable by day, to be heard swiftly at night, under artificial light, with the chance, as soon as the examination was over, of forgetting all nastiness and sleep. But Kay's behavior, he was told, had made a mockery of all precautions. Even ghosts disappear towards morning, but Kay had remained there, hands in pockets, as if expecting that, since he did not go away, the whole passage with all the rooms and gentlemen would go away. And this would indeed, let him not doubt it, quite certainly have occurred if at all possible, because the gentleman's sensitivity was limitless. None of them, for instance, would drive Kay away or even say what really went without saying, namely that he should finally go. None of them would do that, despite the fact that for as long as Kay remained they were probably in a quiver of excitement in the morning. Their favorite time was ruined for them. Rather than take action against Kay, they chose to suffer instead, though no doubt a factor in this was the hope that in the end surely even Kay must gradually accept the glaringly obvious and, as the gentleman suffered, inevitably suffer himself, to the point where it became unbearable, from standing there with such hideous inappropriateness, visible to all, in the passage in the morning. Vain hope. They did not, or in their kindliness and condescension had no wish to know that there are also insensitive, hard hearts whom all will never soften. Did not even the moth, poor creature, seek out a quiet corner when day came, flatten itself, ask for nothing more than to disappear, and experience sadness that it could not? Kay, by contrast, stuck himself where he was most visible, and had he been able to stop the dawn coming up by doing so, they added, he'd have done so. Stopping it was beyond him, but unfortunately he had been able to delay it, make it more difficult. Had he not witnessed the distribution of the files? Something that no one was allowed to witness, except those immediately involved. Something not even the landlord and the landlady had been allowed to see in their own home. Of which they had only heard tell obliquely, as for example this morning from the servant. Surely he'd noticed the difficulties that had accompanied the distribution of files, something incomprehensible in itself because every one of the gentlemen was devoted to the cause, never considered his private advantage, and therefore inevitably worked with all his might towards ensuring that the distribution of files, that vital, fundamental task, went swiftly and easily and without snags? Had it really not remotely occurred to K that the chief cause of all the difficulties was the fact that distribution had to be effected with the doors as good as closed and no possibility of direct communication among the gentlemen, who would of course have been able to reach agreement in no time, whereas distribution by the servants inevitably took hours, almost, could never be completed without some complaining, was a perpetual torment to gentlemen and servants, and would probably have harmful consequences as regarded subsequent work. And why were the gentlemen not able to communicate with one another? What, K, still didn't get it? The landlady had never, she said, and the landlord corroborated this for his own part, come across anything like it, and they'd had dealings with a variety of intractable folk. Things one normally dared not utter had to be said to K, openly, otherwise he did not understand the absolute essentials. All right, since it had to be said, it was because of him, simply and solely because of him, that the gentlemen had been unable to emerge from their rooms, because in the morning, having just woken up, they were too ashamed, too vulnerable to be able to expose themselves to strange eyes. They literally, no matter that they were fully dressed, felt too naked to show themselves. It was difficult to say why they were ashamed. It could be that they were ashamed, those perpetual workers, merely of having slept. But perhaps even more than of showing themselves, they were shy of seeing other people, the thing they had happily avoided with the aid of nighttime examinations, namely the sight of parties whom they found so hard to bear. They were reluctant to have now, in the morning, suddenly, unexpectedly, and large as life, intrude on them anew. They were simply not up to it. What sort of person would fail to respect that? Well, it had to be someone like K, someone who disregarded everything, the law as much as the most ordinary human consideration, with this dull indifference and sleepiness, someone who did not care that he was making the distribution of files almost impossible as well as damaging the reputation of the establishment, and who caused the unprecedented to happen in that the gentlemen, now made desperate, began to defend themselves, and following what for ordinary people would have been an inconceivable act of willpower, reached for the bell and rang for help in order to drive K, whom nothing else would unsettle, right away. They, the gentlemen, rang for help. Truly, the landlord and landlady and their entire staff would have come running long since, had they only dared to appear before the gentlemen in the morning unsummoned, even if only to bring help and then vanish again immediately. Quivering with indignation over K, inconsolable on account of their impotence, they had waited here at the end of the passage, they said, and the ringing, which they had never in fact expected, had been a release for them. It meant the worst was over. If they might have just a glimpse of the merry bustle among the gentlemen, now free of K, at last. For K, of course, it was not over. He would certainly have to answer for what he had done here. They had now reached the bar. Why the landlord, for all his anger, had nevertheless brought K here was not entirely clear. He may have realized that for the moment K's weariness made it impossible for him to leave the building. Immediately, without waiting for an invitation to sit down, K literally collapsed on one of the barrels. There in the half-dark, he felt contented. The only light still burning in the large room was a feeble electric bulb above the beer taps. Outside too it was still pitch dark, it looked like driving snow. Being here in the warm was cause for gratitude, he must be careful not to get himself thrown out. The landlord and landlady continued to stand in front of him as if he still represented a certain threat, as if, given his utter unreliability, it was entirely possible he might suddenly take off and attempt to force his way back into the passage. Also, they were themselves weary from the night's alarm and from getting up so early, especially the landlady, who wore a rustling, silk-type dress, full-skirted, brown in color, rather untidily buttoned and fastened. Where had she found it in the rush? Leaned her head as if dejectedly on her husband's shoulder, and was dabbing at her eyes with a dainty pocket handkerchief between darting childishly malevolent glances at Kay. To calm the couple down, Kay said that everything they had just told him was quite new to him, but that despite his ignorance of it he had not in fact spent all that much time in the passage, where he really had no business and had certainly not wished to torment anyone, but that it had all happened purely as a result of overtiredness. He thanked them for having brought the embarrassing scene to an end. Were he to be called to account, he would be very glad, since that was the only way he could avoid universal misinterpretation of his behavior. Only weariness and nothing else had been to blame, he assured them. That weariness, however, stemmed from his not yet being used to the strain of examinations. He'd not been here long, after all. Once he had a certain amount of experience, nothing of the kind could ever reoccur. He might be taking the examinations too seriously, but presumably that was no bad thing in itself. He'd had to undergo 2 examinations in quick succession, he said, one with Virgil and the second with Erlanger. Particularly the first he had found very tiring, the second had not lasted very long. In fact, Erlanger had simply asked him a favor, but both together had been more than he could stand at one time, something like it might even have been too much for someone else. You, sir, for example, Kay suggested to the landlord. He had actually left the second examination staggering. It had been almost a kind of intoxication. He'd been seeing and hearing the 2 gentlemen for the first time and had nevertheless had to give them answers. It had all turned out very well, so far as he knew, except that then the accident happened. Surely, though, given what had preceded it, that could hardly be blamed on him. Unfortunately, only Erlanger and Virgil had seen the state he was in. They would undoubtedly have looked after him and prevented all the rest, but Erlanger had had to leave immediately after the examination, clearly in order to drive to the castle, and Virgil, probably tired from the examination itself, so how should Kay have survived it unscathed? Had fallen asleep and had even slept through the entire distribution of files. If Kay had had a similar opportunity he would have been delighted to take advantage of it and gladly have foregone any forbidden glimpses, all the more easily, indeed, for the fact that in reality he had been quite incapable of seeing anything at all, so that even the most sensitive of the gentlemen might have shown themselves in his presence without fear. The mention of the 2 examinations, particularly the one by Erlanger, and the respect with which Kay spoke of the gentleman disposed the landlord in his favor. In fact, he seemed to be on the point of complying with Kay's request for permission to lay a board on the barrels and sleep there at least until dawn, but the landlady was firmly against it. Only now becoming aware of the disorder of her dress, she plucked at it uselessly here and there, shaking her head repeatedly. What was evidently an old dispute concerning the tidiness of the establishment was about to break out once again. For Kay, in his weariness, the couple's conversation assumed excessive importance. Being driven away again from this place struck him as a disaster transcending everything he had experienced up to now. It must not happen, even if the landlord and landlady united against him. Slumped there on the barrel, he eyed them both furtively. Until with her unusual touchiness, which Kate had long been aware of, the landlady suddenly stepped to one side and, she had no doubt been talking to the landlord about other matters, cried out, "Look how he's eyeing me! Send him packing, why don't you?" But Kay, seizing the opportunity and now wholly convinced, almost to the point of indifference, that he would be staying, said, "I'm not eyeing you, only your dress." "Why my dress?" the landlady asked in fury. Kay shrugged. "Come away," the landlady said to the landlord, "the lout's drunk. Let him sleep it off here," and she ordered Peppy, who at her summons appeared out of the darkness, disheveled, weary, trailing a broom, to throw Kay a cushion. 25. When Kay woke up, his first thought was that he had hardly slept at all. The room was unchanged, empty and warm, all the walls in darkness, a single light bulb above the beer taps, dark outside the windows as well. But when he stretched, and the cushion fell to the floor, and the board and the barrels creaked, Peppy came to him immediately and he learned that it was already evening and he had slept for well over 12 hours. The landlady had asked after him a number of times during the day. Jerstacker, too, who had been waiting here in the dark over a beer that morning when Kate had spoken to the landlady but had then not dared bother Kay further, had looked in once in the meantime to see Kay, and finally Frida had also been, apparently, and had stood beside Kay for a moment, though she had not exactly come on K's account but because she needed to get various things ready. She was due to resume her old job that evening. "She doesn't care for you anymore, presumably?" Peppy asked as she brought coffee and cakes. However, she no longer asked maliciously, as before, but sadly, as if in the meantime she had come to know the malice of the world, beside which all personal malice collapses and becomes futile. She spoke to Kay, as if to a fellow sufferer, and when he tasted the coffee and she thought she saw it was not sweet enough for him, she ran and fetched him the full sugar bowl. Her sadness had not prevented her from adorning herself possibly even more today than the last time. She had a mass of bows and ribbons woven in her hair. The hair itself had been carefully curled over her forehead and at her temples, and round her neck she wore a little chain that dangled down to meet the low neckline of her blouse. When Kay, in his contentment at having had a decent sleep at last and being able to drink a nice cup of coffee, surreptitiously reached for one of the bows and tried to undo it, Peppy said wearily, "Oh, don't," and sat down on a barrel beside him. And Kay did not even have to ask her what was wrong. She promptly began telling him herself, staring fixedly at Kay's coffee pot as if, even while telling her story, she needed a diversion, as if, even preoccupied as she was with her suffering, she was unable to abandon herself to it completely. That would be beyond her strength. The first thing Kay learned was that really he was the one to blame for Peppy's misfortune, but that she did not hold it against him. And she nodded eagerly as she spoke to forestall any protest on K's part. To start with, he'd taken Frida away from the bar, making Peppy's promotion possible. There was otherwise no conceiving what might have persuaded Frida to give up her position. She sat there in the bar like a spider in her web. She had threads all over the place, only she knew where. Removing her against her will would have been quite out of the question. It had taken love for an inferior, in other words something incompatible with her situation, to push her out. And Peppy? Had it ever occurred to her to go for the job herself? She was a chambermaid, had an unimportant job with few prospects. She dreamed of a great future like every other girl. No one can help dreaming, but she had no serious plans to get on. She'd come to terms with what she had achieved. And then suddenly Frida had disappeared from the bar, so suddenly that the landlord had not had a suitable substitute available right away. He'd looked around and his eye had fallen on Peppy, who had of course pushed herself forward accordingly. At the time, she loved Kay, as she had never loved anyone before. 4 months on end she'd been sitting in her gloomy little room downstairs, prepared to spend years and at worst her entire life there, quite unheeded, and then, all of a sudden, along had come Kay, a hero, a rescuer of maidens, and had cleared the way for her to rise in the world. He knew nothing about her, of course, he'd not done it for her sake, but that took away none of her gratitude. The night before her appointment, the appointment was uncertain as yet but already looked very likely, she had spent hours talking to him, whispering her thanks in his ear. And it further enhanced what he'd done in her eyes that it was Frida he had burdened himself with. There was something incredibly selfless about the fact that, to bring Peppy out, he had taken Frida as his lover. Frida, an unlovely, no longer young, rather thin girl with short wispy hair, a sneaky sort of girl, too, who always had some secret or other, it seemed to go with her looks. Face and body might be pitiful beyond question, but she must at least have other secrets that no one could. Check, her alleged relationship with Clam, for instance. And even thoughts like these had occurred to Peppy at the time. Was it possible that Kay really loved Frida? Was he not deceiving himself, or possibly deceiving only Frida? And would perhaps the sole result of all this be in fact Peppy's promotion? And would Kay then notice his mistake or no longer wish to conceal it and not see Frida anymore but only Peppy, which was not necessarily a mad fancy on Peppy's part, not at all, for on a girl v girl basis she was more than a match for Frida, as no one would deny, and it had mainly been Frida's situation, had it not, and the brilliance Frida had contrived to bring to it that had dazzled Kay at the time. Peppy's dream then had been that, once she had the situation, Kay would come pleading to her and she would have the choice of either yielding to Kay and losing the job or rejecting him and climbing further. And she decided to renounce everything and turn back down to him and teach him true love, which he had never been able to experience with Frida and which was independent of all the prestigious offices in the world. However, things had worked out differently. And where did the blame for that lie? With Kay, mainly, and of course also with Frida's cunning. With Kay, mainly, because what did he want? What sort of strange fellow was he? What was he striving for? What were these weighty matters that preoccupied him and made him forget his nearest, finest, and loveliest of all? Peppy was the one who suffered, and it was all stupid and hopeless, and anyone who had the strength to set fire to the whole Count's arms and burn it to the ground, leaving no trace, burn it like a scrap of paper in the stove, would today be Peppy's darling. So then, Peppy had arrived in the bar 4 days ago, shortly before lunch. It wasn't easy, the work here, you might say it was almost killing, but what could be achieved was no small thing either. Even before, Peppy had not lived for the moment, and if she would also never in her wildest dreams have claimed this job for herself, she had made plenty of observations, she knew what the job entailed, she'd not have taken it on unprepared. Not that it was a job you could take on unprepared. If you did, you'd lose it in the first couple of hours. Particularly if you tried to behave like a chambermaid, doing it. As a chambermaid, you began to feel quite forlorn and forgotten as time went on. It was like working down a mine, at least that was how it was on the secretary's corridor, all day long there, apart from the few daytime parties scurrying back and forth, not daring to look up, you saw no one but the 2 or 3 other chambermaids, and they were equally bitter. Mornings you were not even allowed out of your room, the secretaries wished to be alone then, the hands fetched them their food from the kitchen, that meant the chambermaids usually had nothing to do, even during mealtimes they weren't allowed to show themselves on the corridor. Only while the gentlemen were working were the chambermaids allowed to tidy up, but of course not in the occupied rooms, only in those that happened to be empty, and the work must be done very quietly in order that the gentlemen's work shouldn't be disturbed. But how could they tidy up quietly when the gentlemen spent days on end in the rooms, also the hands, that filthy bunch, hung around in them, and when the chambermaid was finally admitted, the room was in such a state that not even the deluge could have washed it clean. Honestly, these were important gentlemen, but you had to force down your disgust before you could tidy up after them. Chambermaids did not have too much work to do, but what they had was tough. And never a kind word, nothing but complaints, notably that most hurtful and frequent complaint of all, that during cleaning files had gone missing. In reality, nothing went missing, every scrap of paper was handed in to the landlord. Files did go missing, of course they did, but not through the maid's doing. Then committees arrived and the maids had to vacate their room while the committee rummaged in the beds. The maids had nothing of their own, their few things fitted into one back pannier, but the committee still spent hours searching. They found nothing, of course. How were files going to find their way in there? What would the maids want with files? Even so, the invariable result was simply insults and threats on the part of the disappointed committee, passed on by the landlord. And never quiet, not in the daytime, not at night. Noise half the night and noise from first thing in the morning. If at least you hadn't needed to live there, but you did, because in between times, depending on orders, it was the chambermaid's job to fetch bits and pieces from the kitchen, especially at night. Always the sudden hammering on the chambermaid's door, the dictating of the order, the running down to the kitchen, the shaking the sleeping kitchen boys awake, the laying of the tray with the things ordered outside the chambermaid's door, where the hands came to fetch it. What a misery it all was. But that wasn't the worst of it. Oh no, the worst was when no order came, when what happened was that at dead of night, when everyone should have been asleep and most people had in fact gone to sleep at last, sometimes there'd be this creeping around outside the chambermaid's door. Then the maids climbed out of bed, the beds were one above the other, there was very little space anywhere, the whole maid's room was actually nothing but a big closet with 3 shelves, listened at the door, knelt down, clung together in fear. And all the time they could hear the creeping around outside the door. They'd all have been glad if whoever it was creeping around had finally come in, but nothing happened, no one came in. And you had to admit, there wasn't necessarily any threat involved here, it might just be someone pacing to and fro outside the door, wondering whether to place an order and then not being able to make up his mind after all. Perhaps that was all it was, but it might be something quite different. You didn't really know the gentlemen at all, you'd hardly seen them. At any rate, the maids inside were scared to death, and when at length it was quiet outside they leaned against the wall, not having the strength to climb back into bed. That was the kind of life that awaited Peppy once more. She was to move back into the chambermaid's room that very evening. And why? Because of Kay and Frida. Back to the life from which she'd only just escaped, she'd had Kay's help to escape, admittedly, but she'd also made an enormous effort herself. The fact was, in that job girls neglected themselves, even those who were normally the most careful. For whose benefit should they adorn themselves? No one saw them, or at best the kitchen staff. If that was all a girl wanted, let her adorn herself. The rest of the time, though, forever in their little room or in the gentlemen's rooms, which it would have been a foolish extravagance to enter even simply in clean clothes. And constantly in artificial light and breathing that stuffy air, the stove was alight the whole time, and, to tell the truth, constantly tired. Your one afternoon off a week you spent at best sleeping, calm and free from worry, in a quiet corner of the kitchen. So what was the point of adorning yourself? You scarcely even got dressed. And then, all of a sudden, Peppy had been transferred to the bar where, assuming you wanted to make your mark there, the exact opposite was required, where you were constantly in people's sight, some of them very fastidious and sharp-eyed gentlemen, and where you must therefore always look as neat and attractive as possible. Well, that had been a big change. And Peppy felt able to say that she hadn't wasted the opportunity. How things might turn out subsequently had not concerned her. She had known she had the skills the position called for, she'd been quite sure of that. She was still convinced of it even now, and no one could take that away from her, not even today, the day of her downfall. The only problem had been how she was going to prove herself initially. That had been difficult, because after all she was only a poor chambermaid with no clothes and no jewelry, and because the gentlemen didn't have the patience to wait and see how you developed but wanted immediately, without transition, to have a proper barmaid, otherwise they'd go elsewhere. You might have supposed their demands were not exactly high, since Frida had managed to satisfy them. That was not true, though. Peppy had often thought about it. After all, she'd met Frida on occasion and for a while had even slept with her. Frida was not an easy person to fathom, and anyone who was not very careful, and how many of the gentlemen were very careful? She promptly misled. No one was more aware than Frida herself of how wretched she looked. For instance, the first time you saw her let down her hair, you clapped your hands together in sympathy. By rights, such a girl shouldn't even get to be a chambermaid. She knew it too, and many a night she had cried over it, clinging to Peppy and draping Peppy's hair round her own head. But when she was at work, all doubts disappeared. She thought of herself as the loveliest girl in the world and knew just how to plant the idea in every head. She understood people, that was her real skill. And lied promptly and practiced deceit in order that people shouldn't have the time to examine her closely. That wouldn't do in the long run, of course. People had eyes and these would eventually prevail. But as soon as she spotted such a danger, she had another weapon ready. Recently, for example, her relationship with Clam. Her affair with Clam. Oh yes, if Kate didn't believe it, he could check for himself by going and asking Clam. Very clever, very clever. And if perhaps Kate didn't dare go to Clam with such a question and was possibly not admitted with vastly more important questions, and Clam was even entirely inaccessible to him, only to him and his kind, since Frida, for example, popped in to see him whenever she liked, if that was the case, he could still check the matter. He only needed to wait. Clam wouldn't be able to tolerate that sort of false rumor for long. He undoubtedly took a keen interest in what was being said about him in the bar and in the guest rooms. It was all of the greatest importance to him, and if it was wrong, he'd promptly correct it. This he didn't correct, though, which meant there was nothing to correct, and it was the honest truth. All you saw, admittedly, was Frida carrying beer into Clam's room and coming out again with the money, but what you didn't see, Frida told you and you had to believe it. Not that she told you herself, no, she would never let such secrets out. The secrets let themselves out around her, and once they were out, all right, she was no longer afraid to talk about them herself, but modestly, without making any kind of claim, citing only what was in any case common knowledge. Not citing everything. For instance, she didn't mention the fact that, since she had been in the bar, Clam had been drinking less beer than before, not a lot less but still significantly less. She didn't mention that there might in fact have been various reasons for it. A time had simply come when Clam liked beer less, or even, because of Frida, forgot all about beer drinking. So Frida, amazing though it might be, really was Clam's mistress. But what was good enough for Clam was bound, surely, to be admired by everyone else, so that in no time at all Frida had become a great beauty, just the kind of girl the bar needed, almost too beautiful, actually, too powerful. The bar was now scarcely enough for her. Indeed, it struck people as remarkable that she was still in the bar. Being a barmaid was a big thing. It made the connection with Clam seem very plausible. But once the barmaid was Clam's mistress, why did he leave her, and for so long, too, in the bar? Why didn't he raise her higher? You could tell people 1,000 times that there was no contradiction in this, that Clam had specific reasons for acting in this way, or that sometime, maybe in the immediate future, Frida's elevation would suddenly come about, but none of it had much effect. People had set ideas and refused in the long run to be diverted from them, however skillfully this was tried. The fact was, no one doubted any longer that Frida was Clam's mistress. Even those who clearly knew better were by now too weary to doubt it. Damn it, be Clam's mistress, they'd thought, but if you are, we want to see it in your promotion too. They had seen nothing, however, and Frida had remained in the bar as before, secretly delighted to do so. But she'd begun to lose people's respect, as of course she couldn't help noticing. Usually she noticed things before they happened. A truly beautiful, truly charming girl would not, once she'd settled down in the bar, need to use any tricks, so long as she remained beautiful. Unless a particular unhappy accident occurred, she would be barmaid. A girl like Frida, though, had to be constantly worried about her job. She didn't show it, of course, that was understandable. Instead she tended to complain and curse the job. But in secret she'd been monitoring the atmosphere the whole time. And what she'd seen was how people grew indifferent. Her appearance was no longer worth even glancing up for. Not even the hands bothered about her anymore, understandably sticking to Olga and girls like her. She'd noticed from the landlord's behavior too that she was less and less indispensable, nor could she go on inventing fresh stories about Clam. There were limits to everything, and so dear Frida had decided on something new. Which of them could possibly have seen through it from the beginning? Peppy had had her suspicions, but sadly she'd not seen through it. Frida had decided to create a scandal. She, Clam's mistress, would throw herself at just anyone, if possible the lowest of the low. That would cause a stir. That would be something people talked about for a long time, and eventually they would remember what it meant to be Clam's mistress and what it meant to discard that honor in the ecstasy of a fresh love. The only problem had been finding the right man to play this clever game with. It couldn't be anyone Frida knew, not even one of the hands. He would probably have stared at her wide-eyed and passed on. Above all, he'd not have taken the matter seriously enough, and it would have been impossible for even the glibest of tongues to put it about that Frida had been pounced on by him, been unable to fend him off, and in a moment of madness succumbed to him. And even if the person had to be one of the lowest of the low, he must still be somebody of whom it could plausibly be said that, for all his stolid, unrefined ways, he did in fact yearn for Frida and Frida alone, and had no greater desire than ye God in heaven to wed her. But even so, even if he was a common fellow, even lower than a hand if possible, far lower than a hand, he must still be somebody on whose account she'd not have all the girls laughing at her, somebody in whom another girl, one with judgment, might also find something attractive. But where was such a man to be found? A different girl would probably have spent her whole life looking for him without success. Frida's luck had brought the land surveyor into her bar on the very evening, possibly, when the plan first occurred to her. The land surveyor. Really, what had Kay been thinking of? What had he had in mind, particularly? Had he been out to achieve something specific? A good position, a distinction of some kind? Had he been after something like that? If so, he should have gone about it differently right from the start. He was nothing at all. His situation brought tears to the eyes. He was a land surveyor, at all. His situation brought tears to the eyes. He was a land surveyor, all right, that was something, perhaps, so he had studied something, but if a person didn't know what to do with it, even that counted for nothing. And yet there he was, making demands, without anything at all behind him. He'd been making demands, not outright, but he had clearly been advancing claims of some kind, and that had been a provocative thing to do. Didn't he realize that even a chambermaid lost face if she spoke to him for any length of time? And with all those special demands, the very first evening he had fallen straight into the biggest trap of all. Wasn't he ashamed of himself? What was it about Frida that had so ensnared him? He could confess now. Had she really contrived to please him, the skinny, sallow creature? Surely not. He'd not even looked at her. She had merely told him she was Clam's mistress. He'd been impressed by what was for him still news, and that had been it. He was lost. But she'd then had to move out. There was no room for her now at the Count's Arms, of course. Peppy had seen her the morning before the move. The staff had all assembled. Everyone was curious to watch. And such had been her power, still, that people felt sorry for her. They all, even her enemies, felt sorry for her. That was how right their assessment had proved from the outset. Throwing oneself away on a man like that had seemed incomprehensible to them all, a real blow of fate. The little kitchen maids, who of course looked up to any girl who worked in the bar, had been inconsolable. Peppy herself had been affected. Not even she was completely impervious, even if her attention had actually been drawn to something else. She'd noticed how far from sad Frida actually was. Basically, an appalling disaster had befallen her, and she had indeed acted as if she was very unhappy, but it hadn't been enough. The act hadn't fooled Peppy. So what had been keeping her going? The happiness of her new love, perhaps? As it happened, that idea was out of the question. But what else had it been? What had given her the strength even to treat Peppy, already seen as her successor, with the same cool friendliness as before? Peppy had not had time to think about it just then. She'd been too busy making preparations for the new job. She was probably going to have to start in a couple of hours, and she still had no pretty hairdo, nothing smart to wear, no delicate underthings, no decent shoes. All these items she would need to get hold of in a couple of hours. If you couldn't kit yourself out properly, it was better not to take the job at all. You were bound to lose it in the first half hour. Well, she'd not been unsuccessful. When it came to doing hair, she had a special aptitude. The landlady had even sent for her to do her hair once. She was blessed with a unique lightness of touch. Of course, with her luxuriant hair you could do anything. For the dress, too, help had been at hand. Her two colleagues had stood by her. It was an honor for them too, in a way. When a girl from their particular group became a barmaid, also Peppy would be able, later on, once she was in a position of power, to secure a good many advantages for them. One of the girls had had some expensive material tucked away for a long time. It was her treasure. She'd had the others admire it occasionally. No doubt she dreamed of making splendid use of it herself sometime, and this had been really nice of her. Now that Peppy needed it, she'd given it up. And they'd both helped willingly with the sewing. They couldn't have been keener if they had been sewing for themselves. It had been very happy, satisfying work, in fact. There they had sat, each on her own bed, one above the other, sewing and singing, and they'd handed the finished sections and the bits and pieces up and down to one another. Thinking back, Peppy felt even more dejected that it had all been for nothing and she was returning to her friends empty-handed. What a disaster it had been, and how thoughtlessly occasioned, mainly through Kaya's fault. How pleased they'd all been with the dress then. It seemed to guarantee success, and when they'd subsequently found room for yet another ribbon, the last doubt disappeared. And was it not truly beautiful, the dress? It was creased now and a bit stained. The fact was, Peppy had no spare dress. She'd to wear that one day and night, but you could still see how beautiful it was. Not even those damned Barnabas girls would have made a better one. And the way it could be gathered and let out again as required, above and below, in other words that, though just a dress, it was so versatile, that was a particular advantage and had actually been her idea. And of course it hadn't been difficult to sew. Peppy wasn't boasting about that. Everything fitted healthy young girls. What had been much more difficult was getting hold of underwear and boots. In fact, this was where things had begun to go wrong. Again, her friends had helped out as best they could, but they'd not been able to do much. It had only been coarse linen that they had collected together and mended, and instead of high-heeled boots she'd had to make do with slippers of the kind a girl would rather hide than show off. To console Peppy, people had told her that Frida was not particularly well dressed either and sometimes went about in so slovenly a state that the guests preferred to have the cellarmen serve them instead. It was quite true, but Frida had been able to do that. She was already in favor and an object of respect. If a lady appeared in public dirty and sloppily dressed, it only made her more alluring, but with a novice like Peppy? Anyway, Frida had been quite incapable of dressing well. She had no taste at all. Of course, if a girl had sallow skin she was stuck with it, but she didn't have to do as Frida had done and wear a low-cut cream-colored blouse as well, making your eyes water with all that yellow. And even apart from that, she'd been too mean to dress well. Everything she earned she'd hung on to, no one knew what for. She hadn't needed any money at work, she'd got by with lies and ruses. It was an example Peppy would not and could not follow, so she'd been right to adorn herself as she did in order to make the most of herself, especially at the start. If she'd only had more resources to do it with she would still, for all Frida's shrewdness, all Kaya's stupidity, have come out on top. Things had begun well enough. The few skills and scraps of knowledge needed she'd learned in advance. She'd felt like a fixture from the moment she arrived in the bar. No one had missed Frida working there. Not until the second day had some of the guests inquired after Frida's whereabouts. No mistakes had been made. The landlord had been happy. In his anxiety he'd been in the bar constantly the first day, afterwards he had come only occasionally, and in the end, seeing that the till added up, average takings had even shown a slight improvement on Frida's time, he was leaving everything to Peppy. She'd made some changes. Frida, not because she was industrious but because she was mean, domineering, and anxious not to cede any of her rights to anyone, had even, at least to some extent, particularly when she was being watched, looked after the hands. Peppy had given that whole job to the cellarmen, who were much better at it. That way she'd left more time free for the gentlemen's rooms. Guests had been served quickly but still with her managing to exchange a few words with each one, not like Frida, who had apparently saved herself entirely for Clam and seen every word, every overture by anyone else as an insult to Clam. That had been shrewd too, of course, because if she did ever allow someone to approach her it was an enormous favor. But Peppy hated such tricks. Anyway, there'd been no place for them at the beginning. Peppy had been friendly to everyone and everyone had repaid her with friendliness. They had all been visibly delighted with the change. When the work-weary gentlemen were finally able to sit down for a moment over a beer she'd been able, with a word, a glance, a shrug of the shoulders, positively to transform them. So eagerly had everyone's hands run through Peppy's curls that she'd had to redo her hair probably 10 times a day. They'd none of them been able to resist the temptation of those curls and bows, not even the usually so absent-minded Kay. In this way, several exciting, strenuous, but successful days had flown by. If only they'd not flown by so fast, if only there'd been a few more of them. For days had been too few, even working yourself to a standstill. Maybe just the 5th day would have been enough, but 4 days had been too few. Granted, Peppy had won patrons and friends in those 4 days, if every glance was to be believed, had even floated, as she arrived with the mugs of beer, on a sea of friendship. A clerk by the name of Bratmeyer had been crazy about her. He'd given her this necklace and pendant and put a picture of himself in the pendant. Though that had been cheeky, those and other things had occurred, but there'd been only the 4 days. In 4 days Frida might, had Peppy applied herself, have been almost, perhaps, but not quite forgotten, and so she would have been, possibly even sooner, had she not taken care, by causing such a scandal, to keep her name on people's lips. It had made her a novelty. Simple curiosity had made people keen to see her again. What had become tedious to them to the point of nausea had now, thanks to the otherwise quite indifferent Kay, acquired fresh appeal in their eyes. Not of course that they'd have given Peppy up on that account, so long as she stood there and made her presence felt, but they were mostly elderly gentlemen, set in their ways, and for them to get used to a new barmaid, no matter how positive the change, took a few days. Against the gentleman's own will it took a few days, maybe only 5, but 4 were not enough. Peppy was still, despite everything, seen as the stand-in. And then what had perhaps been the greatest misfortune of all, over those 4 days Clam, even though he spent the first 2 in the village, had not come down to the lounge. Had he done so, that would have been Peppy's crucial test, and it was one she did not fear in the least. In fact, she'd been looking forward to it. She would, these were of course things that it was best never to touch on in words, not have become Clam's mistress, nor would she have lied her way into such a position, but she'd have known how to set the beer glass down on the table at least as nicely as Frida. Without Frida's pushy ways she'd have said a pretty greeting and a pretty farewell, and had Clam been on the lookout for anything in a girl's eyes, then he'd have found it in Peppy's eyes, as much as he wanted. But why had he not come? By chance? That was what Peppy had thought herself at the time. For those 2 days she had expected him at every moment, even waiting at night. Now Clam will come, she had thought constantly, and she'd run to and fro for no other reason than the restlessness of anticipation and the desire to be the first to see him as soon as he entered the room. This continuous disappointment had made her extremely tired. Perhaps that had been why she'd not performed as well as she might. She'd sneaked, whenever she had a moment, up to the corridor, where staff were strictly forbidden to go, and there squeezed into a corner and waited. If Clam would only come, she'd thought, if I could just take the gentleman from his room and carry him down to the lounge in my arms. That's one burden I would not collapse under, no matter how great it was. But he hadn't come. It was so quiet up in those corridors, it was impossible, if you'd never been there, to imagine how quiet. It was so quiet you couldn't bear it there for long, the silence drove you away. But again and again, driven away a dozen times Peppy had climbed back up there. And there'd been no point. If Clam had wanted to come, he'd have come. But if he didn't want to come, Peppy was never going to tempt him out, even if she did half suffocate in the corner with palpitations. It was pointless, but if he didn't come, surely almost everything was pointless. And he did not come. Had not come. Now Peppy knew why. How Frida would have laughed if she'd been able to see Peppy up in the corridor, squeezed into a corner with both hands over her heart. Clam had not come down because Frida hadn't let him. It had not been her pleas that achieved that result, her pleas had not got through to Clam. But she'd had contacts, the little spider, contacts no one knew about. When Peppy had said something to a guest, she'd said it openly, the next table had been able to hear it too. Frida had had nothing to say, she'd set the beer down on the table and gone, only her silk petticoat, the one thing she did spend money on, had rustled slightly. But when she had occasionally said something it had not been openly, she'd whispered it to the guest, bending down, making the people at the neighboring table prick up their ears. What she'd said was probably immaterial, not always, though. She'd had connections, had backed one up with another, and if most of them had failed, who was going to worry about Frida the whole time? Now and again one had worked. She'd started to make the most of those connections. Kay had given her the opportunity. Instead of staying with her and making sure she was all right, he'd spent hardly any time at home, gone roaming about, had meetings here and there, attended to everything except Frida, and eventually, to give her even more freedom, moved out of the Bridge Inn into the empty school. A fine start to the honeymoon that had been. Well, Peppy would certainly be the last to criticize Kay for being unable to stand it with Frida. No one could have stood it with Frida. But why in that case had he not left her completely? Why had he kept coming back to her? Why had he given the impression, with his roamings, that he was fighting for her? It had looked, in fact, as if he had only discovered his true nothingness through contact with Frida, wanted to make himself worthy of Frida, wanted somehow to hoist himself up, had for that reason deprived himself of her company for the time being in order to be able to reward himself for such sacrifices later, at his leisure. Meanwhile, Frida had wasted no time. She'd sat in the school, to which she had probably steered Kay, deliberately, and kept one eye on the Count's arms and the other on Kay. She'd had excellent messengers available, Kay's assistants, whom this defied belief, even if you knew Kay, it defied belief, left entirely to her. She had dispatched them to her old friends, reminded them of her existence, complained of being held prisoner by such a man as Kay, stirred up feeling against Peppy, announced her imminent arrival, asked for help, implored them to give nothing away to Clam, acted as if Clam needed to be protected and must therefore on no account be allowed down to the bar. What to some she'd passed off as protecting Clam, she'd persuaded the landlord to see as her success, drawing attention to the fact that Clam no longer came. How could he come, when a mere Peppy was serving downstairs? Oh, it wasn't the landlord's fault. Peppy had still been the best substitute to be found. She was just not good enough, not even for a few days. Kate had been unaware of all this activity on Frida's part. When not roaming around, he'd lain unsuspecting at her feet as she counted the hours that still separated her from the bar. But the assistants had provided more than just this messenger service. They had also served to make Kay jealous, keep him interested. Frida had known the assistants since childhood. They certainly had no more secrets from one another, but for Kay's sake they had begun to pine for one another, and there'd been the risk, so far as Kay was concerned, of this becoming a great love. And Kay had done everything to please Frida, even the most contradictory things. He'd allowed the assistants to make him jealous, but at the same time tolerated the three of them remaining together while he went off roaming by himself. It was almost as if he'd been Frida's third assistant. At this point Frida had finally, on the basis of her observations, decided on her big move. She would make a comeback. And it really was high time. It was marvelous how Frida, in her cunning, had seen that and exploited it. This power of watching and coming to a decision was Frida's inimitable skill. Had Peppy possessed it, how differently her life would have turned out. If Frida had remained in the school for another day or two, there'd have been no driving Peppy out. She'd have been barmaid for good, universally loved and in demand. She'd have earned enough money to make dazzling additions to her meager get-up. Another day or two and no amount of intrigue would have kept Clam away from the lounge any longer. He'd have come down, had a drink, felt at ease, and, if he noticed Frida's absence at all, been highly satisfied with the change. Another day or two. And Frida and her scandal, her connections, the assistants, the whole lot, would have been utterly and completely forgotten, never to re-emerge. She might then have held to Kay that much more firmly, perhaps even, assuming she had it in her, really learned to love him? No, not that either. Because a day had been as long as even Kay needed to grow tired of her, to realize how shamefully she'd deceived him in every way, in her supposed beauty, her supposed loyalty, and above all her supposedly having the love of Clam. And one more day, that had been all he needed to chase her out of the house with the whole filthy crew of assistants. Just imagine, not even Kay had needed longer. And because, between those two perils, with the grave virtually closing over her already, Kay had been naive enough to hold the last narrow passage open, Frida had absconded. Suddenly, something hardly anyone had expected anymore. It went against the grain. Suddenly it had been she who'd thrown Kay out. Kay, who still loved her and was still pursuing her, and with the backing of friends and assistants she'd appeared to the landlord as his salvation, much more alluring than before as a result of her scandal, a proven object of desire among the humblest and highest ranking alike, yet submitting to the humblest only for a moment, soon quite properly thrusting him aside. Becoming for him and all the rest as unattainable as before, the only difference being that, before, people had rightly doubted all of this, whereas now they were sure of it again. So back she'd come. The landlord had hesitated, glancing at Peppy. Should he sacrifice her, now that she'd proved her worth? But had soon been persuaded. There was too much in Frida's favor, particularly the fact that she'd win Clam back for the lounge. They'd just been having supper. Peppy was not going to wait until Frida arrived and made a triumph of the takeover. She'd already handed the landlady the till receipts. She was free to go. The sleeping compartment in the maid's room downstairs was ready for her. She would go down there, be greeted by her weeping friends, and pull the dress off and the ribbons from her hair and stuff everything in a corner where it would be well hidden and not needlessly remind her of times best forgotten. Then she'd take the big bucket and the broom, grit her teeth, and get down to work. But first she must tell Kate everything in order that he, who without help would not have grasped this even now, should see clearly for once how badly he had behaved towards Peppy and how miserable he'd made her. Admittedly, he too had simply been abused in the process. Peppy had finished. Heaving a sigh, she wiped tears from her eyes and cheeks and then looked at Kay, nodding her head as if to say that, deep down, this was not about her misfortune at all, that she would bear without needing anyone's help or comfort to do so, least of all Caius. She knew about life, despite her youth, and her misfortune merely confirmed what she knew. No, this was about Kay. It was him she had wanted to confront with himself. Even after the collapse of all her hopes she'd felt she had to do that. "What a crazy imagination you have, Peppy," said Kay. "It's quite untrue that you've only just discovered all these things. They're simply dreams from your dark little maid's room downstairs. They're in the right place there, but they look odd here in the empty bar. You'd never have survived here with such thoughts, that goes without saying. Even the dress and the hairdo you so pride yourself on are simply monstrous products of that darkness and those beds in your room. I've no doubt they're very fine, but here everybody secretly or openly laughs at them." "And what else was it you were saying? That I'd been abused and betrayed?" "No, Peppy dear, I've no more been abused and betrayed than you. You're right that Frida has left me for the moment or, as you put it, absconded with one of the assistants. An inkling of the truth you do have, and also, yes, it's most unlikely she'll ever become my wife, but it is utterly and completely untrue that I'd got tired of her, let alone that I drove her out next day or that she betrayed me as a wife might ordinarily betray a husband. You chambermaids are always spying through keyholes, and it's put you in the habit of taking a tiny detail that you actually see and from it grandly but quite wrongly deducing the whole picture. The upshot is that in this case, for instance, I know very much less than you. I can't explain anywhere near as precisely as you can why Frida left me. The most likely explanation seems to me the one you touched on yourself but did not use, namely that I neglected her. It's true, unfortunately. I did neglect her, but there were particular reasons for that, reasons that have no place here. I'd be happy if she came back to me, but I should immediately begin neglecting her again. That's the way it is. When she was with me, I was always roaming about in the way you ridiculed. Now that she's gone, I have virtually nothing to do. I feel tired. I long for an ever more complete idleness. Have you no advice for me, Peppy?" "Yes, I do," said Peppy, suddenly becoming animated and seizing Kay by the shoulders. "We've both been betrayed. Let's stick together. Come down with me to the girls." "Until you stop moaning about being betrayed," said Kay, "I can't communicate with you." You always want to have been betrayed because it flatters you and you find it moving. The fact of the matter is, you're wrong for the job. And how obvious that wrongness must be if even I, in your view the most ignorant of men, am aware of it. You're a good girl, Peppy, but it's not entirely easy to see that. I, for example, found you cruel and arrogant at first. You're not, though. It's just that this job confuses you because you're the wrong person for it. I'm not saying the job's too good for you. It isn't so exceptional a job after all. It may, looked at closely, carry slightly more honor than your previous job, but on the whole there's not much difference. The two are almost indistinguishable. In fact, the chambermaid's existence might almost be said to be preferable to the bar, because there you're always among secretaries, whereas here, even if in the lounges you get to serve the secretary's superiors, you also have to bother with really humble folk. Me, for instance, legally, I'm not allowed anywhere else but in the bar here, and is the opportunity of associating with me supposed to be such an incredible honor? You only think it is, and you may have your reasons. But that's precisely what makes you unsuitable. It's a job like any other, but for you it's like being in heaven. Consequently you set about everything far too eagerly, decking yourself out the way you think angels are adorned. In reality, they're different. You tremble for your job, feel persecuted the whole time, try by being tremendously friendly to win over everyone you think might support you, but in fact irritate them and put them off because they've come to the pub for some peace. They don't want the barmaid's worries on top of their own. It's possible that, following Frida's departure, none of the important guests actually noticed anything had happened. They know about it now, though, and really do miss Frida, because no doubt Frida did operate quite differently. However she may have been in other respects, and however much she valued her job, in her work she was experienced, cool, and in control. You stress that yourself, though without turning the lesson to advantage. Did you ever notice the look in her eye? That wasn't the look of a barmaid, that was the look of a landlady, almost. She saw everybody, and in so doing she also saw each individual, and the look she had left for the individual still had the power to bring him into submission. What did it matter that she was perhaps a bit thin, a bit on the old side, that her hair might conceivably have been more luxuriant? These were details compared to what she did actually possess, and anyone worried about such shortcomings would simply have been displaying his want of feeling for higher things. Clam certainly cannot be accused of that, and it's only the mistaken viewpoint of a young, inexperienced girl that prevents you from believing in Clam's love for Frida. Clam, to you, and rightly so, seems unattainable, so you think Frida could never have approached Clam either. You're wrong. I'd simply take Frida's word for it, even if I did not have irrefutable proof. Incredible though it may seem to you, and however difficult to reconcile with your ideas of the world and officialdom and rank and the power of female beauty, the fact is that, as we two are sitting side by side today, with me taking your hand between mine, so too, as if it had been the most natural thing in the world, did Clam and Frida sit together, and he came down of his own accord, indeed hurried down. No one was lying in wait for him in the corridor, neglecting other work. Clam had to make the effort to come down himself, and the defects in Frida's dress that so upset you didn't bother him in the least. You're determined not to believe her. And you don't realize how that gives you away, how that's precisely what reveals your inexperience. Even someone who knew nothing of the relationship with Clam would inevitably see by its nature that it had molded someone who was more than you and me and anyone else in the village, and that their exchanges went beyond the banter that usually passes between guests and waitresses and appears to constitute your goal in life. But I'm being unfair to you. You're well aware of Frida's advantages yourself. You've noticed her gift of observation, her decisiveness, her influence over people, only of course you misinterpret it all. you think she's selfishly using everything purely for her own advantage, to evil ends, or even as a weapon against you. No, Peppy, even if she had such arrows, she'd not be able to shoot them from such close range. And jealous? On the contrary, it could be said that, in sacrificing what she had and what she might look forward to, she gave us too the opportunity to prove ourselves in higher positions, but that we've let her down and are almost forcing her to return here. I don't know if that is so, nor is my guilt at all clear to me. It's only when I compare myself with you that anything of the sort occurs to me, as if we'd both tried too hard, too noisily, too childishly, and with insufficient experience, by weeping, scratching, tugging, to obtain something that with Frida's calm, say, and Frida's straightforwardness would have been achieved easily and imperceptibly, the way a child tugs at the tablecloth but achieves nothing except simply to hurl the whole splendid display to the floor and put it beyond reach forever. I don't know whether that's how it is, but I'm sure it's more like that than the way you tell it. All right, said Peppy, you're in love with Frida because she ran away from you. It's not hard to be in love with her when she's not there. But however it is, and even if you're right about everything, including your making a fool of me, what do you intend to do now? Frida's left you, neither my account nor your own offers you any hope of her coming back, and even if she does, you must spend the intervening period somewhere. It's cold and you have neither a job nor a bed. Move in with us. You'll like my friends. We'll make it comfortable for you. You can help us with our work, which is really too strenuous for girls on their own, and we shan't have to fend for ourselves and be frightened at night anymore. Move in with us. My friends know Frida too. We'll tell you stories about her till you can't listen to any more. Oh, do. We've even got pictures of Frida. We'll show you them. Frida used to be even plainer than she is today. You'll scarcely recognize her. By her eyes you might. They've always had a furtive look. Will you come, then? You mean, I'm allowed to? Yesterday there was a terrible fuss, remember, because I got caught on your corridor. Because you got caught, if you're with us, you won't get caught. No one will know about you, only we three. Oh, it'll be fun. Already, living there seems much more tolerable to me than a moment ago. Maybe I'm not losing so much after all, having to leave this place. Hey, we didn't have a bad time even with the three of us. You need to sweeten life's bitterness for yourself. Life's made bitter for us in our youth to stop our tongues getting spoiled, so we stick together, the three of us. We live as well as it's possible to live there. You'll like Henrietta particularly, but so you will Emily. I've already told them about you. Stories like that sound unbelievable there. As if nothing real could happen outside the room. It's warm and snug there, and we also pressed together closely. No, even though we're so dependent on one another we haven't grown tired of one another. Quite the opposite. When I think about my friends I almost don't mind going back. Why should I be promoted above them? That was the very thing that kept us together. The fact that the future was barred to all three of us identically. And then I did in fact break through and was separated from them. I didn't forget them. Of course, my first thought was how I might do something for them. My own position was still uncertain, just how uncertain I had no idea, when I first talked to the landlord about Henrietta and Emily. Regarding Henrietta, the landlord wasn't entirely inflexible, but for Emily, who was much older than us, she's around Frida's age, he held out no hope. But listen, they don't actually want to leave. They realize it's a wretched life they lead there, but they've accepted it. The Loves, I believe their tears when we said goodbye were mostly due to sadness that I must leave the room we shared, go out into the cold. To us, there, everything outside our room seems cold, and in those great big unfamiliar spaces contend with important, unfamiliar people for no other purpose than to eke out my life, as I'd been managing to do quite well before, with the three of us living together. They probably won't even be surprised if I come back now, and it'll only be to humor me that they'll cry a bit and bemoan my bad luck. But then they'll see you and realize it's been a good thing I went away after all. The fact that we now have a man to help and protect us will please them no end, and they'll be absolutely delighted that it must all remain a secret, and that as a result of that secret we'll be bound together even more tightly than before. Do come, please, move in with us. There'll be no commitments so far as you're concerned. You won't be tied to our room forever, as we are. When spring comes, if you find accommodation elsewhere and you're no longer happy living with us, you'll be free to go. The only thing is, you must keep the secret even then and not give us away, because that would be our last hour at the Count's Arms. In other ways too, of course, you must be careful when you're with us, never show yourself anywhere we don't consider harmless, and generally follow our advice. That's the only tie you'll have. Anyway, you'll surely be as keen on that as we are. Otherwise you're completely free. The work we'll give you won't be too hard. You needn't be afraid of that. So will you come? How long is it till spring? Kay asked. Till spring, echoed Peppy. Our winters are long here, very long, and very monotonous. But we don't complain about it downstairs. We're shielded against the winter. Oh, spring does come eventually, and summer, and they last for a while, but now, looking back, spring and summer seem so short, as if they were not much more than a couple of days, and even on those days, no matter how lovely the day, it still snows occasionally. Just then the door opened, making Peppy jump. Mentally she'd moved too far away from the bar, but it was not Frida, it was the landlady. She pretended to be astonished to find Kay still there. Kay excused himself on the grounds that he had been waiting for the landlady. At the same time he thanked her for letting him spend the night there. The landlady failed to understand why Kay had been waiting for her. Kay said he had been under the impression that the landlady wished to speak to him again. He apologized if this had been an error. In fact, he must go now. He'd left the school where he was caretaker unattended for too long. It was all the fault of the previous day's summons. He still had insufficient experience in these matters. It would certainly not happen again that he caused the landlady so much unpleasantness as yesterday. And he bowed, preparatory to leaving. The landlady was gazing at him as if in a dream. One result of this gaze was that Kay was detained longer than he had intended. She then added a quiet smile, and it was only Kay's look of astonishment that roused her. So to speak, she might almost have been expecting a response to her smile, and it was only when none came that she woke up. I believe yesterday you had the impertinence to say something about my dress. Kay did not remember. You don't remember? So, first impertinence, then cowardice. Kay said he was sorry. He'd been tired the day before and it was quite possible he'd gone on a bit. He couldn't remember. Anyway, what could he have said about Ma'am's clothes? That they were finer than any he'd ever seen? He'd certainly never seen a landlady working in such attire before. That's enough, the landlady said quickly. I don't want to hear another word from you on the subject of clothes. It's not for you to concern yourself about my clothes. I forbid you to, once and for all. Kay bowed again and walked to the door. And what's that supposed to mean? The landlady called after him. You've never seen a landlady working in such attire before? Why do you make such pointless remarks? That really is utterly pointless. What are you trying to say? Kay turned and begged the landlady not to upset herself. Of course the remark had been pointless. In any case, he didn't know the first thing about clothes. In his situation, any garment that was clean and hadn't been mended looked sumptuous. He'd simply been astonished to see the landlady appear there in the passage, at night, among all those scantily dressed men, in such a beautiful gown, that was all. "I see," said the landlady, "it appears you do remember your remark of yesterday at last. And you top it off with yet more nonsense. It's true, you don't know a thing about clothes. But in that case, will you also, I ask this seriously of you, stop passing judgment on what constitutes sumptuous dresses, unsuitable gowns, etc. In fact, here it was as if a cold shudder ran through her. You're to leave my dresses alone altogether, do you hear? And as Kay, saying nothing, was on the point of turning away again, she asked, "Where do you get your knowledge of clothes from, anyway?" Kay shrugged. He had no knowledge. "No, you don't," said the landlady, "and nor should you pretend to. Come into the office, I've something to show you, then I hope you'll stop your impertinence for good and all." She went out through the door first. Peppy sprang to Kay's side. Using the pretext that Kay was paying his bill, they quickly made an arrangement. It was very simple. Kay knew the courtyard where the gate led into the side street. Beside the gate there was a little door. Peppy would be behind the door in, say, an hour and open it to 3 knocks. The private office was opposite the bar. There was only the hallway to be crossed. The landlady was already standing in the office with the light on, looking impatiently in Kay's direction. However, there was a further hold-up. Jerstacker had been waiting in the hallway to speak to Kay. It was not easy, shaking him off. The landlady helped to and admonished Jerstacker for his pushiness. "Where to, then? Where to?" Jerstacker could be heard calling even after the door had closed, and the words formed an ugly confusion with sighing and coughing. It was a small, overheated room. Against the end wall stood a high desk and an iron safe, against the side walls a closet and a couch. The closet took up most space. It not only filled the entire side wall but was also so deep that it made the room very narrow. 3 sliding doors were needed to open it completely. The landlady pointed to the couch, indicating that Kay should sit down. She herself sat in the swivel chair by the desk. "Didn't you learn dressmaking once?" asked the landlady. "No, never," said Kay. "So what are you, actually?" "A land surveyor." "What's that, then?" Kay explained. The explanation made her yawn. "You're not telling the truth." "Why are you not telling the truth?" "You're not telling it, either." "Me? More of your impertinence, I take it. Even if I haven't been telling the truth, must I answer to you? In what way am I not telling the truth, then?" "You're not just a landlady, as you pretend." "Well, you're full of discoveries, you are." "What else am I, then?" "Your impertinence really is getting out of hand." "I don't know what else you are. All I can see is that you're a landlady and also that you wear dresses that don't suit a landlady and are like no one else in this village wears, so far as I know." "Ah, now we're coming to the point. You can't keep quiet about it, can you? Maybe you're not impertinent at all. You're just like a child that knows some piece of nonsense and can't anyhow be persuaded to keep quiet about it." "Go on, then. What's so special about these dresses?" "You'll be cross if I tell you." "No, I won't. I'll laugh. It'll only be childish prattle." "What are they like then, my dresses?" "You really want to know?" "Well, they're made of fine material, very sumptuous, but they're outmoded, ornate, often over-elaborate, shabby, and they suit neither your age, nor your figure, nor your position. They struck me immediately, the first time I saw you, a week or so ago, here in the hallway. So there we have it. They're outmoded, ornate, and what else was it? And how do you come by all this knowledge?" "I can see it." One doesn't need to be taught these things. You just see it. You don't need to ask, you know immediately what fashion demands. In that case, you'll be indispensable to me. I happen to have a weakness for fine dresses. And what have you got to say about this closet being full of dresses? She pushed the sliding doors aside to reveal dresses, crammed tightly together, filling the whole breadth and depth of the closet. Most of them were dark-colored, gray, brown, and black. All of them were carefully hung up and spread flat. My dresses, which you say are all outmoded and ornate. But these are only the dresses I don't have space for in my room upstairs. There I have another 2 closets full, 2 closets, each nearly as big as this one. Surprised? No, I expected something of the kind. I told you, you're not just a landlady, you have some other aim in mind. My only aim is to dress well, and you're either a fool or a child or an extremely wicked, dangerous person. Go on, get out. Kay was already out in the hallway and Jerstacker had him by the sleeve again when the landlady called after him, I'm getting a new dress tomorrow, I may send for you. Jerstacker, gesticulating angrily as if in an attempt to silence the landlady from out here and stop her being a nuisance, asked Kay to come with him. He refused to be more specific for the moment. Kay's objection that he should be off to the school now was virtually ignored. It was only when Kay put up some resistance to being dragged away that Jerstacker told him he mustn't worry, he'd have everything he needed at his place, he could give up the caretaking job. Would Kay please just come? Finally, he'd spent the whole day waiting for him, his mother had no idea where he was. Kay, slowly giving in to him, asked why he should want to give him board and lodging. Jerstacker made only the briefest of replies, he needed Kay's help with the horses, he himself had other things to do now, but would Kay please stop making him drag him along like this and not cause him needless difficulties. If he wanted payment, then he'd pay him. But at this point Kay halted, despite all the tugging. He knew nothing whatever about horses, he said. Nor did he need to, Jerstacker said impatiently, wringing his hands in irritation to persuade Kay to go with him. I know why you want to take me with you, Kay said finally. Jerstacker did not care what Kay knew. Because you think I can get somewhere with Erlanger for you. Of course, said Jerstacker, why else would you matter to me? Kay chuckled, took Jerstacker's arm, and let the man lead him through the dark. The living room of Jerstacker's cottage was lit only dimly by the fire in the stove and a stump of candle, by the light of which someone sat hunched in a corner under the crooked rafters that protruded there, reading a book. It was Jerstacker's mother. She held a trembling hand out to Kay, and made him sit down beside her. She spoke with an effort. It was an effort to understand her, but what she said. Finus. About the author. Franz Kafka, 1883–1924, was a Prague-born writer whose works transformed the landscape of modern literature. Writing in German while living within Czech and Jewish cultures, Kafka existed between worlds and exile even in his own home. His fiction, marked by alienation, guilt, and the search for meaning, gave voice to the anxieties of the modern age. Kafka's major works, including The Metamorphosis, The Trial, and The Castle, blend realism with dreamlike absurdity, creating a style so distinct that the word Kafkaesque came to describe the oppressive logic of the irrational systems he portrayed. Kafka worked as an insurance officer by day and wrote privately by night, plagued by illness and perfectionism. He published little in his lifetime and instructed his friend Max Brod to burn all his unpublished manuscripts upon his death. Brod's decision to ignore that request preserved one of the most profound literary legacies of the 20th century. Today, Kafka stands as a prophet of the human condition, his characters forever reaching for clarity in a world that refuses to explain itself. Pigeon, Publishing House, presented The Castle. Author, Franz Kafka. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. We hope you enjoyed it. If you enjoyed this classic, follow the show and leave a quick review, and join us every Tuesday and Thursday for more timeless stories.